Hello and welcome here. Day 2 at the Manchester Major, and today what we're going to do is the funnel job of sending some people home. Get out of Manchester, the greatest city that we'll ever see. But we're missing a few important parts. We're not missing him. He's here to make sure that nobody dies. The things that we're missing, well, we're missing the heart, the soul. There's no one around here that's worthwhile, that brings anything good towards the product. At this point, we don't even need them. What we do need is players. The players are gone as well. We don't actually have any of the players right now. This is where they're going to be sitting around. We have some of the managers, some of the booths. They'll have to fix problems like me unplugging monitors. That's their thing to sort out. That's their problem. Camera ops, they're kind of important, aren't they, camera ops? What are we talking about and planning over here? Cover your badges. Amateurs. It's like they've never been in front of a camera. No. The most important person that we're missing right now is the man that has been in front of every single camera that has ever been invented. Back in the 1850s, when he was created in the beauty of Lebanon, Mr. Milosh, I don't know where he is. He's our host. He's the guy that brings this all together. He's the meat in the middle of the delicious Lebanese feast. Where do I think I'm going to find him? Well, probably over here. You can't hear me.
What? Are we live? Hi. Oh, hi. I was just writing your name with a little heart on it.
That's not how you spell that.
It's Emmy. How can I make mistakes with that?
Well, quite simply, you've put a Q in there. Hello, Mr. Losh.
Hi.
I was looking for you.
Yeah.
I had to go past so many people that weren't you.
That weren't important at all, as you pointed out.
None of them.
Wow.
What do they even do?
I don't know.
You know what they always say? The crew does nothing.
It's very pro-worker of you there. Very good to hear. But hey, welcome to the show. We're going to have a lot of fun today because we got 3 best of 3s to cover. I'm going to be casting, so that's going to be fun.
Yeah, that's probably the coolest thing. And we've just thrown it out there.
I don't know if I call it coolest thing. You know what's coolest is that I get to cast with you.
Me?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. You know, cool stuff, a lot of them happened yesterday. I want to go through things one by one. First of all, here's our games for today. I said 3 best of 3s. Actually, quite simple because if you lose today, you're pretty much donezo, right? Like, if you're in the lower side of that bracket, it's done. GK, Liquid will play one another. FearX and G2 will play, but that is a survival game, right? Then Bleed, SSG will play for kind of that upper side of the bracket, and then Cyclops will play Cruelty to see who gets eliminated from the tournament. Of course, you play an upper and lower and make it only the top 4 out of the 8 will actually get to playoffs, which is technically the real beginning of the major, if we're being honest, where the top teams from each region will be represented there. These are the regions and the teams that you've kind of watched throughout the stage in different regions, be it in Brazil, in North America, or in Europe, where you cast, Annie.
That is true. That is a place that I cast, and that is a place where you will cast today, as we were going to be covering at least the first game, the exciting one that brings us all. But let's be honest, the danger that comes through from the end of this is 4 of these teams, they're gone. They're donezo. They're out of here. They're booked. Bye-bye. Get on the plane.
Maybe it's NA on it, but that'll have to be, 2 games to lose to get to it because you have 2 lives here. And since SSG did not lose yesterday, that kind of gives them an extra set for today. So let's take a look at, though, what happened yesterday specifically, because if we were to, give it buzzwords, that's something that people like, right? The moment, the monster is, and the must-see. Look at it.
Whoa.
The moment, the monster, and the must-see. So if we go through them one by one, the big moment of yesterday, and I really want everybody to see those photos because holy hell, our photography space here is just
They're useful.
They're really, really
They
good
take
at what
photos
they
of us.
do. Yes, genuinely, our 3 photographers and videographers that do this are incredible. Palu with the moment. A 2v1 or 1v2 clutch on Clubhouse, if I'm not mistaken. Hell.
I wasn't casting it.
I know you were not. There it is. Take a look.
But they were.
No, those not. Okay, there it is. That was the Uno bit where Uno clutched on Bank, and this is kind of what sent things for G2 over in map 3. However, the fact that he survived for this long, Diffuser actually planted, genuinely sending the yokai over.
Describe that. I must see.
Yeah.
You got to see it. You got to listen to it as well, because it's Tim casting and
Genuinely.
Demo very loud.
I think both of them are low on the volume today just because of how...
Tempoed. We put Tim in a hyperbolic chamber so he can recuperate, rebuild his strength.
Yeah.
That was a must-see. That's
Absolutely.
a beautiful moment. Uno. Insane, even though.
They lost.
Spoiler alert, they lost.
Yeah, but I'm sure they can make it, though. The monster on the other side, though, in the middle, as you'll see, it is Reaps from Bleed. A big victory for Bleed on the other hand, and that you got to see yourself, I mean.
This I watched, and I mean, one of the best in the world. And there's just no two ways about it. He proved it in the showdown yesterday. He was killing everybody. It was one of those sort of setups where if it had gone longer, even just in the second map, he would have been toeing the line of getting towards the kill record.
Wow.
It was a long first map, and he ended up about 17, 18 to 4. Some crazy number.
Wow.
Wasn't to 4. It might have been a little bit more. And then we found ourselves pushing closer and closer towards, well, what was a very expected result, a 7-2 on the second map, where he still was able to get about 10, 11 kills in just that map alone. How big will he get? How big is this monster?
Absolutely.
Terrifying.
Monster under the bed or under our table. There was a monster under our table yesterday.
He's not there.
Oh, I'm not gonna check this time. I'm really afraid of monsters under my desk and my bed. Though, let's move on from this to our final piece here, the moment of it all. The must-see. There you go. We saw Uno, but the big deal for today is that G2 are one loss away from being eliminated from the entire tournament. Imagine this, G2 that made it to main stage at the Invitational, the team that won SI23, they were there the whole time, and now they're barely squeezing by to make it to the major. In the first phase, they're almost out.
I mean, he sees it so much, it's touching his eyes there.
Absolutely.
There you see. And it's worrying. They're a lower bracket run team. They won SI from a lower bracket. They've had success in a lower bracket. You don't want to be in that position in phase 1.
No.
You don't want to be one of the teams that's battling alongside, let's be honest, you've got Cruelty on their first ever major. You've got, Fear X who are trying to rebuild. You've got GK on their second ever, third ever proper big performance with the first time they're here with a proper roster. They're the ones that are outpacing you right now, and you're G2. You held that blimmin' hammer.
To be fair, G2 did narrowly lose to Liquid yesterday on Nighthaven Labs. That was map 3 in that series, and it went to max overtime. Of course, it's ace casting, so it has to go to max overtime, right? But it was incredible to see it in that way. And, well, there's more for us to explore with G2. But let's take a look at our colleagues on the other side of this wall.
We're not
going to break this down here because they're already there. Oh, what happened? Demo's there, but we got an even more beautiful man out there. Sorry, Demo.
Two brothers.
Good morning.
Do we look like brothers? Brothers? I'm not sure about that one.
What about cousins?
Cousins?
You look like the people.
You're my Northern Irish cousin.
So as that works.
You're the people at a wedding that would cause trouble.
What?
That is definitely us.
I'm a great wedding guest. I don't.
It's
I don't
British.
know what you're on about.
How's your karaoke demo?
Great.
Yeah?
Yeah, good job.
What's your favourite song?
I don't know. I don't know.
You're not going to do a karaoke classic for us right
ABBA?
here, right now?
Fan of ABBA?
ABBA?
I don't know. Would that work? I don't know. But look, B-Stream, obviously here we are, and we're going to be covering some fun games. We've got Bleed SSG, who I personally didn't get to see cast, or I didn't get to cast yesterday. I was dealing with, the mess that is G2, as I always am. I always am dealing with that. But look, I think B-Stream will keep us really entertained. Obviously, A-Stream as well. GK can make a bit of a run as well, which we didn't really expect.
Do you know what I love actually as well? I love that today already we're sending 4 teams home. And that might make me a horrible person, right? But it's just the drama of it all already. We've had 1 day to settle in, and there's G2 facing
And it could be G2, I think, for us. It could be G2, which is the scary thing. But look, like we said, you've got A stream over there, we've got B stream here. If you want to go over to A stream, we're going to kind of split it now. If you want to stay here with B, then stay here with us. So we're just going to go for it now. So change. And now you are on B stream, so welcome to B stream. You haven't really moved, but yeah. Look, our first game is going to be Bleed versus SSG.
Yep.
We have APAC up against North America. Both of these sides won their games. It looked okay, I think, for the most part. But yeah, it's going to be a big test, I think, a big step up for both of them.
Yeah, it's going to be a big step up in terms of the game. I think both teams yesterday, they went against, I suppose, perceived weaker opponents, but they managed to get through. They managed to get over the line. But like you say, today, they're against stronger opponents in both of these teams.
Yeah.
You know, obviously SSG, former, not the roster, organization and fault.
We've got one guy,
former world champion, you know, and then Bleed have just been causing an absolute ruckus on the international stage.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bleed obviously coming in, really, that was kind of like the rookie year, I suppose you could say, last year, wasn't it? Now this is where we need to start seeing results. It's all well and good them coming in as a team last year where there wasn't really any expectations. They're a team that's rocked up with a fish.
Yeah.
For what we were expecting. Oh, that's nice,
Yeah.
but you can go home with the other APAC ones as well once you're finished. But no, I think they're probably the best hope APAC has had since, 2022 with the Koreans?
Yeah, I think they are. I think... And Bliss fans look away now, but I think these are potentially the best team in APAC. I don't know.
I like Bliss as well.
Bliss
but
might prove us wrong.
Something about Bleed. Just something about them.
What's the toilet roll about, Ashen? Ashen's got some toilet roll on his table there. I'm not I'm not so sure what that's about. And I did just want to talk about the mantras of these two teams. We'll get all technical. We'll talk about maps and strats and stats and all that stuff. But the two mantras of the team, because SSG, and you could actually describe them, and the way that you might describe them is a bit of a cult. They buy into the brotherhood of that team so much. They work out together.
It's a frat. It's a fraternity. That's what it is.
I went down to the gym this morning. I saw them all there doing their lunges and their squats and being big, manly guys. And then I seen on Twitter the Bleed guys were just watching TV to prepare for SSG. And it's a completely different story, you know. The one thing that I love about this team as well, and obviously, again, it's about the team dynamics and all about the, the psychology of it. These guys take pressure off themselves. They tweet, they're like, oh, we're expected to lose.
They want the big matches. That's what they want,
We're expected to lose today. We're just the small APAC team. I remember when they beat, I can't remember which team it was. I think it was Atlanta. I think it was M80, and they were like, oh, these guys are getting paid so much more than us, and we still beat them. Like, they take the pressure on themselves. And there's Joel with his blanket, with his chips, fish and chips, with his blanket with the chips on it, fish and chips. So, you know, they
fry them up.
They just have fun, and I love it.
Yeah. Look, obviously we need to have a look and see what the kind of maps we're going to be dealing with, of course, because that's always a big thing we look at. I know that you look at that specifically with all of your statistics that you have, and already we're seeing the bans come in. Border, Oregon, Chalet, and Labs gone, which is a map that we've seen Bleed play yesterday as well, so SSG not wanting to allow Bleed to go back there. Yeah,
Bleed looked pretty good on that map. If we can move through to the map picks, we're going to see that Bleed will pick into Clubhouse, which SSG, to be fair, had a bit of a wobble on yesterday going up against Cruelty.
Still won it.
Won it, but max OT against probably one of the weaker teams in the tournament. And then actually, SSG have picked into Bank, which they love.
Yeah, they were run it back.
They played really well on that map yesterday. So.
Strong ban as well, I think, getting rid of the Skyscraper again. Another map that Bleed are happy to go to. We've seen that yesterday as well. And then the Deciders Cafe, which for me is always a curveball, because Cafe, you know, if you look at the 9 maps, Cafe is always the odd one out. It's just the most different to every other map you have in the pool.
I think it's just so hard to enter.
It might look Window City.
Yeah. I think Cafe is kind of cool because you can play it a lot from Windows, like you say, Windows, repels, that type of stuff. But it's also really interesting and dynamic between the way teams defend it, because some teams like the 2 middle floor sites, you know, the reading and the mining bomb site, and then I've just seen why Ashen has just said about the toilet paper. We'll come on to that. And then some teams like the top floor, some teams like the bottom floor. It's really stylistic map Cafe, and that's what I like about it.
Just let everyone know why the toilet paper is there.
Are you going to read this quote for
I'm going to censor it a little bit. I'm going to tone it down. The general gist is Ashen's going to wipe Bleed's behind, the rear end.
He said, I brought the toilet paper to wipe Bleed's ass when they shit themselves. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it. I love it. And then Asphere's replied, he almost lost to Latam yesterday. It's a precaution.
Uh-oh.
These two teams.
Uh-oh.
And this is one thing about these two teams. They will give it live.
Well,
We know
look,
Ashen loves
the
it.
North American culture is obviously into that as well.
But
You know,
Bleed love it as well.
that's true. But obviously Ashen, I think, is always won. That iconic photo that we've seen of him and just going up to Troy, Canadian, just screaming at him, which is always a fun one. But look, if we look at the maps, Clubhouse coming up first.
Yeah.
This is obviously the map that we kind of looked at for SGG and said they should have done a lot better than what they did.
Yes. Yeah, they achieved a 3-3 split, right? On the attacks, which there's a lot of people who will tell you Clubhouse is defender-sided. I don't think either of us necessarily buy into that in terms of the storyline of it. But they achieved a 3-3 split, but they were struggling on their defenses and their attacks ultimately. With this map, they were looking very out of sync. They were looking very slow, very poor, not much teamwork in all honesty. And I think that's what probably, as much as Bleed will meme and say they're watching TV, they watched that map, they knew it was coming up. And that's a big reason why they picked into it, hoping that SSG haven't had the time to fix those mistakes.
It's a scary thing, though, because if you put that down to SSG has had an off day, because in my opinion, no, it's not taking anything away from the Mexican side.
Yeah.
But SSG are a veteran team.
Yes.
You look at the players that they had, we're almost rebuilt Astralis, also
Yes,
with
we have,
Iconic
yep.
coming back in.
Yep.
That team should be going in there 7-2, 7-2 next game.
Yeah, it should have been.
It should be
Especially
no
after map
issues.
1 as well.
No issues. But obviously issues happen for SSG. If that's down to an off day, then I think this is a risk for Bleed, because we know how good SSG can be on this map.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the thing is you see the logic and you take these, I suppose, calculated gambles inside of matches, right? You see the logic, it makes sense to pick into a map that SSG didn't play well on yesterday. And also, let's not take it away from Bleed. They feel very comfortable on this map as well. It's not just because SSG had a bad day. I think that just adds into it. Now, SSG, they're going to ban away the Blitz. You know all about Blitz bans, Demo. But one thing that surprises me, actually, is usually we see a Blitz ban against Forest.
Yeah.
SSG have gone into it.
Forest is the only player in the world who I give my blessing to.
Really?
On Blitz. I'm very protective of that operator. Like, I've seen Nova from Fear X on
Ooh,
it,
and
and I wasn't too impressed.
Yep.
And yeah, I think Forrest is, in my eyes, the only one who understands what he needs to do with that. Yeah, Monty as well, double shields.
Yeah.
When have we ever seen a double shield ban? This doesn't happen, but it just shows how strong both these operators are. I will say I think Monty's better than Blitz.
Yep.
By a long shot, because you can have the more passive nature you can kind of dive into. But yeah, a Blitz and a Monty. We're dealing now with a Clubhouse where you've got the Grim and the Ying.
That was my, and the Dokkaebi. And the Capital.
Your Thatcher as well.
And the
He's
Thatcher.
up, and then you ban Cade. And Tub, like Cade, this.
Yeah, so what do these bans mean? We're going to, on the merit of things, before a single round has been played, we should see an attacker-sided Clubhouse.
Yep.
Because, and the reason that we should see this, as you say, all of the, I suppose, crutch operators are open on the attack. The Yings, the Dokkaebis, the Capitals, the Deimos, the Thatcher for the easy wall opening. Basically everything. All the hard breaches. Everything should be easy. You just don't have shields to crutch on. And the defensive bans, no 2-brown, no Cade.
Hatches are going to be absolute free. So
apart from impact tricking.
But even that's been nerfed.
Yeah.
Don't forget, the radius of impact tricks have been nerfed, so that doesn't really play a factor anyway. And, you look at operators like Legion, who are obviously a big namesake, had impacts, no more. So only one set of impacts, and that's coming in from the Goyo.
So we're calling it now. Just before everything's played, I'm going to call this now attacker-sided
I'll go
Clubhouse.
for a 4-2 split.
Yeah.
That's what I'll hedge my bets on. One thing, though, that you have to say about SSG is so flexible. Like Forrest, for example, is a player who just can play every single role. He is what you would define as a jack of all trades, master of none. But it's strange because he was actually the best rated player for SSG, so he must have been great. He must have been great at something he was doing. But the flexibility factor for SSG is a huge statement. And everyone knows, Forrest, he can play everything underneath the sun. A spawn peak already. Down goes Turd. And look, there you go. There we go. There we go.
There's the mental game. I clocked it just
Get
on the
toilet
top-down
paper.
view
Get
on the
the toilet
observer.
paper.
Is that they saw Ashen. Ashen was just going to the strip door. That's where he's got the spawn peak from. And he's basically, we talk about Siege, and again, we talk about strats, we talk about tactics, we talk about map bans. It's so much in the mental. Ashen, he's already got the mental advantage over Ted right now because he's spawn peaked him. Round 1, he's gone, do you know what? I'm spawn peaking this guy. He's gone 5v4, and he's typed straight away. Straight away. It's what you've got to do. Few shields!
We've got a few shields in the mix. You can ban some of them, not all of the shields, but he's gone as well. Keep in mind, this is a basement. This is not a top floor attack. This is a basement. We're seeing Fuse Shield jump in for catch and just die immediately. Kill comes back in favor, though, of Bleed, but already, minute gone, you've got very little map control, and you're 2 players down.
Yeah, no, it's this has been a crazy start, I'll be honest. SSG here, what they needed to do as soon as they got the man advantage now was actually, as much as it's all got a bit exciting and we're typing to each other, get yourselves back to site, win that 4 versus 3, and just play the time from here on out. But Asfi's going to get a little bit aggressive, a little bit early. As a team kill comes in, that's as good as a kill, Asfi. Go back upstairs, carry on with the round. The question
marks. Oh, we are in for a treat, everyone, with this game. It's just the old chat. That's all we're focused on right now. And look, a team kill, like you said, is as good as a kill that Asfi was able to basically supply.
Yep.
But, I mean, this is actually looking not too bad for Bleed. They can get hatches open, like we mentioned, with very little ease. They've got the Ram still alive, so you can do a bit of that vertical action. The only issue is probably that triple wall, still fully banded it, for example. So they're really going to be limited, I think, just with a kitchen drop.
Yeah, I think it will have to be a kitchen drop from here. They don't have dirt open, I don't think. But yeah, Forrest, you feel like he's going to have a big round to play. He's on the smoke. He's got 3 in hand. He can delay that kitchen drop. As well with and he's safe behind those Kiba barriers as well. So as this execute comes in, Bleed have done well to get it back to a 3v3, but they're going to have to still pull off a little bit of magic here, Demo.
Here comes Asfi down in towards blue. Down goes Hoven. Asfi, oh, he prones right on through the blue wall, along with Reaps going down long. Here's the jump up onto the box, but Fault stands tall in behind the back of the site, but somehow gets a kill. 25 seconds, Asfi with the bearing in hand up against Forrest. Going back and forth between the box. Asfi, does he know? Oh, misses the jump, but gets it in the end. What a round from Bleed. More question marks come in the chat. Oh boy, this is going to be one hell of a match.
Oh dear, I tell you what, these guys, both teams love to run their mouth. They had a 4v3. SSG had a 4v3.
It's a 5v3, remember, before the kill came in.
Oh, right. And I was going into it and I was saying, yeah, they've done the professional thing. They've got back on site. They're bringing this back into a game of Rainbow Six Siege, not who can make the biggest plays. And then boom, team kill. Changed around. But they should not ever be losing that clutch. Oh, my days.
Why peak?
Why peak? Well, I mean, why peak? Why?
This is just a ranked player's heaven. Like, that's all this is.
I feel like I'm watching a custom 10-man sub right now, I'll be honest.
Honestly, we are watching the Pro Hub.
This is
It's
incredible.
just a glorified scale.
This is out. And I tell you what, the one thing that I love about Bleed, they do not know when they're beat.
No.
They don't have a clue.
No.
Like, they go up against all of these top teams, and again, let's bear in mind, let's just go storyline to Bleed. A year and 5 months ago, a year and 3 months ago, this was a ranked stack put together to play in Pro League. Qualified into, Southeast Asia. Obviously didn't make the Copenhagen Major, just through one best of 3 that they missed out on. And ever since then, they keep coming in and they keep playing against these top teams in international tournaments and just showing no respect, showing no fear. And honestly, they get punched and they hit harder back. It's absolutely incredible to watch these guys.
They can take a hit. They really can.
Really can.
And a lot of the games that you watch them as well, they're always long. Like, these guys never have just easy games as well. It's like they'll win them, but my God, they've had to fight everything they've had, to get that win, and then they have to go and do it again the next day. It's honestly, but look, SSG already losing the defense, which, to be fair, we did say, it's going to be attacker-sided.
We did.
So, at the end of the day, we've been proven right with that, but just obviously the circumstances, and impact trick not going to work, because obviously Sophia comes in, can deny that trick from happening via the drone hole. So one thing that we've mentioned as well with the bans is Azami, for example, has been let through. So that catwalk area is going to be a very safe position to play a player for the defense.
Yeah, as much as we say Azami got nerfed, because you can destroy the Azami keeper barriers from bullets.
There's no difference.
In reality, it's no difference. One, because obviously, hold up, we'll come back to Azami. Ashen, in a bit of a rat pause.
Has he been tracked?
Does he find a kill? Oh, a freebie. Will he type? That's what we want to know right now. Will he type? But yeah, basically, if you're shooting down an Azami Kiba barrier, you're not shooting the enemy, and therefore the Azami can peek out often behind the half-shot Kiba barrier and find the kill. So it's not really a nerf, I would say, unless DMRs are in play, which, as you can see...
Really, 2 operators will be bringing the DMR. That's going to be your Twitch or your Lion, which, again, situational operators not going to be brought all the time. Or maybe a Dokkaebi as well if you want to try and fit that into the mix. But at the moment for Bleed, not a real lot has happened for them. They've only just lost the one player. They haven't really got a whole lot of the ground as well, just inside of the map. Faults ready. Inside of construction, Asfi is going to be moving in with the ace. A very important operator to not lose out on, but they've lost him. And another one for Volts. Picks up Turd as he drops down in front of the window. This looks to be a wrapped-up round for SSG.
Yeah, the process for Bleed here has basically not been good. They got the main breach, but then look at the locations of where people have died. 2 people have died to Faults, not knowing he was inside. All right, the second player knew he was inside of construction, but Asfi, when he walked in there as Ace, didn't know. Mentalist has died downstairs as the Thatcher, so no walls are getting open. They've just got to try and recover it, and they're not going to do so. Reaps is not going to see Faults again on the side of the door on the off position. It's all going to be up to Hoven in the 1 versus 5. I'm not going to say never demo, but it's going to be pretty tricky, and Faults will take it down for a flawless round for SSG.
Yep, massive round for SSG. Again, played the positions well. Lack of droning, probably more than anything you would say.
Yeah.
There was 1 kill happening in the basement where there was no info. Look at the Solus, picks up, 2 kills from just no info again. One thing that I've already seen just from the first 2 rounds is, Bleed, where's your Grim? Where's your Ying? Where are these amazing operators that we want to see? And especially whenever you know you're up against the cash, Azami's open, Rafter's going to be difficult.
Yep.
You need your Capitage, you need your Grims, you need something to help you with that push.
And I tell you what, there's one player right now, Faults, 7-1. And I think the one thing about Faults is, he's had a bit of a hard time adjusting to how, because he's the only remaining member from old SSG. From the old, I suppose, Lycan, Canadian, Core, Hotton.
That team that won the Hammer.
That team that won the Hammer, that played, and they were known for slow, methodical siege. They loved Clubhouse in the utility.
Well, if you have Troy, obviously it's going to be slow.
Exactly, it's going to be slow. It's going to be very process-driven. Now, if you think back to, I don't know, SI23, and you look at Forest, J9, Iconic, Call Out, that Astralis team that were just honestly absolutely mental.
What a run they had. It was,
event, yeah. And they were just playing this gung-ho siege. J9 was clutching everything.
Massive clutches, that was where they were playing,
Yeah. So Faults, I think, has had a little bit of a tricky time transitioning from one mindset to the other, because that is, how it is. And I'm not saying this SSG are a copy of Astralis in 2023, but look at him today. He's actually, and so far in the tournament as well, he's having a great tournament so far, and it's worth pointing that out, because at previous tournaments, he hasn't looked as good as we know he has been, basically.
Oh, the Fuse shields. Here we go again with Mentalist. Here we are.
Shot, man.
I mean, look, Fuse, in its own right, can bring in, I suppose, your smokes, can bring in your hard breach gadgets as well if that's something that you need, but really the gadget, where are you going to see value? We never really see value unless it's like a basement defense where you can maybe get in and do some vertical, but maybe they're just going to play him just for the shield. Remember, with 2 shields banned, you don't get that opportunity, and he has been able to pick up 1 kill. Forrest took down Hoven between that, though, and Forrest has to try and run away now, and he's doing a great job. Just run from the Fuse, and he will get himself out of there, and he can just rotate back up the site. Not a bad play there from Forrest. Do I say the iconic line? Run, Forrest, run!
He gets himself away, 4v4. And I tell you what, for Bleed, it's actually not been too bad, because they've actually been able to take cash, they've been able to take construction. I don't know if they're in logistics yet, but they're certainly close by within a minute. As much as this didn't look like it was going to go well at the start, as you can see Mentalist throwing out construction now, within a minute 10, they've got a big foothold in the map now. If they start working around and go into the Jacuzzi side, as you can see they're doing, if the bandit trick, I think he's gone the wrong side. He has. Now they've got Jacuzzi breach off. They've got a lot of map control here, Demo.
Still mirror windows, though. That's one thing that we have to look at, but I suppose you can maybe try and get the shield in just to deal with that. Mirror window, it is an option, but without the Yings, what's going to be their main pushing force? It's going to be the shield, just straight free Logi!
Oh, no.
But he's down. J9O with the pre-play C4. Flashes go in deep. Turd on the windows, but with no Candelas, what impact will he have? Forrest finds another one. Asfi taken off the board, and Reaps by himself in towards construction. The Azami making it a nightmare for Turd to deal with. Reaps finds one as Forrest has overswung his position. Another one for Reaps. All of a sudden, the 2v2 is where it ends up. He has the diffuser in hand. Potential plant could happen right in the bomb chassis, but then you're putting a lot of pressure on Turd to try and stop that. 1 nade still in the pocket, and 2 smokes as well is what Bleed can use as their utility. Reaps now in through Logi. See if he can try and make a statement in and across that mirror window. Perhaps there is going to be a player prone, tucked in towards the corner. 1 lines up, 2 lines up for Faults. The man that you mentioned had to adapt massively in this year, and boy, he is making it look so easy.
Yeah, wow. Again, they don't know when they're beaten, though. I will shout out Bleed, bringing it back to that 2 versus 2.
I don't know how he's getting these 2 kills. Where are they coming from?
I don't know. I absolutely don't know. Faults basically taken a very aggressive angle there. I was thinking we're on for 1v1 territory here, Demo. I thought as soon as Fultz gets that first kill, he's going to get refragged, and then we're on for an extended 1v1 again. But no, Fultz gets it done. That's going to be 9 kills for him in 3 rounds. And I was talking actually to some of the talents, basically talking about how Reaps yesterday maintained over 1 KPR, which is very rare for a player to do. It happens inside of maps. It doesn't necessarily happen inside of matches or tournaments or leagues. I think across every league in the world, I think we had like 3 players that had a higher than 1 KPR. Pyrox on Cruelty for one of them. I think Creed's in EU was pretty close. I don't know if he actually maintained it.
You had to mention Creeds.
He may have dropped under.
No,
I'll be mentioning Creeds. Don't worry. We'll be talking about that on Sunday.
He's not here yet.
He's not here yet. But yesterday, here's my point. Yesterday, Reaps got like over 1 KPR, first kills, top player of yesterday by a country mile, by the way. Fultz is currently sitting at 3 KPR. It's nuts how well 3 kills around. He is basically at the minute hard carrying SSG through it, and that's not something that we've seen really, to be honest. Throughout the NAL stage, we saw Ashen, we saw J9 hard carrying SSG. The other 3 guys, to be honest to them, were struggling and were negative in the NAL stage. So, you know, if SSG have 3 people that can gun, including Fultz, they've got a real good shot in this tournament.
And the surprising thing with Fultz is you don't look at him and think he's going to be the main gunner for that side. Remember you brought in Ashen, for example, who obviously had a lot of talk around him, being this new young gunner, that wave that NA kind of got in. But Fultz was actually the best entry player yesterday, believe it or not, which is surprising whenever you actually think about the role that he plays, where it's more of the kind of flex support role.
Loading mag.
Well, the Fultz fan club is going to carry on speaking, I think, and we were gonna start the day as the J9 fan club because we think he's
we'll get on to
exceptional
him.
when he clutches.
I
we'll
have
get
a
on to
segment
him.
for Iconic as well. I have to mention him. Obviously, the transition he's had.
Yeah. Anyway, we're back down to the basement, and we're gonna have a roam. Fultz, just like he knows. He knows there's one inside the gym, but he's between a rock, a hard place, and a 3rd player, but does manage to find that kill. J9 finds one onto 3rd, and suddenly SSG is still in advantage as J9 finds 3rd, goes out the window, finds the 3rd! What?
Stop the stream! He can't do that! He's not allowed to do that!
Oh my days. What? Take a breath.
What just happened? What just happened?
Take a breath.
Again, was that a basement?
There was.
How was that a basement?
Oh my days. I mean, there was 2 roamers. There was 2 roamers, Demo. There was J9 and there was Fultz. And they've gone bang, 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 bang. Done.
And
Round's done.
There was a moment there for Fultz as well where it looked as though he was dealing with a guy in gym, one guy outside a jacuzzi breach, another guy coming in through construction. And like you mentioned, caught between a rock and a hard place, and another player as well. And somehow he gets out of that, which I just find absolutely mental to see. But boy, J90, shall we have a chat?
Well, we said we wanted to talk about the J90 fan club, and then there he comes in, big 3K. Making the plays, that jump out of gym was ridiculous. Pre-firing into CC.
The consistency with this guy, probably since SI23, has been unrivaled, I think, in all of North America. I think he's been the most consistent player that region has produced. And I think consistency, I talk about it all the time, that is what the difference is between a good player and a great player.
Yep. I mean, the thing is, J9 will go under the radar because his personality is quiet, it's unassuming. He's not the guy that's typing, he's not the guy that's looking for the spawn peaks and getting aggressive like this, like we're going to see from Fultz.
He's 11-1, he can do what he wants.
He can. He's having a life game, get him on it, just get him in good fast. But J9's been consistent, and for the longest time, I genuinely believe he's a top 5 player in the world. I think a lot of people inside of Tier 1 teams, in NA, I think any North American team would snap him up.
He gives users a run for his money.
He does.
And think about the way we talk about that guy in EU, true. So yeah, certainly one. But let's look at Bleed, because obviously right now, we mentioned before, it should be an attacker side of Clubhouse. Bleed have not been able to do that.
And they should be 4-0 down.
They should, and the thing with Bleed, they're not getting the kills. 2 players still yet to get a kill, Turd and Hoven, yet to get onto the scoreboard. And Reaps, again, for as much as what we praised them, negative at the moment. So it's the killing department for Bleed, and it just seems to be a lack of refrags more than anything. SSG looked like a unit. You look at that round that they just had, they were moving through the motions with each other. One player going for the wall, other player pushing in through doorways, catching them by surprise, taking those 1v2s, whereas Bleed haven't really done that.
Yeah, I think I agree, and I think Clubhouse is a strange old map because you can leave open all of the operators you want on the attack. you know, if we go back to the bans, you can leave open the Dokkaebi, the Ying, the Capitao, the Deimos. But ultimately, you can't fit a lot of them in because you've still got to play a minimum 2 breaches and usually a Factor as well. So there's a lot of... Basically, there's never enough attackers that you want to bring 10 attackers on Clubhouse, and you can only bring 5 is the way I look at it. I do think they need to lean into the Ying or the Dokkaebi a little bit more than they have been, though.
Well, they have the Capitao this time that will help them with that Raptors area. And oh, what a pick from Reaps.
That'll do.
Little shot through the barricade. Down goes Forest. Fenrir gone as well. So whatever traps he has activated, they will remain in that position. He can't switch them around. But Iconic gets caught out. The fire right beside him. But then the Gonsit come out. And this is looking a lot better from Bleed. Ashen gets 1 kill back. And also looking to go aggressive onto the breach with Jane. I know both of them working in conjunction. But no, Third is ready and finds both of them. Bleed, that's more like it. That's what we wanted to see. Slow and steady, and then just a flurry of kills.
They needed that. They definitely needed that round. I think, you know, they've maybe got caught up in the brawl aspect of it. I think, you know, if you think of this as like a boxing match, because it is, because these two like a little bit of talk, these two teams, and they've got those kind of players that just produce these huge moments. And I think they got caught up in a little bit of the mind games going on, a little bit of the mentality, a little bit of the individualistic side of things. Bleed just needed a round where they were significantly settled down. Settle down, go through the process,
it was slow.
Punish SSG for what they're trying to get away with. And we saw it. It was just 1, 2, 3, flurry of kills, 5v2 and see it out. That is pretty much the perfect round. And to be honest, as bad as Bleed has looked, apart from that last round. Because round 1 they got a clutch, the next 3 rounds they've been outclassed. They're still now in this. If they could get a 3-3 attack half, on the result of it, on the balance of it, that's not actually bad. Even though I still would say I expect this to be an attacker side Clubhouse. So even if they win this round, I still think they will be in a little bit of disadvantage.
Yeah. Iconic on the Clash. An operator that we don't see all too
another
often
shield.
Is another
a shield with a shield.
Shield with a shield, always a fun one. But yeah, look, I think the Clash is going to be brought in for that early information. And honestly, I think they're probably going to use that Clash as like a portable mirror window. That you're going to see one of the gunners behind trying to swing off the Clash. You know, I'm sure everyone has seen it before where you have the Clash, do not move, and you just peek around the Clash like a mirror window.
I was actually fortunate enough to legitimately scrim a team coming to this event in Phase 2, unnamed, and they used the Clash with a gunner behind where they was actually moving and using it as a run out with protection, and yeah, the scrim got a bit silly, I will say, at the end, but yeah. So yeah, the Clash is a very, very fun operator when you want to use her creatively. I wonder if Iconic's going to get baited by this drone. Spins out the Clash shield to shoot the drone and gets killed.
Timing,
it's not going to happen, is it?
Looking at the lineup from Bleed, it's not the most impactful lineup that you would say, where you don't really have a lot in terms of pushing into Logi, for example. You've got, I mean, a decent amount of flashes. You've got 12 flashes, of course, on the board, but I think they're going to struggle at the moment with just getting off these castle barricades because they don't really have much in the soft breach destruction apart from a few Gone 6s, I'm sure. Yeah,
normally you see Jim, you see Castle, and you auto pick onto Havana, but again, that's that thing. With Clubhouse, it's so hard.
Oh!
C4 comes out! Wow, that's mentalist off the board. That's the Thermite down. So they're not just going to find Castle barricades hard, they're actually going to find taking control of Cash hard as well.
Oh, but here comes Turd, here comes Reaps. One jumping in through the window, another in towards top of Red Stairs, and they have found 2 kills back, but like you mentioned, with no hard breacher, this is going to be very difficult, and if these Azamis and Castles still on the board, how do they get through them? They just don't have the soft destruction. They're going to have to sit there and melee away the castle barricades. You don't know, Ash could just jump straight out of it, and it looks as though he's going to be ready for it. Oh, barely misses out on the shot. Just, that's it, fill it right back up, using the Azami. Reaps over to the other one now, so a minute 10, but it's going to be a very difficult push now for Bleed.
Yeah, we're on Punching Castle Simulator. We've got attackers punching them. We've got defenders punching them. There's no Jacuzzi breach, which is why Forrest wants to have this castle open so he can play inside of Jim, so he can play in front of that mirror window if he needs to. And yeah, it's going to be a stalemate. They can't open Jacuzzi. They can't open any wall. They're going to have to force through choke points. Logi hatch, all of the windows, maybe cash door into con, and that's about it. And you would assume that SSG are going to sweep up from here.
And also, you look at the position Ash is in, he also has a shield right on the door that he can play behind as well, so even more safety for him. Ash is going to be the one in the hot seat. You can see Jane, I know, also coming over to support, but Turd finds an angle through the window. Ashen off the board. J9O trying to hold on to that construction door, but he gets shot through the wall and has to fall back now in towards the top of the main stairs. Hoven will get a drone in position. He has a diffuser in hand. He's going to have to try and stick it, but there's still a C4 from Force that will be fired out, but Turd is going to be out of the way of that one. A kill comes in for Force. He rotates back and forth in between Jacuzzi, in between bathroom, but the mirror window's being open for him, and he can play the angle to catch Turd by surprise, and Reed by himself doesn't have enough time, and SSG take a very important 4-2 half.
What a half. What a ridiculous half of Siege, and SSG played that well. They understood that they'd probably killed the Breacher, because let's be fair with this team. Who's going to be on the Breacher out of this team on Bleed? It's going to be Mentalist. As soon as they got that C4, they recognized it. They knew that no breaching was going to come in, and they played according to that win condition, and it got them the round done. And I do just want to say about Mentalist as well, and I'm going to take this on a bit of a negative tone, Demo. I know you was all Mr. Positive yesterday when you was with Ace. I am going to take this on a little bit of a negative turn about Mentalist, because there's been 2 rounds, ultimately, where on Clubhouse he's played an operator that has been crucial to the success of the round and has died. The first round is more criminal than the second, which was when he was on Thatcher and died into the basement to Ashen. But the second round there, dying as the Thermite, really stops the round from doing anything from Bleed. They made a good fist of it, trying to get it back, but ultimately stop them from breaching, stop them from doing anything. So, you know, a little bit of, I suppose, fundamental Siege that's gone wrong from Bleed, though.
I just don't think they haven't abused what's available.
Yeah.
Straight away, look at SSG.
Yeah, look at
the
that.
lineup. You've got the Grim in, you've got the Dokkaebi in. Never mind to switch them off, because I think they maybe want to see it more of a slow play style, mostly because I think they've seen there's a bit of a kind of loose room going on.
Yeah.
More than anything, and they're going to have to try and challenge that. That's why we see operators like Lion and Ash probably come in to try and help them with that inter-engagement.
Yeah, I think so. It's pretty sensible. Now, Reaps is going to do his best Ashen impression and try and
I would love to see.
get a spawn
You'd
peek.
love to see Ashen get popped off, wouldn't you? After
It
the
would
spawn
be,
peek
it
the
would
first
be
round.
quite funny. J9 also loves that hollow sight. I don't know if you've noticed. They're not the hollow sight, the Russian
the
ACOG
Russian
sight.
ACOG.
He's used it a couple of times now. We saw it on Castle.
yeah.
We saw it on Ash as well there. But yeah, I think whenever there's a roam, I think the win condition of the roam is, can you get to a man advantage as the attackers, and can you do it in enough time? As we see Asfi go down on the CC window.
One thing we mentioned with Basement, it's all about keeping players alive for the defense and the attack.
Yeah.
If there is ever, you know, an unbalance of numbers, it usually swings into whoever has the more men on site. And I think for the attackers, if you have that extra man, you can rotate to areas such as blue, and there's going to be really nobody contesting you. But now we see not just the down, but also a kill happens on to Reaps as well. What an incredible start for SSG. Ashen already goes. Oh, it's a classic drone punch through the barricade and get a freebie.
What's he doing? Why is he just stood by the dead door? I don't think he was on cams because they had people dead. I don't know what mental Asfi's going to get confirmed now. Obviously, nobody could save him. It's now a 5v2. SSG have got a minute and 40 seconds to set up and execute. They've got the top 2 floors. They've got control of dirt. Hoven is going to have to get aggressive because he has to find some kind of kill back. And this is what SSG are waiting for, by the way. They're just chilled. They're doing nothing. It's stuck in the mud. It's Statue Simulator from SSG right now.
Hoven's playing GoldenEye. You know, he's got the handgun ready. But boy, all it takes is just one sweep through the site and see where they are. And that's going to be just all SSG need then, just to set up their attack. They have all the time in the world. Hoven will try and block up that main door onto the site. J9O ready to drop in towards blue, and both the defenders stacking up amongst one another. They've completely left church, and now they will try and defend in towards kitchen. A very late impact trick will be successful. SSG just again taking their time, but we know they have the man advantage. They have all this time that they can utilize. Up comes Hoven now. He will try and make a play. Ooh. Will he catch one? It looks as though he can. Yeah, it is going to be on, but no, he shoots at the wrong time. Gives himself up. Now will let his position be known to the attackers of SSG, who again still have not pushed the bomb site. Oh, Turd almost dies to the Goyo Flames. Ashen gets called out.
No.
Where his Hoven came from, just impacts the barrier, picks up a kill, another one runs across Forest, takes a lot of damage, but look at this from Forest, what a play, pushes straight towards Church, but Turd still fighting through. How is it a 2v2? SSG will now try and get the diffuser down. Forest tucked in towards the default position, falls in a great area though to try and hold these long angles. Hold for the fight, finds one. Hoven down, and Turd on a sliver of HP has to try and clutch up in the 1v2. But look at the positions from SSG. They can just wait for him. They can play around each other. Wall bangs trying to be attempted, but nothing comes off it. And there's Forest. SSG secure the round, but boy, did they make it hard.
Are you strapped in, Demo? Are you strapped in on that roller coaster of emotions that was round 7?
How did they get to a 2v? What did...
Right, so 5v2, right? 5v2, and I'm thinking
All day of
SSG
the week.
are genius. As we've got a bleed timeout now, but I was thinking SSG are geniuses. Why? Because they knew that the defenders would have to get aggressive to try and get the picks back. They were sat on blue hatch watching the blue door and the blue rotate. They were sat on dirt door. They were sat on main stairs, and they were just waiting for these defenders inside the site to move around. What did they do? They had a little poke, but then they got back to site and just chilled in sight. Time pressure becomes a thing. SSG then get really stressed and start running like headless chickens. And it goes to a 2v2. Oh my god, like SSG deserved to win that round because they played it beautifully in the start. But dearie me, they nearly did a job of throwing it.
Just no words. No words, but again, SSG in the lead. We see the timeout come in from Bleed, and hopefully Giulio can give his boys a bit of advice in terms of what they need to do to get back into this game, because right now it's not looking too good for them. 3 rounds behind SSG, as we know as well, on the attack, and we mentioned before, with all of the operators available in terms of your clubhouse that you get to have, SSG will abuse that. We know the operator pool is extremely deep whenever you're dealing with a player like Forrest that we mentioned before as well.
Yeah.
And look, they're not going to go for basement. They're going to go completely change it up right up to the top floor, in towards gym and bedroom.
Yeah, I actually think they need to. I really think they just need to change up. And, you know, Julio's timeout is going to have given them that. What I will say, though, is whenever there's a timeout for one team, there's a timeout for another.
Yeah, it works both ways.
So if you look at now what SSG are hovering, they're hovering the Ying, they're hovering the Jackal. You know, they will expect that Bleed are going to come up with something different. Because that was a timeout after 1 defense. So they're going to try something drastically different, you would assume. And so, yeah, we're going to go to Gym. And Mentalist is going to be on the Maestro. And what I was wondering and what I was hoping, would we see a Brava? Oh.
Look at this thing.
He loves his boss G. I'll tell you what, that's ballsy, right? You're 5-2 down. You've played like crap. You've got a few exits in the last round. And you're on the boss G.
Honestly, this will have to be watched. We'll be watching to see how this boss G does, but boy, I don't know about this one, Turd. I really don't.
Is he been baited into a run out of dirt? Because the Jackal of Iconic has just opened up dirt, and I think he's just trying to bait a player
somebody to go
do
for it.
Yeah. Or is he trying to push himself?
I think he wants to push in because, look, Jackal, especially with Iconic, he is that kind of shadow lurker, isn't he, where he'll just sit there and wait for his opportunity to come. And if he can get himself into position, it will be very strong. But as we know, there is a roamer downstairs. We have that Vigil on the bottom main stairs as well. No footprints to be seen also. So he's hidden himself extremely well. So this is going to be a tense one because, again, that extra man for the attack or the defense is enough just to sway Clubhouse with how we know it works with all the different crossfires you can establish. But Iconic is actually just going to go straight through blue, ignore where Turd is. Obviously, doesn't know he's down there, but it's going to work out for him.
Absolute passing ships in the night. Sometimes it happens like that. We can focus on the fight that will never happen. If we get back up to the top floor, Asfi, he's reinforced off the... I will think of the word. He's reinforced off the logistics wall, and he's going to bandit trick that.
Yeah.
So Bleed are giving SSG the east side of the map, but then they're going to bandit trick and try and keep control of logistics.
It's going to waste time, and SSG, I mean, we've seen from the basement, kind of stalled out. They were pretty slow, and Turd just has not moved his feet. Both of these players have no idea where one another is, but they have a suspicion. They think that they do, which, I mean, the thing is, they're completely right, but they don't know that, and here we go. Iconic is starting to make his approach, but maybe Turd just walked away. He could be at the toilet, I don't know.
He's not checking
He hasn't moved, there's no way. It should be an absolute freebie, and it will be Turd.
Oh, the body dump!
What a patient player.
No.
Well, a minute 30, he just sat there and waited, and he does get his man. And SSG, they have wasted a lot of time trying to secure that kill. Action is inside the bathroom. He's just walked in, Reach behind him as well. Bolt is going with the refrag. He will get it, but no. Turd comes up with the Bolt G and gets the kill. Another one from Turd. 2 kills on the Bolt G. You'll never see anything like this again. You never will.
The C4 will finish off the round. And Tad has just typed, shit, LMAO in chat. I tell you what, this team, as much as they've not played beautiful strategic siege, they do not know when they are beaten. And they still have confidence.
I can't be bothered, man. I can't be bothered. It's just...
Ted is from prep phase, bottom main stairs for 2 minutes.
Gets his kill.
He was on TikTok. He was scrolling,
Gets
doing
his kill,
nothing.
yeah.
Gets his kill, runs up, gets 2 boss G kills, wins the round. No problem at all. And then, for good measure, adds on to the type in chat.
I don't know. I don't know.
It was also a tricky one as well, because I think the fundamentals behind that as well is SSG really struggled to deal with the construction into logistics and couldn't take logistics, which meant they had to force through breaches and windows and all that stuff. Ashen made a hero play, nearly worked out, but for one guy with a boss G.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
Let's everyone, right, we're going to do some breathing exercises. Everyone just take a deep, big, massive breath, everyone. And exhale.
5 seconds left.
In
Round
for 4,
nine.
hold for 4.
Here we go.
Out for 4.
Here we go. Round 9 coming up.
Moving out to locate
Is he on
the
it
bomb.
again, by the way?
It's been a fun game. He's of course he's on it again. You don't even have to question that.
It's like Tad goes negative and then he gets on the boss G and suddenly he's superhuman.
I'll be honest, the past 2 rounds that I've seen from SSG, I've been very worried. Even though that they did win one of them. They are stalling out in that mid-round a lot
The
so
fact
far.
that they nearly lost that first round from a 5v2 does give cause for concern.
Yep.
They did then obviously lose the next round. We're back down to the basement. So again, I suppose for Bleed, is it about they're not actually looking like they're going to do any kind of roam here, any kind of soft roam. There's no mute. There's maybe the vigil, but that's about it really. 6 impacts on side, so maybe some impact tricking could come in, but that's it. You would envisage now SSG will take faster control of the map, but it will be, the whole round will be determined on whether they can execute or not, which, as you can say, the last 2 rounds we've not seen them execute well. And Ted, actually, the vigil might not be that bad of an idea, because one thing, you hold flanks on garage all of the time with a drone.
Oil pit, yeah.
The oil pit flank, you hold it with a drone. He could get a successful flank if the drone is far away up in the rafters. It wouldn't see the vigil spikes.
I mean, he could just be playing it for a bit of clay pigeon shooting as well, because he's got a great angle onto the top of Adam's stairs
true,
there,
that's
so
true.
could be an option for him as well. But minute 40, all of the map is secured by SSG. We know that. Everyone from Bleed is going to be downstairs in the basement. So it should just be, very standard now from SSG. Run through, almost the practice drills as you like. Run through the basics of what you need to do. Make sure those hatches are going to be opened up. But the impact tricking is going to cause him a little bit of an issue. And oh no, Ashen
Where's
tries
Drone
to
going?
run across right in front of all of those Kiba barriers. And Hoven gets probably the easiest kill he's had all game. And he hasn't had many.
He's not gonna, is he?
Of course he is.
He's just going to chill under the hatch. No problem.
yeah.
I mean, why do you expect anybody to be there? It's not like Cade's on site. That's the only place you'd ever see a Cade. You'd never see anybody else there under an open hatch.
Sooner you come to
Would you?
accept what turd is, the more you'll enjoy him. Just don't
no.
question, just accept what
I
it is.
accept it. I watch his streams.
Accept it. Oh, it's going to get flamed out as well. As see the Goyo counter should be popped, and J9O has taken up that position in towards the Adam stairs. Fultz has now also successfully opened up that triple wall, a huge position that he can now sit in and try and lock down that church. We can see a couple of Yings also be displaced there by Forrest, and a few flashes as well for good measure. Iconic has the diffuser. Looks as though they will be trying to jump in towards that hatch, but no, immediately turned just to blast them out of the air. Headshot, good night, has a swing, but Fultz is ready for him. But no, the trade of the Kiba barrier gives a great bit of information over to Mentalist to win that engagement, and 2 more kills come in after that. Bleed a great hold.
So I'm writing a checklist summary of this defense, of this attack half by SSG, defense half by Bleed. Number 1, Turd unreal with Boss G. Number 2, SSG can't execute. Seems like Bleed know that. It seems like Bleed have found that out. And if I'm a Bleed fan, if I'm a Bleed fan, I'm very excited now. And if I'm an SSG fan, I'm hoping Callout delivers the time out of his life right now. And he forces, in my opinion, I would just tell them to start pushing site fast, get a bit crazy, get a bit erratic with it. Because you honestly, your executes aren't good enough. They're not. What do you say?
Again, just that mid-round, they are slowing down way too much. They're not getting themselves into the right position. It doesn't look as though they know where they want to go. They don't know what they want to do. I mean, the crazy thing as well, Bleed's way of stopping that attack was, I don't think any professional coach would have thought of this as, Turd's going to kill the guy who drops with a boss G. That's the way we'll win that. And that's the way they want it, because he just nailed it. As soon as that diffuser's done, that's it, round's over.
Did he catch him in the air?
He caught him in the air.
He's boss G'd him out of the air with a headshot.
Yeah, because he was standing inside of, I think, blue, wasn't it? And he caught him just as he fell.
Ted actually had a really difficult attack half as well. I think he was like 3 and 6.
It was,
I know he's 10 and 7 on the defense. We'll call it 3 and 6. I don't know if that was the actual stats. I remember him getting back to 6 and 6 after the exit frags in the first round of the defense. But yeah, you got to feel for faults as well. He did drop off from his 3.0 KPR, but he's still, you know, maintaining a very excellent and a very handy record. I think if we happen to go all 3 maps and go overtime, if he has a good day, we could be talking about records.
I mean, the issue is that no one else from SSG is stepping up. No one else is above 5 kills apart from Faults. That's a massive issue.
The star players, J9 and Ashen, that we said have carried them through the stage, are not currently present today. J9 had one great round on the defense on the gym. Was it 3-piece or 4-piece?
3-piece.
That was it. You know, iconic. And if you think about if you think about how old Astralis worked as well, in that, you know, that
he's playing the same rules what he was previously, where he's allowed to have that freedom, isn't it?
And he has that impact. Or he had that impact on Astralis. We're not yet seeing it inside of this map specifically.
Yeah. So hopefully the timeout has worked for SSG and they can give their head a bit of a wobble and get them back into this map, because it's slowly moving in favor of Bleed. The momentum is behind them. The confidence is behind them. We know that for a fact. Hoven on the Azami, going to be setting up in a nice position, of course, in towards the Raptors. Bandit Trick will be successful on the left side, not so much on the right, but he still has been able to, I would say, stop the better side, but as we see, plenty of Selmas, but an impact, barely misses out though. Forced him to take a single bit of damage, which I'm more surprised by. How's that happened?
He did yelp. I mean, so that's the Jacuzzi breach. That's not the Jacuzzi breach, that's the CC breach. There's only hard breach now on Ashen, and he's just used one of them. I thought it might have been for Garage, but I'm not actually sure where he's done that breach. Is it Jacuzzi? Anyway,
could be Cornwall, no?
So, is it Jacuzzi? Yeah, it is. So they're not... Oh, have they already got a breach on Garage? I was about to say, Garage is going to be unsurmountable here. Because there's 2 in there and in his army.
A lot of teams, I think, these days actually leave Garage like pretty soft as well. I've seen where they want to try and put them for like bedroom and stuff. So I have seen that a few times. You've got the right wall, but the left wall is open. So again, you can still open that up with a soft breacher. But I mean, maybe rotate the Ash.
Difficult,
I mean, you can just bring the Ash in, no? And that makes it pretty easy.
It does, but are they going to do that? Oh, is he going to pick CC?
I've seen a bit of time in there. Oh. It was the Bandit, wasn't it? Was it Ashley? Yeah, he's in bedroom.
I just want to... I want to drag him to the window to peek it.
Oh, first pick. Massive one at that. Hoven's left his position on Raptors to challenge the players in bottom Garage, and he's lost his life because of that. Not the greatest of plays that you could go for. Ashby has also been droned out inside of bar, and this is looking a lot better from SSG. They are assessing what they need to do. They're assessing the players that they need to try and take out. One of them is down in Garage. They know there's going to be another guy inside of Raptors. If they can take control of Garage and Raptors, this push should be fairly simple from then on in.
Problem is, there's still a player, even though there's army side, there's still a player of Turd inside of Raptors, and there's 40 seconds left. You've got to kill him, and then you've got to execute. He can dog stim himself through, Demo. Brilliant, you once said, when this happened before. And Turd's going to dog stim himself through, keep himself full HP, but he will die to the player walking up the stairs. You would imagine. There it is. But the refrag happens from Reaped, so 3v4, 20 seconds left.
Forrest has the diffuser in hand. He's going to be stationed outside of the main breach, so they need to try and get the smokes in to cover off top red and also that radio door as well.
2 smokes on Reaps.
Ashen needs to get ready. We see the smoke canister will be displaced, but look at the plant position of Forrest right beside the breach. Mentalist knows that he's going to creep up on him, and he finds the kill. He stops the diffuser going down. A 1v2. Falls is going to get cast out. Reaps is still alive. Ashen has to try and cover. Reaps now moving up, has to try and sprint for it. Is the cover going to be there? Both of them lined up. Reaps, no, doesn't swing. Another one just drops himself at this floor. Reaps in the 1v1. Faults taking his time, relocates in towards Raptor. Reaps, what a swing and a quad, disgusting quad. Oh, how does he do it?
Bomb diffuser disabled by
I don't even know what to say, Demo. I'll be honest. If we had caster cams on right now, I've just dropped to my knees. How has Reaps won that? How? They knew where he was. Hey, I was down here, I promise. I've just stood up. How have they won that, man? Reaps is just... Deary me, SSG.
I feel like I've done the London Marathon.
Honestly, we've got to cast 2 best of 3s today, Demo. My energy's zapped already. I don't know. Look, like I think the round ultimately, in my opinion, was won. If we bring this back, by the fact that they wasted so much time. Like, SSG wasted so much time deciding which side they were going to go for. We saw Ashen breach Jacuzzi, but then they never went and pushed Master. They then tried to go to Garage, and fair enough, they got a 4v3. But it just didn't happen.
Can we help Faults? Can we help him?
Poor Faults, 18
Can
kills.
we help him?
Plants.
SSG! You're not a one-man team.
Well, we said you was, but we said it was
Seconds
action.
left.
This was Jane I know before about anyone else. Like, this is your flex support player dropping 18 kills.
I'll be honest, I could watch 5 maps of this.
Like,
We might have to.
I have no... Again.
Ooh, the spawn peak's been seen.
To defuse a bomb.
On
Don't
the
think
gym
Matt
lights.
Turd's going to win it anyway. Doesn't
Is he?
matter.
It's been seen. It's been drones.
There we go. Oh, I missed. Oh, he hit me. He hit him. Oh, dearie me.
Jesus,
If
man.
it killed Ashen,
I tell you what,
the whole chat would have been gone.
Ashen's got a lot quieter since that very first round of spawn
I'm
peeking.
telling you.
The toilet roll.
It's, oh, look, I said before in the first half, Bleed just weren't getting the kills.
Yep.
All of a sudden, their kills are coming left, right, and center. You know, but SSG, it's just they get to that midpoint and they waste so much time. It's way too slow today. Way too slow for this side.
This is what I kind of always think from as an outsider's perspective. We're both Europeans. We generally work on EUL and some of the other regionals. We don't really touch North America much on a domestic scale. But the one thing that I've always wondered about SSG is, do they want to be SSG or do they want to be Astralis? And they can't seem to decide. I think that maybe does hinder them.
I always looked at that side and I thought they're a team that can play quick, can play rushes, can play that fast meta extremely well. But we just haven't seen that today.
That's genius by Hoven, by the way. So he waits for the Thermite Breach, because normally when a Thermite Breach opens that single wall,
It'll get the other side.
It'll get
as
the
well.
other
Yeah,
side. But he waited until after the Thermite Breach goes off to reinforce, which means it keeps that logistics wall once again reinforced. It keeps it reinforced, and I think Turd's got something cooking here. Do you know? Do you think? Impact up, and he's going to hold the hatch drop with the boss J.
Because he knows the Ying's going to come there. Because again, I would say SSG today have also been very readable, very predictable in the strats that they've done. It's been very basic, very by the book. Everyone knows those strategies. So that means Bleed are going to know what you're going to do. And if they're going to try and go for that same attack that they did previously up here in the gym and bedroom, where they try and get in through Logi, they try and push in through construction, play in some of the windows, Bleed will know how to adapt to that.
Yep. I think they will as well. And, the bandit logistics is going to be impossible. Like, the only thing that they can do is try and ying down the hatch, and Turd's going to be holding that. Hoven's picked up one with the C4 as well. Ashen's having a mare. And that's the jacuzzi pressure gone.
The mirror windows have not been... have not been judged whatsoever, but by SSG. They've just let these mirror windows set, and here we go, Turd. Because, I mean, the thing is, if they're bandit tricking in towards Logi, they know that they need to get Aspie out of Logi, so they're going to go to Logi, and then we're going to see the guy below kill them. So everything's lining up beautifully right now for Bleed. Reaps with another, and SSG again, just doing nothing. Just nothing is happening for them. Just standing out on windows. We see that Reaps just says that. You see nothing. You see absolutely nothing. You see bullets coming towards your head. Jane, I know, has got himself towards Logi, just took a boss G from below, and Impact goes in, Turd ends up picking the kill. An iconic
15 seconds to go.
1v5, 3 Candelas, he hasn't used them, 10 seconds to go, picks up an exit frag, doesn't even secure the exit frag. Bleed, a flawless 6-5, Bleed in the lead. They were 5-2 down, Jack. Now it's 6-5 to Bleed.
This has gone from the sublime to the ridiculous and everything in between this game. And I'll be honest, right? If we can read what SSG are doing, bet your bottom bloody dollar that Bleed can read it.
So we've got a quote coming in from Mentalist, and I quote, "You can't even kill a down guy."
That's true. He's not wrong. He's not wrong, bro. He is not wrong. And I think we talk about the mental warfare, and it's interesting, actually, the mental warfare aspect of it, because Bleed suffered through their attacks, and they had to be quiet, and they had to wait their time, and the rounds stand back round, and now it's Bleed giving it large. Look at all of that. No replies from SSG.
Nope.
And you might just see it as a bit of shit talk, but it is so important, because you've been in games, you've been in, and I'm not just talking about ranked lobbies, but this happens in ranked lobbies. If you're playing bad, and somebody's giving you crap in ranked lobbies, it makes you play worse. I'm not condoning it, by the way. I just want to put that one out there.
No toxic here.
But it does mental inside of Rainbow Six Siege. This is the creme de la creme of players across the world.
It's like
these are all incredibly
it puts the
skilled
pressure on you.
players.
For example, Ashen. If Ashen knows that Turd kills him, he's like, oh, Turd's killed me, something's going to kill him in the chat. And immediately there's something in the chat. So it's that mental warfare. I cannot die to that guy. And then you overthink stuff, and then that ends up getting you killed anyway.
Exactly.
Instead of just ignoring it. Honestly, SSG may need to turn the chat off.
They might have already.
Honestly,
they might have already done it.
That
they might have
be the
already
way.
done it because they're not replying. What a game. I'll be honest, I am bloody loving this game.
Are you bleeding loving it?
I'm bleeding loving it. Bloody hell. Yeah, so, well, Bleed, they're on match point. They're on map point.
And they get the basement.
On their map pick, and they've rotated, because of how the rotations have worked, into the basement to win it all. And again, I don't think we're going to see any roams. We're not going to see anything too special, because they know SSG can't execute.
Look, they've brought in even more with execute now. We're seeing the Grim and the Ying. So you could probably play your Grim in towards blue, try and take control generator, and then force your Ying maybe down towards the kitchen hatch as well. So you can try and hit with both of them. But again, it's the timing of things. I think Bleed have picked a very strong lineup. You have a lot of operators here who can waste time. And the thing is as well, it's not like your generic people would think of, oh, that's going to waste time. Like your Smoke, for example. Fenrirs are going to waste time dealing with that, and it's also going to hurt you in the execute. Goyo's obviously going to waste time. Azamis are going to waste time because you have to sit there and destroy them. Mirrors are going to waste time because you have to try and figure out how do you deal with the mirror windows. They have so many operators here that are just annoying to deal with from an attacking perspective.
Yep, and it's just so smart. It really is. Like I say, I don't think they had particularly good attacks, but Bleed's defenses strategically have been really on point, really well read into SSG so far. And again, that's the process. What can SSG now, at this point in time, deal with? Where are they going to split their utility? Are they going to focus on triple wall? Are they going to get the mirror windows? Are they going to try and pop the Goyo canisters? How are they going to do that? There's no Flores. There's no Twitch. How are they going to execute? What's their plan? And that's the big question mark that's coming in, really.
The mirror window's still standing, Jack. Do you see that? It's
and
still,
do you know what?
Behind this.
Ted's got the cojones on him to still play behind this mirror window.
Oh, well, it's gone now. It's finally will
Is it
be
gone, or is it
ruined.
just
No,
gonna
the
be a feet
bottom of
hole?
it's gone, but I mean,
But he can play behind the bar.
there's no way. Oh my. He's
Look at
still
him.
playing on it.
And Forrest is dead.
I mean, it just Bleed do things that no other team would dare dream to think of. Oh, and Tur finds the pick as well. Fault's gone. The hard carry for SSG is gone. Now we really do need someone else from SSG to step up, or else Bleed will just sweep them aside on this half of Clubhouse. J9O has grimmed out in towards Generator, but nobody's there. He's going to get no value whatsoever. It looks to be maybe a moto drop coming in from Ashen, but we see the positions from Bleed. They are set up extremely well. Hoven especially. Flashes, though, do try and stall him out of that. In comes Reaps with the shotgun as well in hand. Aspi finds one. The shotgun misses, though. Both of them clogged up inside of Moto. And they line up for Bleed. And they rip him apart. Bleed take map number 1. What a first map between both of these sides. Oh my word. Jack, talk to me. Talk to me, Jack.
That was one of the most entertaining Clubhouses I have watched in a very, very long time.
How do you make Clubhouse entertaining? They've done it. They've done it.
People will say Clubhouse is the age-old map where you can't do anything different. I tell you what, Boss G Meta, he's coming in right now. Fish and Chips, Bleed, they're making it their own map right now. SSG looked poor on it yesterday. Better performance today, but they lost. And they can't execute. And I think going into Bank, that's going to be one of the big things Bleed will start to play on, is their lack of executions. Think about Bank, bottom floor. What's it about? Executions. Like, Bleed have won the mental game as well. That's the one thing that I want to put in.
They don't know how to lose.
No.
They don't know when they're beat.
I feel like I'm watching a Rocky movie.
It's a little team that could. Yeah. Honestly, just...
Look at them.
And then the thing is, they look quite chill. They don't look as though it's like, wow, what a game we've just had. It's like, yeah, we do that a lot. That's kind of classic for us.
Yep.
It's not classic for us. That's not how you play Clubhouse.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, and this is one of the things that happens with teams that generally come from the Asia-Pacific region that we've seen other teams. They succumb to the pressure of facing a big team. Bleed, they don't care.
They don't.
They've not got the respect. They just go for it and they back themselves.
On the other hand, I think the pressure's got the SSG.
Yes.
Because you're against an APAC team. You're North America. You're supposed to be this juggernaut of a region.
It's supposed to be an easy win.
You struggle against the Mexican side. You now struggled against Bleed. The SSG, they need to do something better than what they've been doing.
Yeah, I think so. I think Callout needs to have a big conversation with them now because I think SSG have got it as well. Like, let's be fair. I think Bleed have achieved pretty good performance there on their defenses, but SSG, I think, have dropped off in terms of their performance. Maybe not dropped off because they looked pretty poor on Clubhouse yesterday, but what dropped off from the expectations that we had for their performance, it was nowhere near, and it was especially noticeable on their attacks and their lack of executions.
Yeah.
So Callout needs to get into his players' heads, keep their confidence high, keep their mental good, and basically if they can't fix their executions, they need to find a way to go around that. They need to find something different, just lurking somebody in to open the round or something like that. But
it's too predictable. That's the siege that they're playing.
It really
It's
is.
Bleed know exactly what they're going to do, and they just set up accordingly. I think SSG have not assessed the utility that I think Bleed were bringing them defense. Mirror windows were always being allowed to be left up, Azamis as well. You know, I just think that they need to figure out, okay, what is the main thing that's causing us an issue?
Yeah.
Let's bring the counter to that. Everything in Siege has a counter.
does.
That is the facts of it. And if
does.
you don't understand that, you're not going to be able to get far.
oh well, that was Clubhouse done.
That's Clubhouse done. Again, Bank still to come. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will be back with potentially the conclusion of the series. If they take Bank, Bleed will move on into Phase 2, which will be played on Sunday, and then that means SSG, they get another chance to get into Phase 2, but it will be in that loser bracket, which again, will be played later on today. There's still an extra 2 best-of-3s that we have, but look, that's for later. We're going to go to the break. Welcome back, everyone, as we are ready to continue on with our first game of Stream B. And what a game we have on our hands already after the first map. Bleed versus SSG. Bleed take the first map 7 rounds to 5. And if you didn't get a chance to watch it, go and watch that one before you come back here. You need to watch that map.
I genuinely think, you know, there's maps in tournaments, matches in tournaments, where it's like, it was only groups, but I'll go back and watch it, and I'll watch it, and I'll watch it again. That was one of the maps I genuinely think. It had everything. It had absolutely everything. And obviously Bleed came out on top, 7-5. But at one point, they were 5-2 down after their first defense. They took a timeout, and Julio, to be fair, let's give him his props. Julio called the timeout after round 7. They didn't lose a round after that. Reaps came alive. Turd came alive. And Bleed got it done. And you've got to feel for faults. I'll be honest, you've got to feel for faults. 18 kills, 75% cost, 2 entry kills, a couple of plants in there as well. He didn't deserve to be on the losing team. Unfortunately, he was. But that sets up a nice storyline because Bleed have won on their map pick in this best of 3. So if SSG are to win it, and I would say on the balance of things, they were the favourites coming into this, we are going to have all 3 maps today.
Yeah, I think there's a big possibility for it. Next map will be Bank. As we know, this is a map that SSG played yesterday, and they looked very, very good on it against Cruelty. And I suppose, look, it is Cruelty, a different caliber of team compared to Bleed. Not taking anything away from Cruelty, but Bleed are just in that upper echelon of teams that SSG will be facing. It's a big step up. And obviously it's a fresh VOD that I suppose that Bleed could have got their mitts on yesterday and had a bit of a watch through. That's
very, very true. And yeah, we're going to be straight into Bank, which is going to be, like you say, SSG, they played it yesterday. They started out on the attack yesterday, as they are doing today, and the old chat, as you can see, it's not stopping.
It was good luck, Ashen, just to everyone to know if you missed it. So.
It's you know, it's not going to stop from these two teams. One thing I'm kind of curious about, first round of Bank yesterday, Jane, I know, was playing the Cali. Will he have the cojones to play the Cali?
I think he has, Asfi, by the way. Yep. I think it definitely has.
Oh, I would be. Yeah.
These boys.
But actually, does Mute in the chat give Bleed a little bit more? Does it give confidence of we're in the heads?
Honestly, I think you need to get in the psychologists to see if that actually works. But boy, look at the bans again. Monty being banned out was the same on Clubhouse as well. Again, also is kind of a shield, but not really. Azami, no surprise, very strong operator.
Yeah, and as the final ban will come in, and we'll wait for it. Come on, Bleed, give us the final ban. And then I want to talk about Osa. Come on.
Hey. Okay. I've reverted to Tom J. Sherlock because he does that crap all the time, doesn't he?
Does he? Yeah,
he sits there and goes, oh.
Are we basically co-streaming now? Is that what's going on? Shout out, Tom. I do want to talk about the Osa the Osa co-stream. Oh my god, I'm losing the plot.
Is Osa co-streaming these days?
I want to talk about the Osa. Well, she's banned, so she might as well. Yeah, I think for the Osa my god.
Can you, let's just think about
breathing exercises again.
Think about what you're going to say.
I know
what
I'm going to say.
Right,
yep.
Now say it.
Got it. For the Osa ban, the reason that teams might look to ban Osa is there's kind of 2 reasons. Primarily, it's because of this bomb site. Because if you do a half clear on this bomb site, as the observer is lovely showing us here, on the server side, you don't have to plant default if the Osa. You can walk in and plant behind the Osa shield from the west side. Perfect. I don't know who's observing, but thank you for showing my point.
He's Croatian.
Is it Mr. Medic? Yay. So yeah, as Medic is kind of showing us as the F comes up, there we go. The Osa would plant there, and that's why you would ban it away. Also, we've seen teams try to use Osa on the top floor as well, on the windows. So it's a little bit of a funky ban. Osa's not one that you will see banned all the time, but map specific, it makes sense.
And the thing is as well, teams would also use that same Osa method for using the Monty as well, where you can have him as the kind of deployable shield.
These teams don't like shields as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, both the teams play the shields, which I think is another thing as well. They both of them respect one another for that.
Yes.
Blitz is up though, which is an operator's been let through, and there are some uses that you can have. I think taking server, taking blue stairs, for example, very strong. We have the Blitz moving in there, but look, will we see that? I don't know. But looking at the lineup from SSG and their attacks, we mentioned before, just way too slow in that mid round. They set up really well, they get into the map early, but then they don't look as though they know what they're going to do. Looking at the lineup, you've got a bit of mix of everything. You've got the Grim in there that will help, of course, with clearing out red, but also the Dokkaebi. Bank, big map, big roaming map. we see in Clubhouse, Bleed were on the road a lot of the time, Turd especially.
Yep. There's two elements to this, in my opinion. As we're seeing Forrest doing some great, was doing some great work on the Twitch. Didn't
BP.
get it done, yeah, missed the BP. But there's two elements to this. There's the roam clear element, and then there's the execute element of this specific take. Now, the roam clear has got to be good for SSG here, because there's a lot of investment inside of Bleed into the roam, and you see Turdster on the Oryx, who can then go back up the hatches if necessary.
Yeah.
And that Valcam is going to help him to be able to do that. But he might be doing it earlier. Look,
Is the
he was
hatch
on the
open?
Valcam.
Is the
It
lobby
has
hatch
to be.
open?
It has to be based on the facts.
It is.
Yeah, based on the fact he's sat on the Valcam.
Here's the thing, though. If I'm looking at that from SSG's perspective, why would they open that? Oh, they'll probably have an Oryx. That should be known, because there's no other reason teams would open that unless there's an Oryx going up the hatch. There's no other reason. You don't say it's for roamers. Nobody roams in lobby. Nobody does that.
No.
They have to know.
Unless,
It's
unless
basic.
they
You
left
have to
it
know.
soft. We was too focused on why they would ban us.
Honestly, yeah, but Oryx has already opened it, so they know they should 100%. They should know if they get caught out, they'll be very disappointed in SSG. But a minute 15, and again, not a lot happening for
Is he
SSG.
going to go for it?
Here we go. I mean, he could, but
We never see this work.
oh, Ashen does fire out the
He's
phone
on
call.
cams.
Oh, Turt's going to go for it, but no, he's mistimed it.
Oh,
I mean, the phone call.
Everyone's
Leslie
laughing
heard,
at him.
He heard the phone call.
oh, that gives them cams as well. Oh no, SSG now, because Dokkaebi, obviously a little bit of not a passive ability, but not far off a passive ability, a secondary ability for Dokkaebi, is that she is able to steal the phones and hack the phones to take cams from the attackers, from the defenders. The attackers now have control of those.
What I will say is there's still not a lot of time for SSG, and they haven't really made any impact in towards
Nope,
server.
true.
It looks to be a lobby main stairs push coming in from them. The Valkyrie cameras are still going to be up, that again, Bleed can still use to try and gain some form of information in terms of where this push is coming in from. Mentalist, he thinks people are going server, but as we can see, there is no pressure towards that side of the map at all. It's all about the back pushes. That is what Bleed need to be worried about. In comes the Grims from Faults. Down goes Iconic down the main stairs. Defender Trap will give his position away and will be picked up. Asphy is there ready for it. Jane and Owen eliminated Hoven, but how did he get free main stairs? Asphy with another and another. Triple kill for Asphy. Finally gets tried up by Jane. And oh, the diffuser will be planted a C4 from Reeves. No, misses out on both of them. Will now swing in towards Vault, in towards Cash. Reeps ready, can he see them? No, looks away at the wrong time. His position is known, flashbang, tries to keep him at bay. Reeps now pushing in aggressively, the information. Is there any information? Doesn't look as though they are. They're all watching him right now. Reeps, 1 tick, 2 tick, 3 tick, but no, J9O with a swing around the double window. Secures the kill and secures the round for SSG, but boy, that was close.
I said there was two elements. Element 1 was the roam clear. Did they get that done? Yes. Was it slow? Yeah. The second element, the second part of that attack was the execute. Was it ideal? Absolutely not. And it looked for a serious amount of time like Asphy was just going to mow them all down. They managed to just about get inside and find those kills needed. I wouldn't say that was clean siege. I wouldn't say that was good siege. And on the balance of things, I wouldn't actually say SSG deserved that round. But it's not about deserving rounds in siege. It's about winning rounds in siege. And they did get the round 1.
Same point that me and Tim made is this is a knockout tournament.
Yes.
Teams will not care how they win as long as they win.
you win it, yes.
League's different because League you can kind of look back and over a 3-month period, you know, week to prep matches, for example. You don't get a week to prep matches here. You don't. You get what? 8 hours at best if you're a coach. I mean, it means you don't sleep, but you get 8 hours.
Bro, yeah. Like, I remember, you know.
Let's take us back to 2019?
2020. I only ever went to one tournament as a sports staff.
Let's talk about it.
I'm not as accomplished as a sports staff as
I
a lot
didn't
of people.
expect this was going to be an interview. It's going to be a sit-down podcast.
But
Get your questions for him.
what I will say is, so I went to SI 2020 with G2, and I didn't sleep. 2-3 hours of sleep maximum. I was last one out, first one in, and that's what sports staff do. They are the unsung heroes. Let's not pretend that, I know, these two teams probably expected each other, but take G2 for example. They will have had to go and review, who are they playing? I don't know, they're playing Fearx. They will have had to go and review that. That means Titan, Romalio, all them lot will have been, they'll have basically pulled an all-nighter to get the team ready for today. And all support staff at this level do it, don't get me wrong, I'm not just pulling out G2, it's just because I know G2, obviously. But yeah, like support staff do a lot of work, and yeah, it's not about how you win rounds, it's about that you win rounds. He is on the Cali, by the way. I did question
Yeah,
whether he'd be on
you
the Cali.
talked about the Cali.
Straight away, he's on it.
Look,
Fair enough.
whenever you're dealing with, of course, the top floor, one thing that teams will struggle with is just the amount of long angles you can get looking into the site from not only just the northern side windows, but also the lobby windows as well. So again, Cali as a sniper, it's probably Cali's best map just because you get a lot of value out of the long angles, and also whenever Castle is a frequent pick as well, we know that Cali is a perfect counter to that operator as well. So yeah, no issues whatsoever with J9O on the Cali. He's doing a great job just at locking down some of those angles. And again, this is a better pace than I feel though from SSG. They've got themselves set up on the windows. Nobody's died the spawn peaks, which is always a worry, I think, sometimes with the top floor. And jump outs, of course, are another thing. But right now, it's looking all right for SSG.
Yeah, I think when attackers basically open up as much as they can of this map, Kanto wall gets open, windows are open and being played. Maybe your square wall gets open, there's pressure on stock. The castle barricades don't get opened, as we see Forest miss the Gon 6 because of Wamai Magnet. When all of that happens, it feels very, very claustrophobic as a defender, and you start just sprinting around, trying to find anything, something. Mentalist does get away. But notice how panicked he was, and that's what this map feels like as a defender. This top floor feels like...
Hoven! Oh, out of garage, Cali! Tunnel visioned in with that sniper scope.
He's assuming it's a jump out.
He thinks it's not. That couldn't be me. That's the way that's mine. But massive kill means that lobby pressure is no longer there from SSG. But they're already in. They're planting the diffuser as we speak. A great kill from Turd. Eliminates Ashen. Asvi though, onto Iconic, brings it into 2v2. Diffuser has also stopped going down. In comes Asvi with the shotgun. Just has to try and play it slow, but no, he's been spotted out. Forrest seen where he was. He knows that he's in towards top square, and he can just sit and hold the angle. Let's Asvi can hit a nice shot, but no, doesn't get that luxury. Forrest plays it well. LMG, no pressure at all for him there.
Yeah, that was really good by SSG. It did, you know, I've done a lot of criticizing of their attacks recently on the last map, but that was really good. They got open everything they needed to get open. They put a lot of pressure onto site, forced runouts, forced some, you know, hero plays from Bleed, and then they punished it when those plays came out, and that's exactly what you would want. I think we've gone from SSG not really playing a textbook round to their more or less playing a textbook round there and winning out in that 2v1. Really, really good stuff from them. And it will force a rotation from Bleed now onto their third site of the map. They're going to give open area a go. Again, bringing the Castle, the Fenrir, the Mute, Valkyrie, and Smoke. A lot of, I would say, very normal operators for this map and this site in particular.
See what the setup's going to be for them. The castle comes in as well. Fully reinforcing quad wall. Not the biggest a fan. I think the left side reinforcement of that quad wall, you should be leaving that soft, especially if you're going for your Archives and Television extension, which they are going towards. Yes. And the reason why we open up that wall is because it gives you an extra crossfire and also protects some of the guys in Archives and Tellers. Yeah. If you're pushing and you know there's a guy Archives and Tellers, an attacker can just push straight up to the window, push straight up to the door with no risk whatsoever. If you open up that wall, that's another angle that guy has to check, and he can't do that.
Yeah, it's something that you see in pro play, but you don't necessarily see in your ranked lobbies.
Start doing it in ranked. Start doing it.
But you should, because
you get more value.
You can play crossfires onto bottom square very, very easily, and we see who's going to come up bottom square. But I thought that was. I don't know why I thought that was a player. I thought. Whatever. Ash has just found a kill, and the typing has started. Here we go.
He didn't turn it off.
He's back.
Oh boy! Oh boy! I feel as though he's actually shown his hand too early there. He should have showed his hand whenever he won the map.
He has.
Because now if he starts dying, oh boy, they know he has it on now. Forrest on a bit of a creep downstairs. Again, Forrest just plays everything's on Nook now. You know, just wherever he feels like he's going to be playing it. Mentalist will be droned out, so we know that someone is going to be in towards the elevator corridor, and Forrest opens up and now rotates around. But look at the general picture of SSG. They've got their opening pick. Square should be their priority. You open up that quad wall, that'll give you your access into the site, and obviously you want to try and get your diffuser down inside of kitchen as well.
Yeah, and I think the one big thing for Bleed is they're playing from behind a lot at the minute now. You know, it's another problem. They're playing another 4 versus 5. Made that 3 versus 5 as Forrest has managed to find the lurk in on that Nook. And again, the one thing that I will say about Bank is, if you give, as much as it is a huge map, don't get me wrong, he doesn't know. Do they know? No, he doesn't know. If you give the attackers enough space, Bank starts feeling very claustrophobic. And that's what these players are feeling right now. Trying to make hero plays. J9 has just shot another one down there, and it's a 2 versus 5.
But we've seen Bleed in this position before, and they refuse to give up, so I'm saying nothing just yet. Ashby has all of his utils still available, all 3 of the Toxic Babes in his back pocket there, and Equally, look at SSG. Plenty of util. They have the Candelas. They have tons of flashbangs. So many flashes right now for SSG. It is insane, so you would hope that they can get them sent in towards the bomb site and just sweep up the kills. It should be quite easy for them. In goes the Candelas. A hatch drop will be coming in from False. He has the diffuser in hand as well. Bulletproof will try and give out some form of information for Aspie, but is not aware that Forrest has crept all the way around towards copy window. He will get fault in the dough, but here comes the drop. He finds one, but again, Ashen is still alive with that diffuser. As long as he can stick that, this should be an unwinnable position for Hoven as he now starts to creep in. And there's the cross from J9O. He was in Archives and Tellers for a very long time in that round. He picks up the kill from it.
I love 1 versus 5s when the player gets a couple of kills and it goes on to 1v3.
Get your hopes up.
You always think, nah, it couldn't happen, could it? And then, yeah, no,
and it's like
it never does.
And it's like if you sit there and, obviously from a casting perspective, you're sitting there saying, he doesn't win this anyway, and all of a sudden he does, and you look like an absolute clown. You've got egg all over your face.
Yeah, I don't have that problem. I always look like a clown timeout. Well, Julio's taking a timeout. And if you remember in the last game, after...
Very similar, it feels like, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's 3 rounds where Bleed have been utterly dominated, which is what happened on Clubhouse.
Not getting the kills.
Not getting the kills. Julio's taking a timeout. They didn't lose a round after that. Now, I'm not going to stand here and say it's going to be a 7-3 to Bleed, but Julio had a very effective timeout in the last game, so you would expect a reaction.
I can already tell what it's going to be.
Boss G.
Boss G. Exactly that. Turd, get warmed up. You're coming on.
Yeah. Turd without the Boss G, you're off. Boss G Turd, you're in.
Half-time, you're getting on.
A half-time substitute.
I'm telling you, that's what they need, and I would love to see it, but no.
Imagine.
Into the Solace, it looks like, from our perspective, what we see.
I mean, look, Bleed need to do something. They've now played all 3 sites. They've now lost all 3 sites. Locker CCTV was the site that they got closest to winning, and it is going to be the site that they go to now. So that makes sense, but it makes sense on the normal rotation anyway, but if timeout hadn't have happened. But they need to do something because SSG are outclassing them, and I think this is the site they got closest because they were really able to test SSG's execute and have an effective roam. It didn't happen with the Oryx play that they tried, sure. Now Ted's going to be on the Solace, looking to probably... What does Solace do? Starves information from the attackers. Can you get rid of, as we can see, 3 drones gone already, continue, you'd imagine he's just going to sit and play around that main stairs area and just get rid of that util, that information that SSG are going to bring, and just try and get rid of as many drones as possible, and then really focus on the late round and on that execute.
I will say I think SSG have a great understanding of this map. I think they know exactly what they want to do. I would love to see SSG versus G2. I think that would be a cracking game on Bank with both of those teams, like, you know, like G2 and Bank, we've seen yesterday how good they can be on it, and SSG, obviously a big fan of it. It'd be a great match to see. Which, is that match possible? If
Yes. If SSG lose this and G2 beat Fear X, it's very plausible.
G2 SSG for the spot?
That's how we would see G. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go. Keep your eyes peeled. You never know what might happen. I mean, Bleed are still 1 map up. They, of course, took Clubhouse previously, 7 rounds to 5. But Bank isn't doing much for them at the moment. We will see an open area hold, accompanied by a blue hold as well.
I wonder, sorry to cut you off there, Demo. I wonder if Reaps is playing the Warden Shotgun again, because he was playing the Warden Shotgun in the last map, and he had the pistol on. He's moved to the SMG-12 now. Is it the SMG? Is it?
Yeah, SMG.
Yeah. Okay, doubted myself there. He's moved to the SMG, but I wonder if he's playing the Shotgun. It is where you would play Warden Shotgun up there as well, to be fair.
But the open area hold, of course, will just waste a bit of time from SSG, and I'm sure Bleed would like to get a kill if they could as well, but nothing really coming off in terms of the kill department, but they have wasted a little bit of the time in there. Minute 40 left, and still have the blue player to deal with. You know, that's a scary thing. You've dealt with open area, but then there's still another fortification on the map, and a very important place, of course, being server.
Yeah, 5 drones gone as well, so, you know, Reaps is going to have a little bit of fun. He doesn't have any utility to help him, apart from the shield, though.
He's barricaded himself in, so he will die. I'm going to take a punt, he's going to die.
Can he take 1 with him? Can he take 2 with him?
How many can he take with him? Yeah.
Honestly, it's more about the time. How much time can he waste, but then can he take 1 with him? And that, more or less, is often the win condition of this round, is this fight onto the blue stairs. Should SSG, of course, choose to take it. They can ignore it and play a 5v4 elsewhere. It looks like they're going to take it, but that's obviously another option they could do as well.
It's where heroes go to die and villains are made a lot of the time as well. And here we go, as they will start now to move down, and they've gone EMP away.
Genius.
The glasses from the ward, and there we go. Reed's going to be deactivated. In goes the Ying. Oh,
Excellent.
great clear out from SSG, utilizing the Thatcher, disables the goggles, in goes the Candelas, no hope for Reaps.
Now it's all going to be about the execute for SSG. You've got a 5 versus 4, but
Forrest.
how are you going to get the plant?
Oh, Snake.
Forrest is going to snake himself to the bomb chassis. He's going to EMP and try and cover off any sound with the EMP. Plant's going down, 5 versus 4. Do they know? It doesn't
No,
look
they
like
don't
they
know.
do. Red's fired off and Fultz has dropped for the cover as well. Plant will go down. Fultz finds one, but Hoven, Asfi, make it a 3 versus 3. It's all about now. Can you retake? Because the hatch control is under SSG, they should be able to shoot the fish in a barrel as this defuse goes down. Hoven's on it, gets off it. Doesn't find the kill though. Iconic finds that. Just needs to hold the hatch now. Will he find another one from the hatch? He does. This is going to be SSG's round. And it's all down, in my opinion, Demo, to that execute on blue that set them up nicely.
One of the best attacks I've seen in a while.
Yes.
They're extremely proficient. You deal with the open area, you move in a lot quicker than what we've seen previously from SSG. The blue, picturesque, I would say. And Forrest, again, great thinker, isn't he?
Yes.
A great mind of the game. He just says, I'm just going to prone in here. I can see an opportunity. He goes in, he masks sound. Everyone will be thinking, oh, they're just planting on the door. C4s and smokes were getting tossed into that area, and he was nowhere near that. Big reaction
for how bad their executes looked on Clubhouse to how good that is. I talked about textbook on the CEO. That's textbook basement execute. I love the Thatcher for disabling the goggles, like you say. That gets them a 5v4. But then it wasn't, it was of course the Thatcher of Forest to get the plant down, but it was also the Capital Fire, the Yings, the dropping, the synergy. Everything.
Yeah.
And then maintaining the hatch control as the win condition in the post.
It's so weird because they utility dumped so well on that round, but they couldn't do that in Clubhouse.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
And that was only half an hour ago. It's so weird.
It's chalk and cheese, isn't it? And I will go into this. People, I've faced, I suppose, criticism and not criticism, but pushback from people who say maps aren't that important in Siege. And to an extent, when there's a big disparity between teams, you can go on all 9 maps and you'll get the same result. Sometimes, as you can see, SSG gods at executing on Bank, but terrible at executing on Clubhouse.
Weird. Very, very weird. But, anywho, SSG, 4-0 up. Bleed just... they look out of it again. We're in the same position where 2 players haven't got kills.
Yep.
Happened exactly the same on Clubhouse.
And Ted's struggling.
Third struggling. Reaps again. Who we said, wow, look at this guy. 0-4 just has not been in the game whatsoever.
And he was the MVP of day 1.
Yeah.
He, statistically, the MVP by far and away. He knocked out the park in day 1, yesterday, up against CAG. And today, and especially inside of this map, really struggling to get into it.
We have the hold again in towards that top floor, and last time we've seen a great execution coming in from SSG where they were able to apply pressure on nearly every side of the building. You had pressure from Square, on the north side windows, in towards lobby as well that we know of. No Cali this time though from J90. It's a lot more of a tame lineup, you would say. It's got the Capitao in there, that'll help with your final execute. And also clearing away anybody who could be inside of Elevator, but look at the position Aspie's in.
Ooh.
I mean, he's kind of caught now, and he's just trying to get rid of all of this utility going onto the wall, but eventually that will go down, and this is exactly where they want him. Oh, they've reinforced hatch, and they're going to bring the Habana to open up the hatch below them, and then fire in the Capital Vault. He has to go for it, just have to wait for him. Aspie, oh, and they made it so he can't drop either. Just the 2 pellets, and he's going to get burned. Genius, absolutely genius.
This team synergy is incredible. Genuinely, that mini play there. And what does it do, Demo? Once again, it sets them up in a 5v4. And executing in a 5v4 is so much easier than obviously a 5 versus 5. It's absolutely genius from them. That's a common position. Aspi can't do anything about that, I'll be honest. SSG have just said, right, it's your turn. You're dying.
Reaps is going out. I can already tell Reaps will be on that window as soon as you say go, because he's just primed and ready for it. And there hasn't really been much window pressure from SSG. A lot of it just coming in from that lobby, but they get their kill. That was the main thing. They wanted just to get their kill.
Yep, Fultz found another one. Ted's trying to take a peek out with that ACOG, and Fultz has found that as well. And SSG just been patient, but they're now going to be able to execute in a 5 versus 3 demo.
You'd expect now for SSG, they can just play the window game. Again, all that pressure just mounting under Bleed and just crumbling at the seams. They can't do anything against this extremely proficient SSG side on Bank. Flawless round for them. 5-0. Boy, oh boy.
Can't work out if I'm enjoying SSG or not.
I am.
I'll be honest, I'm loving this map.
Love the way they're attacking.
It's like...
Love it.
I just sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad. Yeah, I don't know. This has been excellent, and I think we can point to specifically in the last 2 rounds specific moments of team synergy that has just won the round because of pure excellence. Pure excellence on the side of SSG, and that doesn't matter whether they're playing against Bleed, Furia, or a ranked stack. They were winning it. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Really doesn't matter. And the chat's coming back out. And SSG and the pendulum's swinging. The chat's coming out from...
More protein, the better. Gym bros want the protein.
I was in the gym with them this morning. They had a whole circuit going on where everyone was doing... They were doing Bulgarian split squats. They were doing this thing where they were sitting down and jumping into a squat and chest press and all that stuff. And they were all walking around in the vests and being very, very masculine is all I'm going to say. And do you know what? And I said it right at the start. It does build into a brotherhood. You know, you can laugh at it, you can make jokes, you can make references to it all you want. It
The
does
6 a.m.
build into-
late jumps was a good one, I think, from...
Yeah.
When was it? Atlanta?
Atlanta, that one, yeah.
It's a funny one.
Yeah. They even got Aloe in on it. Of course, the new analyst for
Aloe,
SSG.
who, if you don't know Aloe, started his career back in, I know he was part of like the Spanish Nationals because he is Spanish, and we've seen his really breakout performance on the Navi roster back in 2021.
And he was on GK as well.
He was on GK as well. We've seen him move over there, and he has since then left GK and have joined SSG as the assistant coach.
Yep. Is it assistant coach? I've just called him an analyst. I'm so sorry, Aloe.
Look, we don't like to use the term analyst. They're coaches. They're all coaches. Analyst is
be
just
proud of being an analyst.
no, assistant coach sounds better. Because if the coach isn't there, then you get the job. Look at Malta. Titan was standing behind them because Romali wasn't there. You have to step in, don't you?
Well, I'll tell you what, Forrest has done great work on the Twitch side. We see it all the time. I'll be honest, right? We see this mini-game on this site specifically of Twitch and Goyo all of the time, but that doesn't detract from the fact that Forrest has done great work there. Got rid of 3 of the Goyo canisters. I don't know where the 4th one was, but I think he's still got his drone as well. Yeah, he does. It's just on the countertop there. The 4th one, I don't think is being used for the execute. I think it's probably main stairs side. He's going to get the default cam for good measure as well. Great work from Forrest there. I know that there'll still be the roam clears come in and the executes come in, but when the execute comes in, he's given his team a good opportunity.
I wouldn't be surprised if Forrest just tries to slip into sight. It's something that I can see him maybe try and make that play. Because again, I suppose you're 5-0 up. You can afford a round if you want to try and make the play. That, I mean, it could secure you the 6-0. He will go for a smoke, and looks as though players are starting to come back though. So maybe he can't really go for it. But then again, if the players have been rooted out from the open area hole, this should again just be a bit of a bread and butter push now from SSG, where they know exactly what they want to do and can just run through the motions.
And the thing is, because this has been an open area hold, the hatches are pre-opened for SSG. They're pre-opened for SSG. They're not going to have to open them.
Turret is free. Capcan traps in the pocket there.
Yeah,
What's,
it's got to be.
What's he cooking up?
Is he putting them on site late? Like, what's going on there?
I don't know. When are you going to get a chance to put them anywhere now? Everything's open.
You can only assume he's had to go and get like a hatch late or something that was more critical than putting down those.
He's missed something, but
Siege is a utility game with some FPS in it, and yeah, that's a big issue.
Oh, and down he goes. Doesn't even get a chance to use them as Ashen is tearing his way in through Gary. Just a strong position if you can get an attacker in that area. Iconic catches Hoven, just plays passive. SSG, a demolition job if I've ever seen one against Bleed right now. A 2v5, again, another 2v5 that Bleed have to go up against. Great drone work in that late game for SSG. Should secure them the round. They know the positions. Reaps opens up onto one, but Mentalist has just appeared, jumping in for a double window. He's got around the back of them now, but no, looks the wrong way. Forrest is right beside him, is no idea. And that is going to be a flawless half from SSG, a 6-0 sweep.
Perfect. Pretty much. Honestly, pretty much perfect. I think round 1, bit dodgy. But rounds 2 to 6, absolutely perfect. They read into everything Bleed were doing. They punished everything Bleed were doing. Timeout from Julia, didn't matter.
Nope.
In fact, SSG looked better after the timeout. 6-0, and you know, I'd put a lot on the fact that this is probably going to be a 7-0. I am 100% certain we're going to see a map 3.
Do we want to make a bet? You dye the hair? Dye the hair, maybe?
No.
It's quite an easy. Come on, 6-0. Come on, 6-0. It's quite easy. Come on, make the bet. Make the bet for the hair. Come on.
Mentalist now. Permaban Bank is on the way.
He's ignoring me. He's ignoring me. He doesn't want to
I don't want to dye my hair. Do you know what, Demo? I'm going grey, but you're going grey as well.
I'm not going grey. Can we stop this conspiracy theory?
You are going grey. No, but, I mean, we're almost certain to see a map 3, which is I'll be honest.
It's
this
Cafe
series,
as well, and it's just going to be.
This
oh
series
my
deserves
God.
a map 3.
I mean, yeah, but it's Cafe.
The Boss G Sport
Cafe
Peeps.
with these two? Are you kidding me?
Anyway, we've got to get there. We've got a round to go. Potentially, maybe another 6. Maybe another 9 if we go to overtime somehow. But yeah, we've got this round to play out, so let's talk about it. We've got basement from SSG. Looks like there might be some kind of roam based on the fact they're reinforcing the top floor. The site hatch, specifically in the open area hatch, are soft at the minute. Whether they will be reinforced or not, I do not know. And for Bleed, they're playing the Blitz and the Ying. So you're expecting maybe something fast, something aggressive. As you can see, Reeves is already in open area. He's already there.
Like you mentioned,
I
hatches
don't think the
as
open
well.
area open's going to happen.
The hatches are soft as well, so this is very easy for Reaps, and they've got, as we can see, SSG have 2 reinforcements still left in the pocket, so it begs the question, what on earth were they doing, and they're going to get punished for it. Iconic just runs through expecting that hatch should be reinforced, but no, somebody didn't do their setup. I have no words.
No. I don't want to call it a show match, but that's the type of thing that would happen in a show
Somebody
match.
straight up to do the reinforcements. I don't know what to say.
SSG bring with them like 56 pages of strats as well.
I've seen them whenever they're eating their lunch, and it's like
they no excuse.
best-selling novel. It looked like in the chapters
Get
upon
no water
chapters.
to get the SSG strat.
My word.
Anyway, cool. That's good. This is the first time in what feels like forever that Bleed have got a 5 versus 4. Ashen is going to sit there with Warden shotgun and multiple Goyo canisters. If Ted's good here, he'll be able to pop it, and he knows he's got to play bottom stairs. And now they can execute into the bottom stairs and punish him. Potentially.
Oh, here comes the blitz.
Yeah.
Oh, C4 though from Ashen. Aspie takes a lot of damage. The shotgun is enough to down the blitz. But Ashen is worried about everyone else who could be coming in, and oh no, Bleed, this is just falling apart right in front of us. This blue take is causing so many issues. Ashen with another takes out Mentalist. Hungry for more RE? Yes, we are! A triple for Ashen! Oh, and it's poor, lonely little turd all by himself in the garage. Can he salvage anything for his side? A 1v4 he has to go up against. Guns pointed every direction. Oh no, misses a chance at a free kill. Now they know exactly where he is. And everyone from SSG can rotate and just wait for him to wander into the sightlines, and that's what happens. SSG, unbelievable performance from Blank at 7-0. Is that the first 7-0 of the tournament?
It is in fact the first 7-0 of the
Is that
tournament.
bingo? Is that on your bingo?
That is on the bingo
There we
card
go.
demo, yeah.
We got the bingo.
we had a bingo, and SSG, they're not going to care about that. All they're going to care about is by going to map 3. And I think impressive performance, particularly on their attacks, particularly the team synergy. We see there Ashen, he's got the toilet paper out. SSG have got that confidence back. That was a huge map for them, and I think they absolutely needed that. Bleed are obviously going to sit and digest that and think about it. Maybe they're having a little chat based on what's going on now.
I think you just go next if you're Bleed. Just
It is.
go next.
Seriously, it's
You
GG go next.
treat this now as the best of one. Because that's kind of what it is. That's just whoever wins Cafe wins. Doesn't matter about the other 2 maps.
I tell you what, I'm glad we've got 3 maps, because these 2 teams have been some of the most entertaining Siege I've seen in a long time. The good, the bad, and the ugly I think we've seen.
Honestly, and then we go to Cafe, which is just, what do you say about that map? We said whenever we kind of seen the Cafe in the picks, that's just going to be absolute mayhem and chaos, and both of the sides we know can play such an aggressive side of Siege, which you kind of need to have if you want to go to Cafe. Look, the stats, always it's going to be dominant to the team that get the 7-0, and yeah, you know, just not enough kills coming out from the side of Bleed.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, is the teamwork for SSG was just way too good. Didn't allow Bleed to have that individual impact that we saw in Clubhouse from those players, from Reaps, from Tad. Just wasn't allowed inside of Bank. I think we see why SSG have picked into Bank 2 days in a row. They absolutely love that goddamn map. They're not playing that for the rest of the tournament. I think it's probably pretty safe to say. And yeah, you know, Ashen, he came alive. Fultz carried on having another great series there, by the way, as well.
Yeah, good day for Fultz, but again, the series isn't over. It's 1 map apiece. We have 1 map remaining to see who will qualify into Phase 2 to join the other juggernauts of our Rainbow Six Siege scene. But we have a break, so we'll be back after these short messages.
Welcome back, everyone. Short break we had, and we're ready to dive back into our series between Bleed and Space Station Gaming. Bank was a one-sided affair. Jack with a 7-0, the first of the competition.
Yep. It was very much the first of the competition. I think, had the very first kill of the whole map gone the other way, if Turd flanks as the Oryx and gets that kill, we might be in for a completely different story.
That's a big statement.
We might have been, because it's about the mentals. You know, I'm loving the psychology. As it was, SSG produced a masterclass. Probably one of the best banks I've seen in a long time on an attacking front. It was absolutely incredible. And now we're going to go all the way to a map free of Cafe Demo.
Yeah, we move from Clubhouse to Bank, and now to Cafe, which is as far to the other end of the spectrum as you can get, considering what we've just had, where obviously you look at Clubhouse, you look at Bank, the utility dump is something we mentioned before, whereas Cafe, it's the windows, it's the window dump.
Yeah, you don't normally see many like predetermined executes. It doesn't come down to that late round plan, utility dump, execute. It doesn't happen on Cafe. It's a lot about... It is about individuality. It's about kills, yeah. And it's about clearing areas in the early round that win you the round or not. If you get stuck on them, you know, think of Piano if his army's open, for example. The top floor for the middle floor sites, or even the top 2 floors for the basement bomb site, or Bakery if you're going to do a horizontal take. So there's a lot about area clear in the early round. If you get that, then you have a good chance, but it's not about that late round.
Yeah, and I think right now, from what we've seen from both of these sides, Bleed refused to give up sometimes. We've seen that in Clubhouse, but SSG, that looks as though that break that they had between map 1 and 2 done them justice. Now, you just hope that Bleed would have something of the same. We don't want to see a stump. We want to see this go to the OT. We want to see this be an absolute firework display.
Yeah, we do. Of course we do. You know, as a neutral, you want to see everything. As we're going to load into Cafe right now. Now, one thing that I do want to start on, just before we get into bans, Bleed are starting on the defense. Now, Cafe is known as a very hard map to attack. So that is a factor, because we are now we've had both teams win their map pick. We are now in essentially a best of 1 territory, and in best of 1, starting side does matter more, because this is the only map, no more. Whoever wins this map goes through and goes on to phase 2. Whoever loses this map very likely will play G2 in a best of 3 on the 3rd game of today. They're going to have to sit around for 3-4 hours, wait around, see what happens, and then play another best of 3. This map is so important, and Bleed have got defense starting side. But SSG have got the momentum.
SSG have got the all chat as well at the moment.
Yeah, it's back. It was notably absent on Clubhouse.
It was, as soon as we got onto that defensive half for Bleed, all of a sudden Ashen just closed that mouth for his, didn't he? But we're back at it again. Look, I think the first round in a game like this, where it's that mental warfare, is huge for both of these sides.
Oh,
check Twitter after the game. You're cooked.
Oh. Giving it as good as he's getting, then.
I'm looking. Honestly, whoever wins, whoever loses, it'll be so interesting to see what the tweet is going to be.
Oh my God! Third time in a row. Wow.
These are mental.
Well, interesting figures about the bans. Not so much the defender bans at all, to be honest, because it was what, as Army Fenrir.
Yep.
Attacker bans, Grim and Ying. Execute, or I suppose ground taking operators, not necessarily late round execute, but you know, ground taking operators. But what's that leave open that we've not seen? Shields. Don't know why I've just done a big
shield. Tom J. Sherlock, I told
Shields.
you, rubbing off on you, because again, that's what he does. And look, I think you make a great point about the shields. Blitz and Monty, obviously. I mean, Monty more so, because I think Blitz was open during the last map.
Yes.
Monty's been banned twice. Monty, in my opinion, is just S tier. Just the ground you can take, especially on a map that we've just said is very difficult to gain control on. Monty's going to help you out with that a lot. You think about basement, or I always say basement, but it's just first floor. But it feels weird, because it plays out like that. You know, him being able to take control of Bakery so quickly, restaurant VIP side again so quickly. I think it really helps the speed in which you can control the map.
So we're going to see top floor as the starting site, and I know you're not casting with Tim today, but he hates the top floor. He doesn't think it's the best bomb site in Cafe. I'm actually inclined to agree, and I actually think the stats do back that up as well.
If Mira's up, I think you go for it.
Yeah,
without the Mira, I think
to.
it's so
Mira,
difficult to hold
Wamai,
this.
Cade. You've also got the castle, and the reason that you kind of want to, I suppose the reason that you would want to play downstairs, which we've seen a little bit of a downstairs setup inside of Reading, is so that you can protect basically the vertical onto the mirror windows as well.
And also C4s are a big thing. You know, Cafe heavily destructible in terms of the flooring that we have towards that top floor. There's only a few places that you can actually sit that is safe. Like the majority of piano, for example, is even whenever someone walks in through that main breach top red in towards the minibar, you can get C4 from that. You know, there's a lot of dangerous positions that attackers, you know, you're really playing with fire, just hoping that you don't get blown up. So yeah, controlling that mid floor, very important for both sides, as we know. But as expected, we're going to see just the generic window play. Nobody's died in the attackers, which is always one thing we have to watch out for, is the odd spawn peak that certainly can happen. And, well, between those two teams, I wouldn't be surprised if the spawn peaks are going to come in thick and fast.
Yeah, Forrest has put some gridlocks down on the restaurant window there, which is a little bit of a strange one. Just to avoid the jump out, because he wants to play on this cocktail window here. It makes the jump out much more annoying to actually do off that restaurant window. Of course, not impossible, because you can shoot the gridlocks, but much more annoying and would give him an indicator it's happening, of course.
Yeah, shots on Asfi. Can't really do a whole lot now because both of the jump outs is going to be locked down by that gridlock. Reaps. Don't do it.
Oh, wait. He has a mirror window in pocket. They didn't reinforce the cocktail wall. No reinforcement, no mirror window.
It's
and he's
alive. He's alive, and Asfi's been able to pick up Forrest. How did Asfi pick up Forrest?
He went out.
He jumped out
He shot
anyway.
them.
Oh my word!
Took a bit of damage, went out.
The fact that Forrest was, set up all those gridlocks, took the time out of his way to play the gridlock and still get killed
Play
is...
Nomad, buddy.
Oh boy, oh
and you
boy.
get the ARX. Yeah. I don't think Ashen knows about Hover. Does he know?
It's a weird round so far because, again, SSG, again, that stall out factor I keep mentioning, there's not a lot happening. This is just timing right now for both of these sides.
Hover's still got the mirror window in pocket. Is he putting it down now, I think? Maybe? Yeah, he is. They finally reinforced it. No way. So they now have the cocktail mirror window, and he's, yep, I've got my mirror window down. That's me done for the round, boys. I'm out.
I'm out the window, honestly. Ashen maybe thinking about a repel under the nade, perhaps, but no, thinks against it at the moment. Just going to try and wait. Jaina has got himself up in towards the white stairs, and all of a sudden, kills come in for SSG. Jaina leading the charge, and finds them all. Fultz was able to pick up the final kill, it looks like. There we go, onto the Cade. SSG out of nowhere.
That was a crazy round of Rainbow Six Siege. That was honestly a crazy round. And it was all kind of linchpinned around this East attack that SSG wanted to do. But they found it way too hard to do it. But then obviously, Bleed had a mishap with their site setup. They had utility in hand, the mirror windows. And by the time they, SSG had stopped applying that pressure, Bleed thought, great, we'll get the reinforcement, we'll get the mirror window down. SSG had rotated and flooded in through. One of the weirder rounds of Rainbow Six I've ever seen, I've got to be honest there.
Well, where do we end up now? As obviously the top floor is always an interesting one to see how that plays out. It's been won by the attackers, and it's always that debate, do you go back again? Not for Bleed. I mean, if Bank's anything to tell us, they don't want to kind of hang around the areas that they already lost in, so straight away into a new bomb site, down into the kitchen is where we head. Generically, whenever you look at your kitchen bomb site, you've got your two avenues of approach. You got your bakery takes, and you've got your VIP restaurant takes.
Yep. Which one's better, in your opinion?
I think with the Monty, I think VIP is better.
Attackers objective is
No Monty on side, though.
It's true, but Monty up, I just think you take the Monty, you get VIP extremely quick.
I like the VIP takes, I'll be honest. I do like them, I think, because you can take a lot of ground, and you can really pin the defenders into sight because there's no rotation options as soon as you take a VIP. They can only play bakery, basically.
Has Forrest just misdroned Turd underneath the double window? Turd's just here, just waiting, and I mean...
He's got the patience.
Look, we've seen it before already in the clubhouse. He will wait for his kill. He will get his man. But the question is, if just one drone comes in, he's going to be found out. As I say that, he's now moved from that position. Maybe he was expecting some form of a rush. Blitz is up. We could have seen Forrest just jump in through the window and try and take long bar. It happens quite a few times as well. See Reaps now getting pushed out by the Demo, so of course it's going to be great at hunting those roamers, and it seems to be anytime there's a Solus, there's always going to be a Demo chasing after the Solus. That's the #1 target.
Do you know what? It's the perfect counter, because you're never going to ban Deimos ever either. So it's a good counter to the Solus. Now, obviously, Bleed, they've wasted a minute here, and it's worth saying that the Deimos has also played shotgun as well. So I think SSG might now look to get onto the middle floor, get that vertical done. They've got the Ram, they've got Deimos shotgun, Jackal shotgun, who can make vertical as well. So they've got enough verticality on the side. So it looks, I would say, conventional, default from SSG to do a full clear. The problems that you run into when you do a full clear is very often time, because you're often left dropping the hatch, dropping the freezer hatch, trying to plant freezer, because if you do a full clear, you end up navigating into dining, as we see Ashen in there now, and then dropping the hatch and trying to plant. And it comes down to time, and the Goyo canisters could well stop this. The Legion mines could well stop this on the side of Bleed. And it feels like, in a way, we're kind of back on Clubhouse, where Bleed are happy to let SSG just do all the work and then punish them when they go for the execute.
No picks have been found yet by SSG, which is, usually at this stage you would want at least one kill being found, maybe from the vertical angles, but Bleed playing very, very safe, not wanting to give away anything to SSG. We can see a great drone here from False. We'll spot out Hoven in towards the long bar, and Aspie just straight on the main door, hoping somebody will run around the corner, but as we can see, no one from SSG is going to be stationed outside. 4 players still on that mid floor, and that IQ slowly making some ground down the white stairs. False is just waiting for them. A double flank was attempted there by Bleed, but SSG, they get the better of them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You need to be punishing that if you're Bleed, basically. If you're going to do a double flank, you need to punish it. But here we go. Here's the execute coming in, and they're going to have to force the way down the freezer stairs. Iconic picks up the first kill onto Ted, forcing it through white. Picks up a second from Iconic, sees that there's one in coach check and forces his way into sight now. However, Reaps, does he get that? Does he get the kill? No, he doesn't. Iconic finds a third. That's going to be the fourth. That's going to be SSG with a round.
Oh, that is cold as you like it from Iconic. Just leads his team right through the heart of the bomb site. And Iconic, should we talk about him?
Let's talk about him.
Look, didn't have the greatest of time in M80. It has to be said. It didn't really work out. I mean, just M80 in general. We've seen the reconstruction job that they done, you know, after Invitational. And Iconic has made its way back to his former team, more or less, former players, former coach that he teamed with all the way back at SI23 with that Astralis team that had that great run through the lower bracket. And with Iconic, look, didn't have the greatest of Clubhouse today. I think 1-10 he finished. And I think, obviously, throughout the year for Iconic, didn't have the greatest of time in terms of the stats as well. He didn't really have the stats to back up, you know, how good of a player he is.
I think for him as a player, he needs a little bit of freedom. And I think in that M80 system, he was obviously IGLing, he was quite restricted.
He looked like more of a flex support player to me, the way he was being played, I'll be honest.
Yeah, and we've seen him have so many moments. Like, there was a whole kind of, I would say, probably a year when he was, you know, back in the day on the Astralis side, maybe longer than a year, 2021.
I mean, it was that Charlotte final, wasn't it, where he really made it. I mean, he has a spot named after him. You know, that's that. You don't.
Very few people get.
You don't get that unless you are good. You don't.
And I honestly think M80 probably took his confidence out of him, because he looks a lot less confident when he's walking around the place. And, you know, we're obviously lucky when we come to these LAN events. We get to see them off camera, off game, out of game a lot. But yeah, hopefully he can find that old swag back. He's made a huge play there as well. You know, basically, I think, but for that play, I don't know if SSG win that.
Yeah, because you need somebody to do something. With 30 seconds on the clock, everyone from SSG were just sitting, waiting, just, what do I do, what do I do? And Iconic's like, stand back, boys. I'll do it.
He's literally walked
and then he goes.
Killed the player in VIP, killed the player on bar, and then
straight into the side, covers the plant. Oh yeah, everything he could have done. So we'll see how Iconic wants to continue on it in this game. Already a good start for him, and see how he goes on throughout the rest of the competition, of course.
Aspie is on the Capcan, and unlike Ted, he has placed all of his Capcan
Yes,
gadgets.
Aspie, come on!
We're already one better, but Ted on the
Pocket
Valkyrie.
belt cam!
Pocket
belt cam! What are you doing? Mentalist! Pocket mute jammer! What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't
Drive by
know.
from the Twitch there, got the mirror window.
Yep. Yeah, Hoven's taking some
Hoven
damage.
is not
as
there,
well.
buddy.
Yep, no. So this is the third site as well for Bleed as well, isn't it? It's the third site.
Another
that
rotation.
Gone off, another full rotation. You've got to envisage if they lose this, we might see a repeat. You know, this happened on Bank. They lost all 3 sites, and then Julia had a timeout. But yeah, a long way to go to get there, of course.
No kills as of yet, but I think they'll be coming in very soon, as of course there is players upstairs holding on to that top floor. You want to try and deny access to those attackers, gaining control of all that vertical action that you have with this site. You know, raiding can be entirely opened up from above. It just means that you can't play on a site, which is very difficult in this game of Siege. C4s as well being ripped, ready to see if they can find some kills. And there hasn't really been too many C4 kills so far from what we've seen from the defense, which is a little bit surprising considering that this is, you know, one of those heavy C4 maps.
Yep, still waiting for that pocket belt cam to come out to try and navigate a C4, but yeah, we're not going to see it just yet. SSG still have top floor control, but It's going to come down to a late execute once again. There's only 40 seconds left. We're in a 5v5 situation then.
I mean, SSG are just cutting it really, really close today. I don't know what it is about them. See, the Goyo canister has been popped on the site door, so they can just go for the default plan. That should be no issues for them, but they need to make sure that they can stop anyone wanting to rotate above, anyone wanting to rotate in through pillars. Hoven, I don't know how he's alive. Ashen has let him cross though, but I still think it's okay because he just flash him out and just hold on to that white corner. In comes the default plant from Fultz, and as long as SSG can try and hold on to those flanks, but Mentalist has caught force with the C4. That means nobody's going to be covering the flank, but no, Turd's been down. Fultz has had to go massive, misses the shots. Will try and stick the diffuser, surely has to go for it, but no, he pitches for the kill, but Iconic is there with a huge refrag.
He's having another great round there from Iconic. That was a huge, genuinely, like you say, huge refrag. I think SSG took a lot of time in that round. They did a full clear, but they set up everything perfectly. It kind of reminded me of, in a European style of Virtus Pro. Like, you know what's coming. It's so scripted, but you can't do anything about it. What Bleed did try and do is they tried to double flank up Brownstairs, but that got shut down. And that was basically the only thing that they could have done, you know, in terms of the options they had. Everything was covered off, and SSG once again have had, you know, when you set up an attack and you go, right, we want to plant here, what do we need? We need vertical. Okay, what do we need for vertical? Well, we need all of the flanks covered. Okay, cool. How can they then flank us? What can they then do? All right, they can play side laundry. Right, vertical on there, vertical on the hallway. Cover the Brownstairs flank because they can see ball just from the Brownstairs. Everything. Tick, 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 tick. Perfect attack, even if it did come very close.
Bleed have not won a round of Siege in 10 rounds. Double digits now we're dealing with.
Yep.
It carries on, and it's a massive issue. Again, deja vu, where, look at Bank, exactly the same scenario. They tried all of the different bomb sites. They lost every single one. A timeout has happened for Julio.
Yep.
Didn't help them last time.
Nope. And I believe Ashen was writing to Turd. You know, we are watching what the players are writing to each other. As that timeout was going in, Ashen was writing, saying, Turd, it's time to make a hero play.
Time for hero plays.
What's he on? We've got to assume he's on the boss tree, of course.
I can't wait.
He's currently using the SMG.
What did we say? Julio's going to call a timeout. Get warmed up. You're coming on at
Boss
half time.
Turd, you're in.
You're coming on.
You're in.
That's like two different players.
It really is. Well, if he does something.
You've got Solus Turd, and then you've got the Boss G Turd.
Oh, you could have done better with that. You've got the Turd. You've got the Boss G.
I don't think we need to explain to the observers who we need to watch this round, because this is a storyline. This is it. It's just this guy with the shotgun.
He's doing a lot of drone hunting. It seems to think there's one inside of the Christmas tree. I don't know if there is.
So it's only May, mate. There's no presents there yet. I think this is.
We've basically determined that the other players in this lobby are irrelevant. And that is all the win condition is whether one guy can pop off with the worst gun in the game. Not the worst gun in the game, but a difficult gun to use in the game.
Well, we've got the shield that we said we wanted. We want to see the Monty, so it's going to be a bakery take just based on where Iconic is currently being positioned outside of the double door.
Yeah.
And again, Monty, very, very strong in terms of just taking those frontal engagements. There's going to be no positions really that you can flank the Monty from on a bakery take, so he should be very, very safe right now and can just call out all of the information to his side, spot out targets, utility as well, but also, because of the shield change, can go aggro. That's the big thing about Monty, is he's not just this slow beast anymore. He can just come alive in an instant.
Hogan's managed to pick up the first kill onto Forest. That's going to be the ace off the board. The breaching situation, but the Monty does manage to find the kill onto Mentalist. Tanks that impact because, of course, he is very tanky now, is the Monty, because of the impact nerf. So it's a 4 versus 4 with a Monty who's pretty lit. But Ashen now makes that a 4 versus 3, which when you've got a Monty and a man advantage, that is the position that you want to be in, because you can get a Monty in the face of somebody. And Ted will use the boss G, but the Monty will win it out.
Iconic storming through the site again, and this is just going to be a clean sweep once more for SSG.
Yeah.
Reaps off the site by himself. He is the Solus, can maybe try and find the diffuser, but no hope in that one. Ashen kills them on the reverse angle.
I didn't see during the round where Reaps was, but based on the end of round position, where do we assume Reaps has been that whole round? Upstairs. Why on God's green earth has he not pre-made Vert into prep to help his teammates? Why? Because that would be a really basic thing to do. Then Ted can play more secure. The guys inside of, you know, the little bunker where the bomb chassis is inside of Kitchen can play safer because Bakery would have been under the control of Reaps.
Do you know what I find funny? You made a reference saying that the way SSG are playing is like Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Blade have just put in the chat, you guys missed it, they said, did you watch how VP played? That's what they put in there. Do you watch VP match?
Incredible.
How's that happened?
I know ball demo.
I know ball.
Yeah,
But
no.
like you say, it just seems inevitable from SSG. The biggest issue they had from Clubhouse is that they never looked as though they knew what they wanted to do.
Yeah,
In
their
that mid-round,
executions were so
They were
poor.
like, do we want to go Kitchen? Do we want to go Blue? Do we want to go Mo? They had no idea. They're all over the place.
Yeah.
Bank, Bank kind of put it down to that's their map. That's what they're comfortable with.
And they were incredible.
Yeah. Now they're showing that it wasn't just, oh, it's just Bank. They have got their heads screwed on. They know exactly what they want to do. They're not messing around on the other side of the map trying to control everything. They're going straight to the point. We're taking Bakery, and that's it. That's all we need.
Keep it simple. Keep it simple. And just play for each other. It's mad how simple the game Rainbow Six is and how often teams try and overcomplicate it. But you keep it simple. You make sure that every player on the team is adhering to the same plan and is astute, and that plan is astute as well. And you have the team play, and you'll be surprised how easy the game gets. Ted's back on the boss, G. Looks like Ashton's close by. I don't know if he knows this because he's sitting cams as well. So Ashton's maybe going to try a little lurk up White Set. Normally teams have something for this. There's no Fenrir, there's no barbed wire. There may be a lesion trap, but Ashton feels like he might be able to find a gap here.
Time will tell to see how he wants to play on that lurk, but again, with what we've seen from SSG, they're going to play slow. They're not that fast team that maybe we were expecting come into this competition. They have taken a much more different approach, which I think actually works out quite well. A lot of the prep work that teams would have done for SG would have been, okay, here's the rush A, B, and C. This is what they like to bring. But whenever it's a slow siege that maybe they're not used to, this is where you can catch out your opponent. Turd takes a lot of damage from Ashen, but didn't get the kill from it. However, Reaps is off the board.
Yeah.
Another opening kill for SSG, who have just dominated that stat line.
And that's the thing, right? Ashen can now dip out of that, doesn't need to play White Stairs, can now go and help the team, play the Nomad, hold the flanks, whatever it may be.
Free air jab still.
And he's still got free air jabs, can now add value to the team after finding the opening. He's now got himself on a different angle. But yeah, I am so surprised strategically that from mid-floor bomb site, Bleed have not put anything for White Stairs, because that's just cost them a man advantage. And I'll be honest, I haven't tracked the stats for this. I don't think they've won a round today where they had a 4v5.
No.
Maybe apart from that one on Clubhouse where they won like a 2v5.
Yeah.
But apart from that, like, no.
Asfi very close to the window, will go for the jump up, but Hoven beats him to it with a C4, and Asfi will be able to get back into the building and not take a lick of damage from it as well. 50 seconds, Hoven gone though was Fultz. He's able to pick him up as he was trying to track back in through Pillar, so again, still this advantage in favor of SSG, but that time jack is just slowly ticking away once again.
It's once again setting up the win conditions though. Clear the players out of reading. What do we need to do in terms of with a plan? Well, we need to clear the mid floor. We need to play as much vertical as possible. We don't want them playing reading. We don't want them playing pillars. We want to kind of hem them into dining side particularly, and then we can execute into train here as it looks like where Fultz is going to be. If they get the win conditions right, then they will achieve the execute as we see Fultz going in.
Gumine did just slow his approach down, but has now safely got himself tucked in towards mining. Iconic with a massive kill to Ashby, and there's the cover from the window, and it's all down to Turd. SMG in hand. Not a hope against Ashen. I'm just waiting for the old chat now to come in. Another round for SSG. That is 12 in a row. Suppose it's more. Bleed, you've lost 12 in a row. Bleed, you have lost 12 in a row. So SSG won 12 in a row. Like,
That's bleeding shit.
oh.
Oh dear, man. Oh dear. This is. I don't know what you
I
can
wasn't
do.
expecting this.
Julo's. He's used the timeout twice now.
He's done nothing.
And we was rating. I was rating his timeout in
Clubhouse.
map 1
Yeah,
in
yeah.
Clubhouse because he turned it all the way back around. And it's now 7 rounds in a row on bank 5. And by the way, expectations once again flipped. Once again flipped. We said Cafe's defender sided. We said it's hard to attack, and SSG have gone 5-0. But they've just been that good, though. That's the thing. They've just been that good with the team play, with the synergy, and with their overall plan. They've not got anything wrong.
Like I said, it's just today has been incredible from a standpoint of someone who has watched SSG probably for the past year.
Yes.
Not a single rush. And that's what that team was known for a long time, was those quick, aggressive plays.
Yeah.
That just hasn't happened today. I think it just shows that they've now got another string to their bow, another side that they can play. They can play the two styles. We know they can still probably rush if they want to, but it's a slow, methodical style that we just did not expect, but they're doing it. Like you said, you compared them to VP, and they're known as one of those sides that, you know, they made that kind of meta, didn't they? They made that play style.
They did. Now, we're into the round. Reap still has a go canister. He did have two. He's just put one down. And Tuz still has a Capcan trap. So once again, we're not exactly praising the utility side on the side of Bleed. I'm not really sure what's going on there. In terms of the lineup, we've got Forest on the Amaru. So what I'm kind of wondering here is, are we going to see something into the cocktail side? I don't really know where he is at the minute. I'm wondering if we're going to see something fast into the east side of the building. As the round comes in. We've got a lot of repelling going on. We've got Ashen on the Nomad covering off those flanks. Obviously, we saw it in the very first round. The flanks were, you know, I think it was Hoven that jumped out of the restaurant window there.
Welcome, everyone from the A stream who is now joining us as we know that the A stream is finished. If you don't want to hear spoilers in the B stream, just mute the stream now. I'm going to tell you. Liquid are through into phase 2. No surprises there. I mean, it's Liquid going in, of course.
I am shocked
that was going to happen. But here we are on the B stream, as you can see. SSG versus Bleed. First map went in favor of Bleed 7-5. A 7-0 for SSG on Bank. And now SSG set 5-0. 12 rounds in a row. It may be the unlucky 13 for SSG as well. As once again, Bleed just not in it. The kills are always in favor of SSG. Just nobody on the board right now. Nobody stepping up for Bleed.
Yep, it's all up to Tad in the 1 versus 4, should I say. And he's been here the whole round. I'm not sure what's happened. He's just allowed his teammates to die around him. Forrest is going to drone the site, SSG are going to drone the site, and it's all going to be up to Tad, who's sitting under the skylight and has remained static under the skylight the whole round. Hasn't moved.
This is the hero. Here he is.
No,
oh.
Surely not. No. No. Bro. Like,
it sums up the game. Just that's it.
He also didn't put down his Capcan traps again. Does he like the gun? Like,
I don't know. Look,
he's getting rinsed in all chat. I will be saying, like, SSG are rinsing him in all chat as well.
When have we ever seen like back-to-back 7-0s?
No, I don't think so.
In the history of Siege,
I think it. See, this comes up every tournament, I think. And I remember Pengu saying that I think G2 did it, but not when it was 7. It may have been when they were Penta. 6, 5, something against. It was, yeah. I wanted it was like Barrage Esports or something like that. I don't think we've ever seen it in the kind of current era of Siege that we would see back-to-back 7
for the same team as well. Not just like, oh, they won 7-0 and then the other team won 7-0.
Like the same team, 14 rounds
14 in a row.
Because we've got 13, which might be a new record. I don't know that, to be honest. But, yeah. I'm not sure.
Well, here we go. Potentially the final round of the series to secure SSG into phase 2 and knock Bleed down into that lower bracket. It could be upon us.
I'll tell you what, Demo. We did say very early in this broadcast, very early in this game, Bleed do not know when they're beat. If ever there was a time, it has to be now.
It might be the best comeback of the century. Honestly, it might be the best thing. SI was great. I think if they do this, that tops the cake. There's no way. Coming back after losing 13 rounds? Oh boy. Iconic with a spawn peak. A Mentalist mudded.
Yeah, it's not happening, is it? Already starting around 4 versus 5, and I think we know how this game's going. I think Bleed are going to get very erratic here to try and pull it back, but it's now a 4 versus 3. Aspi finds 1, but gets taken back out on that blitz.
Early trades, but not in favor of Bleed. They sit now with that man deficit. Everyone from SSG are happy in their positions. I mean, no pressure coming in from Bleed. I mean, the utility just isn't really there. It's not a utility-focused lineup. You have a few nades and a few flashes, and that's really it. A couple Lion scans here and there, but again, nothing that's really going to, I would say, force SSG to do anything drastic. As long as they can play their positions and just play off the trade game, they'll win this.
Yeah, it's basically, you know, Reeves is on this window, but he's not really causing anybody any pressure. Although Hoven might be able to find a lurk into 90, chooses against it. He's going to call first and then maybe try and lurk in. Well, no, he's going to call and run away. Okay, fair enough. Tad's on the outside window, as is Reeves. And like you say, it's very split. There's very little pressure. It's when SSG were attacking these sites and Cafe, especially on the middle floor sites, they were clearing top floor all 5 together. Whereas Bleed is very split and they're
They're just desperate
Look
for
how
kills.
comfortable SSG are, though.
Yeah.
J9's just going to sit here the whole round if he has to.
It's been, what, a minute since they really got in these windows and nothing has happened. SSG haven't moved.
Yep.
Like, this is the first time we've seen an SSG player move, and that's Genino just rotating because the guy in the window is rotated off.
Yep.
Look at this from Hoven. Into Pillar, maybe looking to see if he can surprise somebody, but I've seen the Solus, though, try and get a little bit active, and Hoven gets flanked. His Turd has allowed that initial flank to happen. Oh, Turd, a 2v4 now. That Bleed have to go against, and Forrest is still alive. Can, of course, support his team. Down goes Reaps and Turd. He was in the 1v4 the last time. Can he maybe do it this time? No, he can. Fault Swift the swing. 14 rounds on the bounce. SSG double 7-0 Bleed. And that sends them into phase 2.
Absolutely incredible demo. 14 rounds in a row, as you say. And it came from a game on map 1 where SSG, to be fair, looked awful in their attacks. They lost it. It was one of the weirdest clubhouses that I have ever seen. Callout went away in the games between map 1 and 2, and he put a rocket up their asses. Literally a space station. 14 rounds in a row, back-to-back 7-0s. We've never seen it before.
Nope. Nope.
Absolutely incredible. That will send them into phase 2. We will see them on Sunday inside of Swiss.
Still not all done for Bleed. They still have another chance later on this evening where they will go up against, as we know, the winner of FearX against G2.
Yep.
I would say a lot of people are probably expecting G2 to win that. So look, that's going to be one hell of a game as well that we have to see. But yeah, Bleed just not up to scratch. Like we said about SSG, needing to give their heads a bit of a wobble.
Yep.
Bleed may need to get new heads.
Yeah, maybe. Like we said, they don't know when they'll be. They'll come back. We know that that's Bleed's character. And obviously nice to see there on the player cams as well. The two teams have talked a lot. A lot of trash talk has happened in this game. Probably the most we've seen in a while inside of Siege. But of course, that's inside the server. Once they're done outside the server, it's all back to being friends again.
188 EPS.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Compared to 23! Oh my.
Let's focus on Iconic, because I'll be honest, if we get going on the left side of the screen, we're not going to stop demo. Iconic's had an excellent game, and it's worth saying that each individual on SSG has had moments across the 3 games. Faults in map 1 kept them in it.
Still didn't win the map, which
Still
was
didn't win the
funny
map.
as
Ashen map 2 and map 3 had a great game. Iconic won them a couple of rounds pretty much
Map
single-handedly
3, yeah.
today. Maybe Forrest not had the best day. J9's been, I would say, okay, consistent is what we said about it. But overall, map 1 aside, SSG are going to be absolutely thrilled with today.
You can't go wrong.
Even including map 1, really.
14 in a row, it's never been done. It's unheard of. So all credit to them. Look, Bleed really have to go back to the drawing board and think about what they want to do to bounce back. And, like we mentioned about Iconic before, these plays, for example, just making the play, stepping up for a side where, again, SSG with this new slow, methodical play style, you need somebody stepping up. You need somebody just saying, guys, we're taking too long now. We need to do something. Somebody needs to do something.
I've gone from thinking maybe SSG aren't the real deal. Like, at the start of today, I was like, SSG are the real deal. Blip yesterday. Then they have map 1, I'm like, they're not the real deal. And then they come back. Bang, bang. 7-0, 7-0. Real deal. Very, very impressed.
Yeah.
Very impressed.
Look, whenever you think about SSG now going into phase 2, again, it's that step up of competition. They went from the Mexicans into APAC, and now they're going to be probably up against, some of the big dogs that they're going to have to go up against. So there is always that fear to see how SSG are going to deal under the pressure. But that's going to be us done for this series of Siege. Again, we still have more games coming up, but before we do go to break, Jack, I need you to go and run that over to Bleed, please. So
all right, I'll go take it to
do that.
See you
we'll
later.
do a break.
I think City of Atlanta is a place that has something for everybody. It's very urban, but it's also very natural.
We've got some of the best teams in the world finally here in Atlanta ready to show their stuff, so we are in for an amazing weekend.
I love Siege. My little brother was super hype on it. And then I finally tried it out and was like, yeah, I see what this is about.
Any team that we're going DZ, SSG the whole way, no doubt.
There's money on the line, there's glory on the line, and for teams that came into this event on the bubble, well, we'll wait and see if they're able to punch their ticket to Sao Paulo.
プレイヤーネームはピョンでやってます。チームはスカーズに所属してます。ゆっくりこう、テンポ変えてこうぜ。子供の頃からスポーツが全部好きで、小さい頃から野球とサッカーと e スポーツタイトルがオリンピックに採用されるっていうニュースを見てから、自分たち前回ベスト8でコペンハーゲン終わっちゃったので、次はベスト4目指して。今日の対戦でもこんな感じがいいな。
Psycho's so good that he's in a class by himself. Bro's dropping 20, 15 consistently. He's making everybody else around him look trash. He's the GOAT. Hands down. The GOAT. Yo, best game mechanic. This blue Smurf cat with Shaiko photoshopped onto it. We love Shaiko. We love Shaiko. We love Shaiko.
Salut, c'est Shaiko et je suis entrée fragueur pour Team BDS. Ce que j'en pense, c'est que ouais, pour moi, je suis un gars normal qui joue juste aux jeux vidéo, quoi. Mais je le vois aussi quand même qu'il y a pas mal de gens qui me suivent, qui me supportent et tout, et ça fait quand même plaisir. Bah, les objectifs, c'est déjà d'essayer de gagner ce major, actuellement à Atlanta. Et le gagner aussi, ça veut dire qu'on se qualifie au Six, au Brésil. Du coup, ouais, ça serait incroyable. Mais il y a beaucoup aussi de travail derrière, quoi, du genre.
They're still hunting for that SI spot. Starting off with a win in the Swiss stage is vital.
Comme j'ai dit avant, c'est genre beaucoup d'entraînement, quoi, c'est tout, c'est...
I don't know the game over. Game over. Game over. Turn the baby game.
The world champions are here, and their trophy case still has a little more space. G2 is already locked and loaded.
It's easy to win one competition, but trying to win more, that's the hard part, you know? I'm Jack Robertson, also known as Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports R6.
A new generation pick up where legends left off.
I want to keep it going and be classed as the most achieved player in the game. I mean, I guess you could say we have a reputation of being seen as like the bad guy.
Try to make one round today, Joe!
Because every time we play, like we are screaming at the enemy team, just trying to get in their boots.
I smell the fear, says Doki.
Okay, it's game time. Yeah, good touch.
Oh, we are the best at psychological warfare. It isn't even a question.
2, 1. They're gonna crumble!
G2, are they getting their first dub here in Swiss, or is Scars about to pull off the upset?
Oh, Scars. I'm gonna say good luck again to them.
He's got another! He's absolutely nuclear to their third. Anyone else want to line up? Yo, Scars, you're terrible! This one is a foregone conclusion, I imagine. That's going to be G2 onto a 7-1, cruising through their first game here in Swiss.
Like we won the first round in the game, and we typed in the game like GG. It's kind of bad manners, I guess, but that's called mental warfare. That's winning the game before you even play.
Even if you end up losing today, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and the big thing to keep note of is that if you are ever in a best-of-3 situation, that is elimination territory, and you have to win out if you want to qualify for the next phase.
The only difficult game for G2 is W7.
No. But I think the favorite to the major is G2.
Not you?
And me too.
Yeah, of course. Alright, good luck. I'll see you later.
Day 1 of the Swiss stage yesterday, 2 top 10 teams finished dead last in the league, losing huge games.
Hello. Salve rapaziada, eu sou o Herds, sou jogador da W7M, eu sou entry fragger.
Most people universally have put W7M thinking that they will be the first ever back-to-back major champions.
Are you gonna pop off on stage today?
Pop off?
Yes.
W7M here in Copenhagen. No one could stop their rampage.
Eu não vejo essa sensação de pesar. Já conquistei uma vez, eu já sei o caminho, como eu consigo chegar lá.
Both teams said that they're going to be fixing what they need to be fixed. This is going to be an in-your-face sort of game.
I win, you lose. If you win, you get the chain. No, what's the map? I don't even know.
5 seconds. It's going to be a lot of trash talk.
They're down to just one more. It's going to be a 3-3 half, Tim. Really hard to call which way it goes.
A gente é um time que trabalha muito e eu acho que isso é posto em prática nos campeonatos e tem dado resultado.
That Hurts gets taken down, but Felipox once again there for the trade, and they are going to find that final kill onto Kitchen, and W7M go on to 1-1 here in the Swiss.
Tô me sentindo muito feliz com essa vitória, acho que o time tava precisando aí pra...
SSG é sempre fácil, né? Sempre acho fácil.
Esperem a gente na final aí, vambora.
Passar vergonha na gravação do vídeo.
Então vem agora, então. Vem aqui agora.
Parece uma rama, velho. Mostra a bunda dele.
I'm tired.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan. O que eu poderia fazer, então deixou eu mais maduro.
FaZe que vem nessa...
Família feliz.
Nessa segunda temporada pra tentar de novo ser campeão.
Olha lá, vai correr atrás do papai. Ô, que sorriso.
Acho que essa parte foi o que me ajudou bastante a evoluir muito então, dentro do jogo. Ele é um amuleto pra gente, né? Querendo ou não, acho que ele me deixa eu mais com vontade de querer ganhar, olhar pra ele, saber que ele tá ali me assistindo. Acho que instiga mais eu querer tá dando o meu máximo. No Major Suécia eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. E no próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Mas eu espero, se eu ganhar, conseguir levar ele pro palco e ajudar ele a levantar o Hammer junto comigo. E a gente vai trabalhar bastante para isso acontecer ou no Major ou no Six Invitation.
It looks like FaZe are on the way to their second win here. They beat Dark Zero last night, and they've got NIP on the ropes, raining body shots in, and it just needs that one knockout. And FaZe will lock it down, and they go 2-0 here in the Swiss format at the Atlanta Major.
Pô, fumou bastante, pô. É isso, pô. Vamos. Bora, Sozão. Ficou só esperando os caras. E você?
Pior que foi um jogo bem tranquilo da nossa parte.
Corriga dessa.
Vamos, ficar dessa aqui.
It's been a year and a half since Dark Zero raised the hammer in Charlotte.
This is a team that has some of NA's smartest and best players. If it clicks, this is a very dangerous team.
I'm from Toronto, Canada, which very high percentage of NHL prospects come from. I grew up playing with and against true stars of the game. I wasn't like a super talented player, but hard work is more important than talent. That was my whole life, until I got a bunch of concussions. I couldn't play anymore. So I guess I kind of just threw myself into competitive gaming. I'm Troy, Canadian in-game. I'm the in-game leader of Dark Zero. I am the best and the most accomplished in-game leader in the history of Rainbow Six Siege.
One of our beloveds, our staples, Dark Zero and M80, one of these teams guaranteed to move down to the O2 best of threes.
I'm Iconic. I'm IGL for M80. My style is just free. I feel like my whole life I've always stood out, so like if I'm comfortable with who I am, no matter where I am, then nothing can stop me.
M80 has been looking very solid up against DZ for quite some time. We'll see if they can go from zeros to heroes here, get their first dub under the board.
We'll see.
Okay, Dark Zero bench first.
Being the IGL's added level of pressure, you know, when no one's really sure what they should do, you have to be the person who trusts in yourself to know what's best in the moment.
Hina's got to take this close quarters engagement. Should be an easy pickup, especially now that Diaz has taken down one. Huge first round for M80.
The matches are just, it's incredibly tight. You can feel like the chess, like you move a piece, like the instant reactions.
Very likely have won this round as Gomez drops down, takes down Pamazu with a very, very heavy retake strat.
Force this point. Play your lives. Pushing box.
Growing up and having that discipline definitely gave me an edge.
Rear end from the back end, but it's gonna be Rice that takes down Gomez, and all of a sudden, it's just down to Iconic.
Gonna go cage. Gonna go up yellow. Gonna go up yellow.
Back to wall. Hearts are pounding. It's a sport, you know?
Rice needs to hit this shot if he wants to end it in regulation. Doesn't know about Iconic. He baits out the engagement, hits the retake. 7-5 for Dark Zero as M80 move down to the lower bracket and recreate a run in Copenhagen that only ended in misery. For M80, they found themselves in that same spot at Copenhagen, being down 0-2 very early on, and let me tell you, it didn't end well.
North American teams stand on the brink of elimination. A Southeast Asian and a Middle Eastern team might qualify for the main stage. None of this is how anybody drew it up, and that is the story of Atlanta in a nutshell.
We're in a good spot, I think. We're gonna wait for the bar to open. Oh, 5 minutes. 5 minutes for the bar opens.
Like push the drone already, you know, so the drone's coming and you drop, and it's gonna have the intel fast.
No, because then we're gonna trade. We're gonna trade a player, which we don't want to. We wanna have all the 5 up.
No, bro, it's just like to take less time just being a bot below.
Hey, I'll tell you when a forester, and then you can drop, because the forester's gonna take the time to get to him.
I think some teams put way too much pressure on themselves, like scrimming every night, or like, you know, trying to do some crazy routine. Like in my head, if a team is at the event and they need to practice to fix something, then they aren't prepared for the event, you know?
Nothing else about Bleed. They're just having a lucky tournament and they have a big fish. What is this fucking play, man?
They see the pick and they go for it. The nade, it does find the kill onto Asfi. Souls has been massive in this round. Brazil have their first team on stage in Atlanta.
Wait, did FaZe win? Yeah, 7 point.
Oh boys, you're gonna win the major. Telling you guys right here. And buy some Bitcoin as well, guys. Be smart.
2 top teams, one of which still with SI qualification on the line.
The fact that we're only 3 months away from the 6 Invitational and BDS, one of the best teams in the EU League, still hasn't qualified for the event is very, very surprising. And in order for them to make sure that they guarantee a spot at the 6 Invitational, they have to make a deep run.
Yeah, good. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Good luck. You need. You can you need. You need.
Claw back that advantage, but Shaiko realizes the moment, seizes the opportunity, keeps BDS in control of it. Herds is certainly not confident, but let's be careful, BDS. Let's not let the ult chat dictate the pace of this game, but it will. W7M 7-5. They will send BDS to the elimination series, and what a dire scenario it is for them, as they need top 4 to qualify for SI.
Tipo, não tava nada nervoso. Só que, tipo, tava foda ali, tipo, no começo.
Eu acho que a gente vacilou um pouco, porque tipo, as defesas a gente se preocupou em pegar nova, os ataques a gente repetiu os que a gente sempre faz. O Shaiko foi lá que nem o demônio pra cima do Nade, aí tipo, matou ele rápido.
Mano, o Shaiko restou 2 games pra quebrar o cruzamento dele. Só ficou parado no cantola, no off, não lá.
G2 up against GK Esports.
Where do they go against the world champions? The one map that G2 are unbeatable on.
Our captain in IGL, Alamo, he is a complete psychopath in every meaning and description of that word.
He's under my head. He's under my head, guys. No,
he actually shaved his head and dyed it blonde so he looks like Eminem, and it just looks fucking terrible. Pains me to say it. He's one of the best players in the game. I hope he doesn't see this.
Alamal looking to seek an engagement. It's over! G2 make main stage.
What fucking play?
That's the difference between an SI champion and a normal major champion, okay? Yeah, boys. Great map.
So good.
Look at that play. That is cool.
The next team, they need to pray.
Thank God you found a good team to follow and not someone like M80. Those guys suck.
M80
versus Wolves. Could the M80, a tournament favorite, go out 0-3?
He'll now force some of these defenders out of their position. Cuts through the reinforcement on wine wall, flashes aplenty to go on in. Gomez following up. Down goes P4. Gomez dies to Mowgli. Sheikah's still in this same spot. Mowgli to the rescue. Bibu in on it as well. Time running out. Mowgli with the sidearm. And Spoit dies to Bibu. Match point. Wolves. And as Spoit tries fruitlessly for an opening, nobody on Wolves will give him that. Wolves can easily line him up, and they get him on the cross! P4 with the final kill. Wolves survive a scare, and with a 2-0 victory, Wolves stay alive, M80 goes home!
In the moment, I don't feel too great about it, but, you know, it's just life.
M80 as the #1 seed out of North America. Unfortunately, they come to the event and nothing could stick for them. It's gotta hurt for the players that were putting so much effort in.
You gotta be in love with your fate. You can't choose too much in life what actually happens, but if you work for it, if it happens, then it's amazing.
Yeah, nice little drive back home.
If it doesn't happen, you know, you just gotta have to, again, live with that and learn from that. We don't have time to be upset over this loss. We might look defeated, but trust me, at the 6th Invitational, M80 will be there and we'll be roaring.
Okay, let it be known. I'm working hard when I ain't on the phone. They see the hum, they see the flow. I'm never stopping, I'm keeping it going.
ゲームプランね。今日どういう風にして相手と言っちゃって。
まあ、いつもの俺らのジャパンのプレースタイル。
Go!
All three hatches, boys.
Oh, a really good opening kill. Hot and Cold goes down. A very aggressive play from Space Station as 2 of them fall. As I say that, a 3rd goes down. And SSG, their chances of locking in this round look very grim. And that will be a nice, quick and easy lockout for the Japanese.
さあ、ブラジルだ。リラックスでいこう。
相手さ、これ予想してるよりめちゃなんて引き気味で1めっちゃ取れるやん。
めっちゃビビってます。最初からアグレッシブ。いや、マジで普通の攻めで今のところいけるから、逆に普通のダメだったら変えるでいいと思う。
とか、あれ、そこだけ気をつけてほしいな。
いいよみんな、声出ていいよ。もっと声出していこう。さあ、ここ集中していくぞ
When you look at Japanese Rainbow Six, there's so much potential there. Scars, while they dominate in Japan, they just can't find success on an international level. It's really hard to pin down what issues are befalling that region.
Scars is set up for this attack. They're going to fight for this tooth and nail.
He's pushed in and up through the red stairs, knowing that there's a player out the balcony. He's going to look for the jump out, but J90 has the read.
さ、あれ見るわ、カメラ。あって、それ、ピアノペ。
Washoy has found his pick.
They're going to drop the hatch now. It's False to make the entry.
Washoy has to have an impact, but he goes down with no resistance.
硬くなるなよ。もう負けでもいい。全力でやろう。悔いのないように。
Space Station are looking for liftoff. Scars disastrous. Fire up the engines. Space Station blast through Scars.
I don't even know where to begin. You fought with all of your heart. We could feel.
楽しくプレーしようとか、まあ負けることは考えないようにとか、まあ自分で言ってたんですけど。
Scars put up one hell of a performance. They fought to the very end. Yes, it was unfortunate.
やっぱりいざ負けるってなると、いや今まで何してたんだろうとか、もっとこうすればよかったとか、これからの、残りのブラジルまでの期間、次のブラジル APAC が優勝するために自分たちが絶対勝ちます。
We need an NA team to just force through. We need them to make phase 2.
Headshot.
One low, chasing Kyle down, Kyle hide.
When you're playing
and you want to win for the guy next to you, not just for yourself, and you want to win for the team as a whole, you can go a lot further doing that.
It's looking rough for NA. I mean, the one thing about DZ is they have only beaten NA teams so far in playoffs. How can they beat an APAC team?
It's the best I've felt going into an event, honestly, ever.
Good luck, guys. Les Fiches Joël bought it over in Bass Pro Shops.
Only about 10 seconds still to play with. Won't be able to find his kill. The crossfire comes on through. Bleed up to 5 rounds.
One round at a time. Force the late rounds here, okay? Make them work for it.
He's got to go now. He's got to move, but without vision, he's got nothing to go on. We're going to overtime.
Close.
They're dropping in quick, and they've got the read. It's down to Reach all by himself. They know exactly where he is. Let's go! Let's fucking go! DZ are making it through to our live finals.
Yo, group hug playoffs, come on.
We fucking reset for phase 3. We learn from our mistakes. Get that shit out of the way. Yep. But good shit, boys.
Gotta say, Chalet and Siege superiority, really. W7M just looking like a different beast today.
Let's go.
Let's go. Playoffs.
Sometimes being first place isn't all it's cracked up to be. BDS and Sonics were both the #1 seeds coming from their respective regions into Atlanta, but now find themselves in a scenario where only one of them can continue into playoffs.
The main vertical angle to deny this plant. Licky Fack on this lurk has finally found his kill. Just barely survives. Rexon cuts him down, but it's all a distraction. 19 and 9. Him and Citizen both putting up big numbers have put it all on Shaiko. And it doesn't matter! Through the ceiling! They send bullets down, raining upon Shaiko! Sonics take their pick, 8-7.
Déjà, ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est qu'au début, on a fait que des trucs rush BP, etc. machin. Je suis quasiment full trap BP, du coup, le rush BP est compliqué. Par contre, le clear, ils sont trop nuls. Ils sont nuls. Vous avez vu, dès qu'on a commencé à clear, après on était à la map, etc.
BDS, they invest so much in a player like Shaiko. He is often what can make or break rounds for BDS. Shaiko takes down one, but sees another in small office. These are two 1v1s, and Brixer gives him away. Citizen, you've got to get the kills! But you're just simply not outgunning Shaiko. And Licky Fack is waiting. Licky Fack hits his mark. It's just Geo on the site. You've brought us so far, but you've let BDS move into a post plant, move to where their strong is. He's looking the wrong way. It's Shaiko! He closes it out! SI is still here!
Ouais les gars, enfin, Sonic, en vrai c'était bon mais on a eu chaud quand même.
Ça va, on est bien resté focus quand même.
Top.
Demain, faut gagner.
On prépare le match sérieusement ce soir et ça devrait le faire pour demain. Bien joué les gars.
This is the last day of play-ins. Every single game today is going to be do it or go home.
We'll start off with BDS and Virtus Pro, then move into GK.
Yeah, so basically this is what we use to predict what we're gonna play. And right now, VP or BDS?
It's not gonna happen unless he rounds the corner with the pistol!
Holy shit. It's a dangerous game right there.
There goes the stun and the kill to go through.
We predict that. And then we can see we're gonna play BDS most likely.
Looking for something, anything that could bring this game over the line.
On aime bien de toute façon.
It's gonna be first time we actually play against BDS, which is gonna be cool.
Oh my god. Did you play with this controller? Rematch?
Je me sens bien. C'était une game très dure, mais en global, je me sens bien. Du coup, hâte de jouer les playoffs, quoi.
I'd rather VT1, because that means no BDS at SI.
Se a gente ganhar, a gente vai pegar o ganhador de Bleed ou o SSG.
Prefere pegar aqui?
Tudo faz, pô. Pra ser campeão tem que ganhar de todo mundo, pô. Não tem essa.
Tá preparado pra qualquer um?
Preparado pra qualquer um.
Porque eles são muito lentos, mano. Final do round a gente vai ganhar.
E não entra ninguém embaixo.
Não entra ninguém embaixo.
I mean, literally every game we've played so far, I have felt in control.
Playoffs, come on.
On se voit sur le main stage, donc à bientôt.
You want to go out? But wait. Well, I'm gonna go, I guess. So I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bota na cabeça de vocês, a gente é melhor que eles.
Et oui, on n'est pas des merdes, on va jusqu'au bout, les gars. Jusqu'au bout.
We can fucking solve the problems. We don't fucking force anything.
Wake up. Get out your head. Play.
Welcome back to the B stream. Myself, Fresh, here joined by Demo, and we are back after a barn burner of a match one against between SSG and of course Team Bleed, and we're setting ourselves up for Cruelty against CAG now inside of the lower bracket. Demo.
Yeah, I mean, we had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity where we've seen a 14-0. It wasn't, I mean, the series wasn't 14-0, but we did have 2 back-to-back 7-0s, which is very strange because it usually doesn't happen. We don't expect it at the international level of competition, but here we are. But yeah, we're going to be moving now into our lower bracket. This is a loser game. Whoever loses is gone. Sayonara, if you're Mexican, you're gone.
You learning Mexican? You learning Spanish, Demo? Is that what's going on here?
¿Por qué, por favor?
I don't know much Spanish at all.
Do you know much Japanese?
No.
Sushi.
Obrigado? No, that's Portuguese. Sushi, yeah, okay. But anyway, if you're looking at the screen, the game we are focusing on is the game at the top end of the lower bracket. Team Cruelty versus CAG Osaka. Now, the teams will be playing. Whoever wins this is still in the tournament. Whoever loses this, they are on the first flight home to tomorrow. And I'll be honest, both of these teams are going to have a long flight, one longer than the other, but still, whoever loses, flight home tomorrow. Whoever wins goes to play against GK to go through into Swiss stage. So it's a huge game, lots on the line, basically survival on the line inside of this game.
Yeah, a lot. Obviously, both of these teams losing yesterday, that puts them in this sticky situation where, you know, that's it. You get the game you had yesterday. If you lose that, you're into the lower bracket. If you lose that, you're done. 2-0, you're done.
Yep.
So, yeah, a lot on the line. We'll have a look at the schedule as well, just to keep everyone up to date with exactly where we are in our time frame. So, as we can see, both games already done. Our first set of the series. It was the winner games to see who moves on into Phase 2.
Yep.
Liquid 2-0 versus GK. SSG Bleed, the game that was here on Stream B, finishing 2-1 to SSG. And like you mentioned, CAG versus Cruelty coming up on the B stream. G2 and FearX have already kicked off over on the A stream. Don't worry about the A stream. Stick with us.
Yeah,
this is a better game.
Who would want to watch G2?
Don't let G2 ruin your hearts. Don't
all
let
about
them break
CAG.
you.
It's all about
You know?
Cruelty. These two teams. It's all about them. Who cares about G2? What have they won?
No, of course, exactly what have they won? And then obviously, after these games, we still have another set of best of threes as well.
Yes.
And that is it's the winner's loser bracket, which is a little bit weird to say, but yeah, that's to determine who will then also be going home later on in the day, and also who will be qualifying into those remaining final 2 slots into Phase 2.
Yeah, of course, that's GK and Bleed that are waiting for, ultimately, the winners of the game we're about to go into, CAG and Cruelty, and then obviously the G2 FearX winner will go up against Bleed.
Yeah, so let's dive into our game. Obviously, Cruelty coming in from Mexico, and also we have our Japan side in CAG, who seem to always make these appearances in international competition. They've seen them for years now, but they weren't an invite.
Yeah, that's the thing, and even domestically, if we start with CAG on the left-hand side of your screen, domestically inside of Japan was not a good stage for them. They had to sit there and watch Scars qualify, and ultimately they didn't actually do that well inside of Japan. Had to be an LCQ run. And actually, they came very close to not qualifying at all. Kindertrope Gaming in the Japan LCQ played 100 rounds in a day, but for a little bit of fatigue, I think it's fair to say they would have had some fatigue, CAG managed to get over the line in the grand final of the LCQ against them. So even though we're used to seeing CAG at every event, I think every event I've ever been to, more or less, CAG have been there or thereabouts. Yeah, it wasn't the easiest of run for them. Whereas if we flip over for Team Cruelty, I think inside of that LATAM region, there is certainly, that region seems, in a weird way, very competitive. Now, you've got a Brazilian import team in 6 Karma. You've got a European import team in Revan / add an American in there as well.
We don't own them. We don't. Not taking credit for them.
And then obviously you've got a lot of Mexican and Argentinian teams, but even some of the Argentinian teams, for example, Vasco, looked significantly better than what Cruelty looked like in the season. However, Cruelty turned it around when it came and when it mattered and qualified here on merit.
And even whenever I remember back in the BR6 days, whenever you used to have the Copa
and it would go to Copa Elite 6, yes.
The Argentinian sides looked a lot better than Mexican sides back then as well, which was another point. Apart from, I think, the Aferis roster that we've seen a few times, but other than that, I think the Argentinians like Malvinas Gaming, there's one that I remember. I'm sure Ollie will remember it as well.
They're still in last time,
Yeah, so it's nice to see a representative coming in from Mexico, of course. That doesn't have those EU imports.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. We've got the map bans coming in between these two teams, so we can kick us off. We can see Cyclops, they get rid of Bank and Labs. Obviously, they picked into Labs yesterday. Yeah. It really, really did not go well for them. However, Cruelty, yesterday, they played Bank, and they also played Clubhouse. Now, they obviously had the Bank banned by Cyclops there. They've banned away Border and Chalet. That will leave Cyclops to pick into Consulate, which is basically their favorite map remaining. Again, another one of those newer maps demo that CAG seem to be going for, whereas Cruelty have gone for an older map, a stalwart of the whole map bans of all 9. Oregon, it's been there since day dot. But also, actually, CAG have quite a low preference for it.
Yeah, look, Oregon, one that didn't get played yesterday, surprisingly.
Yeah.
We only seen Consulate just the one time.
Is this our first Oregon then?
No, I think there's an Oregon on the Liquid GK game.
Okay.
Just the stats haven't updated for that. But, I mean, it wasn't played yesterday, I can tell you that. Affirmative.
Cool.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the Oregon plays out. But Consulate before we get there, which is generally seen as a scary map just because it is one of those defender-sided maps, and you know, do you really want to be picking that map knowing that you're going to have to start in the attack? I think that's always the game of chicken, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely is. And obviously if we get there, we go through to Cafe, which was a decider map that we've just seen on the B stream. We just saw Bleed. Well, we saw SSG play it. We didn't see Bleed play it. We saw SSG play it. If we get there, we're going to have Cafe, which seems to be our decider maps today. So, you know, it's nice to go into a best of three. I always love best of threes because you get to see a little bit more exotic in the map pick selection. Very, very, I'll be honest, very, very excited for that Consulate.
Yeah, and it kind of builds the story, doesn't it, over the best of three. I mean, look at Bleed's story that we had with them. Oh, incredible to see them pull back in Clubhouse and then just...
Oh, he's not allowed to wear his hat.
No.
Let him wear his hat.
No.
Oh, why?
What's wrong with the hat?
What's wrong with the hat? Maybe Pengu always had his hood up.
That's true.
Well, maybe he's got cold hair.
I have an idea.
He's got a fresh trim. Maybe his head's a bit
What happens
cold.
if he has the strats on his cap?
Oh, really? And he
can
just
look
looks
up,
up
he
and
can
reads
see.
them.
Something like
that. Is that any different from SSG having a Bible in front of them of strats? No. There we go. Carry on.
No.
It's weird actually with CAG. So Suzushi used to be a player on CAG. Was a support player. Every time he came to international events, really didn't do well. Like, let's be fair, was okay inside of Japan.
There's not a lot you can say that CAG did well at international
exactly.
events.
But he's now the coach, standing behind them.
Happens a few times. Happened with Fearex as well.
Of course. Nova.
Yeah.
In and out. But the one thing that I will say about Cyclops or Kagasaka, or whichever way we want to call them, CAG, Cyclops, Kagasaka, we'll call them all today.
Kagasaka's a great one.
They actually went and they took some of the best talent from other Japanese teams. And I don't know if this was a little bit of a, I guess, basically trying to hinder their rivals whilst bolstering themselves.
It's the G2 strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. They took Sireneko, they took Shuri, and they also took Chibisu from what was left of that Fnatic roster inside of Japan. He was probably their best player at that point as well. And they went and took all of them and kind of... I'm going to say the word demo, and I might get some slack for this. They kind of created a Japanese super team.
Japanese super team?
Inside of Japan. But the problem is they were already behind Scars at that point, and have remained behind Scars because Scars have developed as a team at an astronomical rate. So, you know, I think the LCQ spot for Japan is where CAG kind of sit in their quality. And again, they were pushed close by Vitae, by Kinotrope, by a couple of the other teams inside of the Japan LCQ. So I'm very curious to see, because this is a game that feels very winnable for them, but where will they turn up?
Yeah, it's a weird one, because obviously both sides in the loser bracket, because they lost both of their respective games yesterday. And I suppose you look at it from a perspective of CAG are only just getting back into international events from SI. They weren't there, but still, the international experience on CAG, there's tons of that there. You know, some of these guys have been playing for years, whereas Cruelty, first time.
Yeah.
What are the expectations for Cruelty?
I mean, what are they, right? This is a team that, if you look back to Cruelty, you know, I know you were talking about Copa Elite 6, right? Cruelty were playing in the Mexico division, qualifying to Copa Elite 6, getting the game absolutely handed to them.
Like I said, it's just the issue with that format back then was no one's taken down Brazil. That
No,
was
they
always
weren't.
the issue. There was never a chance for these sides to emerge.
But this is what we're seeing now, is because of the LATAM region, and again, the LATAM region across the majors now, they haven't sent the team to SI because they've had different teams at every major.
Yeah.
Revan for Copenhagen, they had, it was Alpha Ferris for Atlanta, and we've now got Cruelty for, obviously, where are we? Manchester.
Where are we, he says?
We're on home turf.
My word.
But yeah, I mean, you know, I remember watching Cruelty when my boy Alan Duff was playing for them. He walked so they could run demo.
Well, that's a reference only a select few will get.
Yeah, only a select. I mean, he was a great player. Shout out Alan Duff. He's not with Cruelty anymore. He's with a different org as a CC. But yeah, anyway, let's get into Consulate. Now, we're going to see a Monty and a Clash ban. I'll be honest, if I was CAG, that would scare the crap out of me. If this was a rank lobby, it would scare the crap out of me.
Monty, we've mentioned, is so strong in the current meta. Look at the Monty bans that we've had across, you know, just the board on all the maps. You know, it seems to happen a lot. CAG were the first adopters of shield players. They always had a shield. They always had a Monty, even whenever Monty didn't have the abilities he does now. So it makes a lot of sense to ban that away from them still.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, there's one guy who, even though he doesn't actually play a lot of shields these days, Anderton, he still gets an incredible amount of bans against him for that Monty. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see a shield ban. CAG won't be surprised. And obviously the Ying and the Xiami to come off the back of it. It looks like we might get something fast into Consulate, into the top floor with the Amaru. The bomb site's actually piano, right? Is it? Yeah, it is.
It's piano.
Bomb site's actually piano, but in terms of taking that ground, it looks like we might see Mutombo going in. But doesn't fancy it for whatever reason. Don't know if his drones have been taken out, for example.
They may have some issues just because they don't have the Ying on board, which usually is a nice accompaniment to, of course, the Amaru. It will not only just blind the defenders, but also create a lot of noise that will allow the Gower Hook to go in unnoticed. He will have the flashbangs ready. So it will just be this this kind of top floor execute to see if they can gain a bit of ground into the building. Two players will be stacked up in towards that connector room just beside that CEO desk. But everyone else now from Cruelty starting to get set up in positions and starting to attack Spiral in towards the kind of admin side of things as well. Just a full-on collapse.
Yeah, it is. They want control of the top floor so they can then start working all of the defenders outside of the actual site itself. Sheeran Echo here, though, has managed to get a flank up the Spiral stairs. Looks like he is being held, but if they don't know he's all the way on the top, this could be a big problem. And Cherie picks up the first goal to Ivan. Sheeran Echo picks up Pyrox, and Addison picks up Mutombo, and suddenly that's a 5 versus 2. Bang, 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 5v2. 5v1, 5v0. There we go.
Just one after another. Everyone just did their job. You know, that is where CAG have set up everyone in these different positions. The pressure starts to come in from Cruelty, and they all just win their individual gunfights.
Yep, and it's worth saying, I think, on the balance of things, you look at, you know, things that matter at an international tournament. I think you look at experience, you look at individual skill, and then you look at teamwork. If you kind of think of those 3 pillars, I think CAG have obviously, they've got a lot of experience. Might not be good experience, but they've got a lot of it.
Look, they've been a lot of plane flights before. That's experience.
They are all, CAG previously didn't have people, for example, Suzushi, who couldn't hold his own. They now have 5 players who are exceptionally skilled inside of their regional domestic league and actually can mix it when they want to at an international event. We've seen them do it. So you've got, you know, 5 exceptionally skilled players, and if they play as a team, as we just saw in that first round, there's no reason why they have to be a team that's succumbing to the low bracket. They can go on a run. And that's just one thing that I want to say about CAG. Whereas, like you said, it's all about these expectations for Cruelty as well. You know, it's probably more Cruelty's expectations for this event is gain that experience, scrim as many EU teams, scrim as many of the other teams as you possibly can, and just soak it all in.
Gain the experience, go back to Mexico next stage, smash that, qualify for the next major, get your SI spot. That's what the goal should be. And honestly, that's a great way to go around it. Go to SI as well. I mean, incredible to see, you know, a Latin America side represented for the first time at an SI.
There was none of this SI just recently in Brazil.
It's what dreams are made of. Yep. But we'll see how they can deal with their next attack. And look, we know Consulate's going to be very defender-sided. It generally is. 5-1 halves are expected, I would say, from the defense. You know, I think the bans as well. You have no Ying on the board, for example. It's always going to be quite tricky to gain control of these rooms without having the Candelas just to push in with ease. You've got the basement, of course, you're dealing with, and there will be a bit of a roam game coming in, so Shuri on the Solus, great operator for Consulate. Surprised it's actually escaped the banning.
I think that's why, obviously, you've done a Clash ban. You've probably got to deal with whatever is left open. The Solus and the Fenrir are very often. Suneko picks up the first kill onto Ivan, and I think that will be the
teamwork.
That will be the win condition for, it's great teamwork, and that's going to be the win condition for KAG as well. Get yourselves down there now, force their execute on a 4v5. Realistically, this is why entry kills are so important. It's very easy when you're, looking at it to say, right, they've got the entry kill, they should win. But it's because of how you play off the back of the entry kill. It's
going to be very difficult, I feel, as well, for Cruelty to get a lot of the reinforcements done. Only just the ace. So you kind of have a choice. Do you waste 2 Selma charges on the hatch?
Yeah.
And then only 1 for the breach? Or do you just forego the hatch and try and open up both sides of the breach? It's very difficult now, I feel. I feel for Cruelty to go for, obviously you can still play in the vertical, but I always think having that hatch as another option into sight, it helps you out massively.
The reason that you need the hatch for me is the pillar position. So the pillar position inside of that basement, especially, I know Azami's not on the board, but you can reinforce that position, maybe play shield, and just stick in it as we see
massive
the smoke.
Kill.
Yeah, massive kill. As we see Chibi playing inside that position. If you don't have the hatch, it's so hard to clear out anybody out of that position.
This is just like clockwork right now for the defense. They are doing everything right. They are wasting time. They're picking up kills. They're using the C4. Oh, Pyrox, who we'll get on to a moment about how well he has played so far in the event, but he'll have nothing to do in this round, and it is a 2v5. Matumbo is in with the diffuser in hand. Smoke canister goes out, but it's going to be avoided, actually. Great footwork, but oh, what a peek. And there's the final kill. Black Ray adds on to it. My word, that's just by the book, isn't it? For a defense there.
Yeah, it's perfect. They got the entry kill. They got themselves back to sight, and like I say, once you've got the entry kill, getting yourself back to sight and playing the win condition of that, and it basically was only going to go one way.
Yep.
I don't think the book or the vertical players did enough work there, if I'm being honest, from Cruelty. I think Pyrox, and we said we'd get onto him.
Yep.
He averaged over 10 kills per map inside of LATAM. He actually averaged a lot of kills yesterday, played really well yesterday, especially that map 2 against SSG on the Clubhouse. He managed to get himself, 24 kills across 2 maps? Pretty good. However, and I suppose this was maybe celebrated inside of LATAM or the LATAM League, but will be leveled as a criticism here at the International Arena, is why is it only him that seems to, like, if Cruelty win, it seems to be because he has pulled the kills in. And we saw just then that he was maybe trying a little bit too hard to try and force the kills, force those engagements, and he got shut down, and, ultimately nobody else has any answer.
Worked for BDS for years, just having one guy do all the work.
Yeah, I mean, but that's Shaiko. And to be fair, it didn't work for them for years until they added a second guy in Leakyfack.
No.
They added a second guy in Leakyfack, and then they won a major.
Worked for Citizen in the G2.
Did he win a major or an SI?
EUL finals.
No,
we'll take
give
that.
over. Come on, Demo, that's a reach.
We were reminiscing about the Citizen versus Shaiko back in the day. What a fight. And we get to see both those guys here as well. And obviously Citizen, new team as well for him, another environment he has to adapt to. Still in NA though. Well, do we count M8 as NA anymore?
I don't know. So here's the thing, right? For the people who didn't count Revan as Latin American, you can't count M8T as North American. How about that? You've got to apply the same rule for everybody. Whichever one you do, at least be consistent.
Well, there's no disputing that this is Japanese versus Mexico. That's confirmed. Yeah. There's no disputing that. Don't worry.
We're waffling at the minute. There's a mirror window on the secret.
Oh my word. I mean, this is actually quite good because it's there just for a bit of impact reckon as well. Naturally, you'll see operators maybe with the hard breach gadget go around the back end and see if they can open up a hole, but you can't really do that because, I mean, 1, you have to stand in front of an open mirror window, and 2, impact tricking, of course.
It also helps significantly because obviously we're playing the split site here. So Tellers and the basement is the site. Shurik's on the first one. It doesn't matter. Chibi's found the second. Let's just carry on into the round here. Ivan's managed to find the lurk into close to site. Toski finds one up onto Chibisu there. And it's all going off, basically. It looks like everyone's just pushed in off the back of a Dokubi call.
It may look as though the site is quite open right now, especially in towards that Tellers, but as long as the basement is still in control of defense, they have the Pulse, they have the C4s, they have the Maestro, they have all the information in the world. They can just stop that plan from happening. So really it's up to Pyrox to get down here and start getting some of these kills, start trying to see if he can push through that bunker in towards that basement. Shareep with another on the Toski. Ivan and Pyrox, both of them situated in the basement. Now it's only down to Ivan and see what he can do in the 1 versus 3. No diffuser in hand, a minute 10 on the clock. It's just going to be down to gun skill.
Yeah, it pretty much is. Ivan, he's not even shot the default cam. Like, Siege 1-1, I mean, I know you're in a 1 versus 3. I know they already know where you are, but obviously if you're going to try and get slippy with it, maybe shoot the default cam. That might work. He seems to know the Maestro is on the far side towards that secret tunnel entrance. I'm not actually sure what that room's called, where the Maestro is. Doesn't matter at this point. He's holding the left side. He's going to get peeked from the right side. And that will be the round for CAG. Demo, we've just cast 14-0. We are currently 3-0 for CAG. And I'll be honest, I think Cruelty have got like 3 kills as well. So it's not even looking likely they're getting around at the minute.
If Tim is like the overtime king,
am I the 7-0
you're
king?
the 0 king.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know what it is. You seem to be casting these one-sided affairs.
I do. I mean, so for Cruelty, I think the plan here, I think the plan, and again, didn't look like they had a plan, but I think the plan was Dokkaebi call, flood site, plant tellers. Because if you can flood site, you can get the pulse off his scanning, you can get the Solus off the scanning, you can get the Maestro off the Maestro cam, if everyone is going into site as the Dokkaebi call's on.
Yeah.
But they didn't go into site. And I think that was the biggest problem of that strat that's designed to go into site.
We used to see it back in the old consulate, where that bomb site all revolves around denial. Information and denial. That's why Pulse is a big seller for consulate. And if you can take the attention away from Pulse using this gadget to stop Maestro getting on his cameras, you can plant under the cover of just all the other chaos happening around in the building.
Yeah.
So it's not a bad idea, but look, kills are always going to be dominated in an FPS. You know, we said it before, you can be the best prepared team in the world, you can have the best strategy in the world, no one's going to dispute that, but if you can't hit your shots, you are not going to win. That is the facts of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's ultimately why you see a lot of these teams now, you know, if you think back to, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years ago, you're seeing teams saying, right, we'll have 2 entries, a flex, 2 supports, that type of composition. You're now looking at a lot of teams having more or less 4 flexes that can shoot hard and 1 IGL hard support, whatever you want to call it, or however you want to think about it. 1 player who struggles a bit on shooting but does the grunt work for the team. And I think so many teams operate like that now.
Should we call out some of the players with the back gun skill?
Lagonis. Let's just be honest. Let's look at Liquid, right?
I'd look at Troy as well. Look at
Troy,
Canadian.
Canadian, yep. You could also argue Uno on G2.
I think Uno, I mean, to be fair, Uno the stage, though. He was the big savior for G2, so they have their moments, but it's not always the consistency. There we go.
So it is how these teams tend to
BDS?
try to
Who can't shoot in BDS?
Nah, give up.
There we go.
Yeah, BDS wins everything, though. But I suppose even Vita King, when he joined FaZe, that was one of the things leveled to him. He's like, hey, he's not, going to be the good gunner. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with the point because we've got sidetracked.
You were mentioning that obviously kills is what dictates
yes,
the meta.
Exactly.
Currently.
There we go.
You were back on.
And if you've only got 1 player who can get kills, unfortunately, you're going to struggle.
Oh.
Shuri tried to C4, it was shot out. Very nice.
It's Pyrox, I believe, on the Twitch, and he's got that DMR, of course, but
the glass.
Yeah, I think right now for Kag, again, it's just testing the limits of Cruelty, and I think early C4, see if you can catch them out and try and get almost like a cheap kill. It'll help you out in the long run, as we know. But right now for Cruelty, we just need to see a little bit more from them. They have gotten part of that breach open, and somehow the drone is not going to be muted out as well. I thought it was that you're just throwing it into a mute jammer, mate, but no, it seems to be okay. And look at this, the backstab coming in as well. Is he going to be able to pick up anything from this position? He's moving very quick, and remember, this is a hole that Kag had last time, and it looks as though that Cruelty have kind of adapted, and they've seen the setup, so I like the fact that they've disabled that mirror window, which did cause them issues last time.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When they attacked this on the very first round, they failed to clear the top floor. So far, it's going better. However, this big fight that Roby's going to take in terms of this engagement, he's going to be so important.
Gets it down.
And he manages to get the down, but Sharif swings out from the mirror window, even though it has been destroyed, and does manage to find that kill. Where's the refrag? Where's the rest of the aggression at the same time? That's what I'm wondering. Now it's going to be Toski's turn to go and walk into that same crossfire. Does manage to find the kill. Will he be refragged? No, gets away with his life.
No, Toski in the thick of it now as well. Obviously the pickup has happened for Kag, and Pyrox looking to see if he can get in towards Spiral, but with a minute to go, we see a flank coming up in for V's, and it's successful! Trineko is able to find that kill. Another down has happened, but this time it's against Cruelty.
Is that the Frostmark? Yeah.
It is. Pyrox with the DMR in hand has no idea where that castle has lurked off to, and he just doesn't have the information. Cherneko is playing this extremely passive. He knows he can win this, and even though the UMP has let him down in the final moment, it's still a 2v2 though, and look at the HP of both of the Cruelty players.
Yeah, they are both so uber lit. Ivan, he's managed to get himself all the way down Yellow Stairs onto the site door. Might be able to find a lurk in, as it doesn't seem like the CAG players are aware of his presence. He's inside of sight, and it's all on Pyrox to try and do some vertical work for him to clear out that closet. Chibi's holding the hatch, but does he know about the player in sight? Finds the kill, will get swung. No, will he? No, the smoke grenade's gone down, but the flank's coming in as Ivan's pushed deep. It's Black Red, it's Ivan, it's a 1 versus 1. It looks like he can't find him, he's going to lose on time. CAG win a 4th.
Oh, Ivan is a 50-50. Does he run in towards benches? Does he check the closet? He's checked the closet in that scenario. Just
Pyrox did divert onto closet.
There's no information there for them in the late stage. Look, a lot better from Cruelty. They bring it down to the 1v1. It's one of those, it's that tough scenario. But look, again, CAG, they look to be such a stalwart defense they're setting up where they don't really, I'm not seeing many weaknesses at the moment as well. CAG are just setting up very basically, but I think their trade game from CAG has been very strong today.
Yeah, I think the trade game and the flank game in particular from CAG has been good. What I will say, and I'm going to try and not be negative, but I will...
difficulty impossible for Jack.
I will caveat that with the fact the CAG have not changed their defense there. That is exactly the same defense as round 1, and Cruelty have not been able to fully clear it. Because they flanked in round 1, fair enough, CAG flanked up Spiral in round 1, but they flanked up Visa in round 4. And it's the same round that played out, and Cruelty basically succumbed to the same things. And there was no adaptation, and that's the... I would say against a better team, CAG get punished for. That's all I would say, and caveat that with.
What happened if we cast 4 7-0s back to back to back to back?
I mean, we're already legends, Demo, but we'd go down as a legend.
Honestly, just insane. Like, again, just another...
let's try 3.
Another one-sided affair where CAG are just... they're just them right now. They're just doing everything correct.
Yeah,
the trade game is there.
It really is.
And it's great to see, you know, CAG come in where, again, look, CAG have let us down before in international events where we've got our hopes up, and it just never really happened for them.
I remember you once saying they was going to win SI, Demo.
Don't know where that's coming from. That's a false agenda.
I was with you in Paris.
I remember that news statement. That journalist has been fired because he's leaking false information.
Slander?
He's done. Cease and desist.
Yep, I see. No, that was just your opinion on CAG that cease and desisted.
Don't know what you're on about.
Anyway, it's going to be over to the top floor. Now, Rovy's going to try and work in below, but he's got reinforcements. He's got castle barricades that he's got to try and deal with. As obviously, CAG are putting a lot of investment into the piano room and the lounge and trying to hold on below that bomb site as well. So, Matumbo, there is a breach out onto the meeting balcony, but that's basically all they've got. Cruelty really don't have a lot of map control, and Pyrex has just slipped his way into the secret tunnel. I'm wondering how he's going to appear inside of somewhere right now.
I can't believe you've named it the secret tunnel, which is...
What's it called?
I don't know.
What's the official call?
Honestly, I'm more than happy to go with secret tunnel.
In my rank stack, it gets called secret tunnel.
Okay, let's go with secret tunnel. There we go, everyone. Let's set a trend going. One thing I like about the mid-floor hold is, you know, if Cruelty are going to play that kind of basic admin clear across, the C4s from below is going to be massive because you can C4 all of the positions inside of meeting from downstairs. So it just forces it, but Matumbo's getting a plant down. Where on earth is that coming in from? A great kill has happened though from below, but there's the C4 that I mentioned. This is the issue. If you don't take downstairs, you will be C4'd. It looked as though that they were hoping that players were going to try and flood back up Visa, so they placed the attackers in the position, but they were not aware about the mirror.
I have no idea what's going on now, but Pyrox and Rovy have managed to find the kill. He's all up to Aniston. I've seen this guy do some magic. It's not going to happen in this round. And Cruelty get their first round, Demo. The back-to-back 7-0s is off.
Dream's done for me and you. I'll be honest. I mentioned that because I want to see Cruelty win, because we knew that would curse it.
Oh, we've reverse cast it. I mean, they just celebrated that massively, and I think they need to.
Yeah.
They need to get themselves a bit of energy, know that they can compete. I'll be honest, that round was a bit of a weird one because of CAG's set up to try and deny from below, and Cruelty collapsed on it at the same time. I did like it, but it was a bit of an odd round from both teams, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Look, I see it as Cruelty. They've got that one round. We said before, like 5-1 splits are not uncommon on Consulate. If Cruelty get this next round and they go 4-2, that they can work with that. They can work with that.
Look at us, we're flipping.
It's not flipping, it's just the way the map is.
Yeah.
Like, the map flips itself.
It absolutely is. I mean, CAG, put that strap back away, I think. But yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Going down to the basement now, and realistically, when Cruelty last attacked this site, right, they really struggled with taking control of the full map. They didn't have enough breaching utility, for example, for the hatch and the breach. And ultimately, it was just trying to lurk into sight in the late rounds, and it really didn't work well for them.
So I like the changes. They've got an extra set of hard breach gadgets as well, along with the Ace. And they also have the Ram. They had the Buck come in last time to try and do their soft destruction.
Yep.
The difference is between Ram and Buck. Buck, a little bit more susceptible to C4s, whereas, as we know, Ram, the drones do it for you.
Yes. Yeah, and obviously, it's interesting with Ram because when she was kind of released, everyone's like, we don't know if we like Ram or not.
I think she's good. Also very good for rushes.
But I think she's found a nice place. I think the soft breaches in this game, maybe, I suppose maybe Sledge needs a bit of love. But actually, you know, Ram has found her place as Toski manages to find the opening onto Blackray, and suddenly we have Cruelty inside of this game.
Yeah. It's a great start again. Toski, get your opening kills, mate, and wait till you see what you'll get from this map. Consulate can be, you know, again, defender-sided, but if you can clear away some of those spawn peekers and roamers early on, then there is options for the attackers. What a swing there from Sharif, and again, it's that information I do feel has been lacking just a little bit by Cruelty. They haven't been checking some of the angles, and they have been caught out by some kills that I think could be prevented.
Yeah, Sharif's having a field day on the Solace. Look at him. He's still trying to be a fawn. He's still trying to drain that utility. That's 2 drones gone, and then he's going to fall back off.
3 drones left, 7 drones
exactly.
eliminated.
He's just going to try and drain all utility and information away from Cruelty to then use that against them. He might drop back to site, but he might be upstairs. They don't know that because he's killing all of their drones.
A bomb has been located. Slowed down just a little bit now for Cruelty, but again, still not a bad position. Only issue you would have is you've lost your Ram. Yeah, I don't think Ram was able to get off any of the drones off. So again, verticality is going to be a massive issue, and they don't really have like a sub. They don't have, you know, like hard breach gadgets on anyone. They have what, a bailiff? Is that going to be
Flores
your
is going to do
option?
it.
And Flores is going to try and open up some of the angles, but you're not going to get all of it. That's the issue. You can't get every angle open, and right now they're having an issue with trying to get that wall open. They will find the Cade Claw, but I just wonder, how good is their flank protection?
Yeah, that's the big problem. Not much information, not much flank protection. The impact trick does come out in the end. It does manage to get the first ace charge, but still has 2 in pocket from Mutombo. So this breach will be going off, but actually, yeah, it will go off. Yep. But it will be a vulnerable breach, is what I'm saying. It's going to be a vulnerable breach. Not much flank protection, not much drones. This is going to be a difficult attack to make work.
And still smokes and Goyos and C4 still on the board. There goes the smoke as I say it though. Toski has found Chibisu. So Mutombo potentially could just jump in whenever these flames are finished. And Toski, no Grims left though. So he's just going to try and play in the vertical angles. Ivan has made a push in towards Pillar now in a great position. Trying to cover the plant. But no, what a swing from Anaton. Takes out Ivan. Pyrox will take up that same position in towards Pillar, but Mutombo has to try and get the plant down, but he's been down. A flank, it looks like, from above, but it was the fire that got Mutombo. Pyrox has to try and pick up the diffuser and try and get the plant down. Sharif, here he comes. It's a 1v2. Anaton doing a great job of just staying alive. Oh, a shotgun right into the back. Has to stick the diffuser to Sharif. Should be able just to pick up the pieces, and he does so. It was close, but a massive flank from Sharif.
Yeah, massive flank, and that's all down to his hard work in the mid-round, for staying around, for punishing those drones, and then for getting that flank off. They had no idea. They genuinely had no idea if he was still on the mid floor, whether he'd gone top floor, whether he'd come back to site, and they had no idea about the flank either, and it proved to be the round-winning flank. I think Sharif himself has been an excellent signing for this CAG roster. I think picking him up, you know, he's putting in a great account in this game, he's putting in a good account of himself this tournament as well, so far as well, and yeah. 5-1, as you say, not uncommon for a Consulate defense. However, scoreboard pressure does mean a lot. And it's worth saying as well, this was Cyclops' map pick. And actually, Cruelty chose attack onto Consulate.
Makes you wonder.
What it does make me wonder is, I don't know. You want to be on defense first of Consulate all the time. The only reason that I could see of wanting to go on attack is kind of 2 things. One, good teams, top teams generally will do this to try and put, like, if Cruelty had come out and got a 4-2
first
split,
half, and then as they ease into the game, they get an even easier defensive half, maybe something like that.
And then the second one is for bans, because you would get the second attacker ban. Maybe Cruelty really wanted CAG to ban the Monty and try and get a free ban that way. I don't know.
CAG are going to ban Monty.
Exactly. So I'm still not even sure on that one. It seems a blunder right now that they've chose to start attack, because this could have been the other way around. I don't know. I'm struggling.
And here's the issue: if you don't go all guns blazing and you don't get like a solid attacking start, you've now gave a lot of confidence over to Kag.
To Kag, yes.
They're, the kills are flying for that side. Shoe-Reap is.
They now need to win 2 territory sites to win.
Yeah, this is the thing. Now it means that Cruelty, you only have a finite amount of chances. You can't mess up. You have to go pretty perfect here. You mess up twice, you're done.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So, anyway, we're going to see the top floor site from Cruelty. In terms of operators that they've brought, I suppose, I would say fairly standard operators. They've got the mirror on the board, which we're seeing Matumbo play behind on the smoke there. And Cyclops are looking like they're going to start inside of admin and sweep across from that.
Yeah, they still have a lot of pressure also towards the kind of windows as well, and the main breach on the single is also open. And the nice thing as well is that if you actually look at that room with that single breach wall, you have these little windows above. You can throw utility over the top of that. You can also fire like the Grim canisters in, the Capta bolts, and it's a nice way of being able to clear out the rooms without actually having to enter them or swing it. It's just a safe way to clear out those positions.
Yeah, absolutely. Blackray's got a nice drone here. It did get, unfortunately, taken out. It was a nice drone inside of sight, in case they wanted to rotate, as there's drones in meeting, there's drones in CEO. There's a lot of drones here as we're seeing Blackray cycle on these drones. And actually, not much has happened. It's now a 5v5 with only a minute to go. It looks like it will be a Grim execute into meeting, though. The Grim does manage to... No, doesn't manage to find the kill. I was sure he was going to get that kill onto Toski.
It looked as though he had the quick peek ready, but now they're trying to push in towards that front desk. Blackray is able to find Robbie, but Ivan goes down, and Matimbo also off the board. Anaton will try and stick to Diffuser, a nade right beside Toski. Oh, but Pyrox has been able to find it. 2 of them go down, but Diffuser is planted. Anaton now, and the 1v2, and Pyrox with the drive-by. Go and get your Diffuse, mate. What a round for Pyrox.
I was about to say, yeah, take those stats. You've just single-handedly won it. Get the Diffuse, take those stats, take that extra EPS rating. Wow. I think you can see why so much gets put into this guy, because he was dancing around nades and 2 players and managed to just open that back up. Kag should never have lost that attack. We should be looking at 6-1 right now, but, it was 2 players out there on the, again, call-outs on this map, on the baguette door.
I'd say front desk.
Front desk, yeah, on the front desk door. You really should at least be getting that refrag. Pyrox managed to find both, whilst in a red nade indicator as well.
So, bit of a fight back from Cruelty. That's what we want to see. We want to see Cruelty put on a good performance for us. So 5-2. That's 1. We need to see a few more, though. And Kag, this is the thing, though, with all the rounds that Kag won on the defense jack, they have this almost, this safety net below them where... if they lose a few rounds, it's fine. We're still in the lead, and they can try maybe some rushes. And straight away, look at the lineup from Kag. We're seeing the Blitz come in. Bro, where's your hard breach? For me, this just screams you're gonna try and take like one part of the map, and that is it.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you was to describe Kag over a long term, it would kind of be stuff like this. It would be blitz, it would be fast, it would be in your face. He wouldn't be worrying about breaching, for example. No breaching on the side of Kag. This has got to be, in my opinion, either something direct to site or something direct to top floor.
Yeah.
Maybe the yellow side. I'm glad Shareep is over by the yellow side. I think this is a collapse onto yellow to take top floor quickly. Basically.
Yeah, good position that your Blitz can get into. Blitz can just jump straight down through the skylight onto yellow stairs, and he can then position himself either to go in through Baguette or in towards the connector, where we can see Matumbo setting up some of the observation blockers and a Goon Mine as well, which will be a bit of an issue for the Blitz. As we know, a Goon Mine really just hampers them, it slows them down, and it just means the Blitz has to take a few seconds to get that out of his leg. Anaton, here we go with the arrows. They are in. Shareep in through Baguette. Oh, almost finds the pisticle on the Ivan. Anaton has been able to find Matumbo, so he swung in towards that CEO. Shareep having some issues here with the mirror. Is there information? Oh, what? Pyrox stabs him through the shield. A 2v4. Kag has completely failed after that mishap on the top floor. Sereneko, where are you going? Where are you going, mate? You have to go upstairs. Anaton is... He was on the rappel, now he's ended up bottom yellow.
Yeah, it's it's just categorically failed. They brought all of the operators to take the top floor, all as one, and it's just categorically failed. Sireneko has found one onto Pyrox, and again, I will say, Pyrox playing in these dangerous positions in the middle of crossfires has once again opened that round back up for Cruelty, because he is so composed in those situations and finds those kills. Blitz his face, doesn't matter, I'll knife him. And basically now you're looking at CAG having to try and re-engineer the round. They can't take top floor, they don't have enough people, so what are they going to do? Well, I don't know, they've got to just try and find one by one and slice and dice it.
Exactly, they have to try and isolate the kills, and right now for Cruelty, they're not all together, you know. You look at the player upstairs, he's kind of by himself, you know, just maybe if CAG try and take the 1v1s and try and engage, then perhaps you could try and find some form of success. It looks as though that somebody has come upstairs to try and assist him. So you can see Ivan above, and oh, this is what I mean. He's isolated one kill in towards Baguette. Toski, though, makes up for it. He wins his engagement. Yeah. And there's Ivan with a great swing. Cruelty, the fight back. It's on, Jack, it's on.
It's actually on. It's the consulate defense, I guess you could say, but it's a lot of confidence. And I will come back to it. Pyrox, again, in those big moments, has produced a big play that keeps them in that round. Because actually, should CAG take control of the top floor, should they execute that top floor take with the blitz, with everything, bang, you're looking at a CAG round win because they can play out a numbers advantage. But Pyrox said no.
Basement is where we head. How is this going to work out now? Because obviously for Cruelty, they've not only won their top floor, which is kind of expected, they just won the tertiary bomb site, which we can't, well, I mean, I'm going to throw you under the bus.
Okay.
You mentioned, oh, you have to win the tertiary bomb site. Oh, it should be fine. Oh.
Yep, yeah.
Oh, I'm Jack Allen.
Is that what I sound like?
Oh.
Go on then, do a Jack Allen impression. Go on.
I don't want to do a Jack Allen impression.
I'll do a demo impression.
Well, okay, go on then.
No.
That's what I thought.
No.
Yep, there we go. Oh, some people get a good chuckle out of that one. But look, down to the basement again. This is supposed to be one of the sites that you expect the defenders to win.
Yes.
It is very difficult. To be fair, I would have thought that this would maybe be a little bit more attacker-sided because of the impact grenades nerf.
Yeah.
So the main wall on the garage isn't going to be susceptible to that anymore. So that was the kind of thought process I had, but still, it doesn't look as though it's changed.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Teams are still bringing the impacts. They're still. What you do have to say is they do have the lineup indicators to hit them more consistently. I think if there wasn't the lineup indicators, for example, we would see teams not be relying on impact triggers at all, especially given the impact nerf. But you know, they do have lineup indicators. We saw a really nice one from all the way from Kitchen in when Cyclops were on the defense, actually. So as it is, doesn't matter anyway because they brought a Maverick. Toski's going to try the C4 over the top. There's nobody there, buddy. And that's the C4 lost. Looks like he's still going to play close breach. Maybe try and find a cheeky little peeky when the Maverick goes for it, but
that's it, Maverick. Dangerous. You know, I think Maverick obviously a great operator in terms of just being able to ignore bandits, Cades, all of that, but still a very dangerous
You often trade a life for a breach.
Yeah, it's rough, and I think especially with the C4 lineups now as well, your Maverick in a way, and all of a sudden a C4 just came right through it. You know, it's an issue.
So Shiraneko has managed to find a lurk into Piano, and the hatch is soft inside of Exposition, as Sharif entered the top floor. So there is a roam on the board from Cruelty, but actually it looks like CAG are just going to ignore that roam altogether, as Black Ray's been shot from a long angle all the way from admin down into through that hatch down into that secret tunnel corridor.
It's not a bad idea, but you need to go quick because now you're giving Cruelty a chance to relocate. You know, you need to try and use those dopey calls efficiently.
That's a nice angle.
I mean, it is filth, absolutely filth, as long as he can hit the shots.
That's in the ranked archives. Clocking that one in.
You just can't keep stealing everything that the pros do. Oh, he's
doesn't matter, you run past.
Never mind, don't use it. It's not that good.
It's out. It's out.
It's done, but this is a good angle, though. Oh, bottles of shots, but no, will guarantee the kill with the UMP. It is tricky sometimes with that ray of fire, but still, Sharif is down. Sireneko, though, has found Pyrox. A massive kill in the grand scheme of things with that player off the table. Will make things a little bit easier, you know, less guns on the board, as we know, and Chibisu with the case in hand. And the fact that he's towards the back end leads me to believe that they're going to try and flood in through kitchen side.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to, but there's information on them. The vault camera there caught Chibisu, and there's also an echo on the board, and I saw the drone moving towards them. So as much as they will get the free ground here, there's information and there's people to deal with. Does Chibi know about what's up? Gets on the drone.
Oh, two of them.
Oh, he knows he's swinging.
Oh, he misses, but no, will end up getting the double tap onto it. Black Ray's going to be flanked as well. What a great flank as well from Rovi there. Black Ray off the board, and it is going to be a 2 versus 3. Serenako in the thick of it. He's somehow in the middle of the site.
Yeah.
Where's his teammate? No one's helping him right now, but look at that. What a play. Just Prones knows he has all the info in the world, using the Echo, using the Valkyrie. Great play from Cruelty. 10 seconds ago, they have to try and push forward that diffuser. And Tusky, is it going to be a clean double? Yes, it will. Cruelty on a roll.
We've got a game on our hands now, Demo. That's Cruelty completing the full sweep. And I think, again, if we look at the way these two teams, and especially CAG in this one, are attacking it, they're not dealing with problems. They're trying to circumvent problems and just ignore them and hope it won't come back to bite them in the ass. Yeah, that castle that you didn't want to deal with an admin, cool, he'll drop the admin hatch. He'll drop the hatch that was pre-open for the angle, and he'll come and flank you.
Flanks where both teams have been abused.
It's been abysmal, the flank control.
Surprising.
The drones,
really
the information,
surprising.
it's been... I haven't used this word yet. It's been honking.
Honking.
Something is truly honking.
Are you a
it's calling
goose?
out. Yes. Why not?
Gaggle of geese.
Gaggle of geese. Call out.
Call out.
Tactical timeout has been called by
CAG. He doesn't coach CAG.
No, he doesn't.
Coaches that team that 7-0's people.
7-0's people. Yep.
That's what they're known
They
as.
have a lot of 7-0 games because I've seen them get 7-0'd a few times anyway. So Cyclops are going to take a timeout. They're going to have a discussion now because actually that 5-1 split that was looking lovely and a redundancy, they've lost their redundancy now. They actually have to put in some solid attacks to get over the line because, to be honest, Cruelty are looking pretty good on their attacks. They're creating problems for Cyclops to solve, and Cyclops are just not solving them whatsoever.
No. It just feels as though if that initial push doesn't work for Cyclops, that's it. It falls apart. They don't have a plan B, and I think Siege, things don't always go your way. It's great when it does. Whenever you walk away from like a flawless attack, everyone's done their job. You're thinking, wow, we are the shit. We are so good. And then if you don't, it's like, we're terrible.
Yeah.
Which is actually a quote that Turd had after his last game.
Oh, really?
So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a player as low. What was it, 23 EPS? That might be the lowest EPS a player has ever had. Has a player ever had lower? I know on like CGG ratings and stuff it's gone very, very low, but I don't know by EPS because obviously they calculate based on different metrics. I'll be honest, I don't know the rating system behind either of them. I have my own rating system that gets similar to both of them. But
see, I have a rating system. It's called the eye test.
It's called the eyeball.
It's called the eye test. I just look and I'll know if a player's good or not. That's the way it works.
And is that you saying Tad's not good in that game? Oh, he was awful in that game.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Yeah. Get on the thermite, buddy. Anyway, up to the top floor now. Going back. They're going for the mirror window strat again. Echo drones again. Echo's not something that we necessarily see or actually associate with Consular as well. But Matumbo seems to like it, especially playing that shotgun at close range and providing the information to his team. As we see the, not quite a spawn peak, but a peak coming out from Rovi.
I must say, what a cracking name, Matumbo. Sounds like an elephant at the zoo.
Yeah.
Or the circus or something like that. It sounds like, here he is, it's Matumbo! And then out he comes like a ball. He just honestly, that's what it's like, but he's been a hell of a shift just in the information game. Sure, he doesn't have the kills, but we know that he's just been sat there in the cams, giving out all that information to his side, and a trade for trade, and what a run out! Rovi takes out Chibisu.
Yeah.
3v4 now. A CAG, that timeout just has not seemed to work because, again, they're already down the man advantage.
Yeah, and I think that's the big problem is, like, where are CAG going? What are they doing? Like, for example, Chibisu, why are you there opening Visa door when your whole team seems to be doing a yellow CEO-sided take, for example? Rovi clearly knew he was out there because Rovi had already shot him on the window peak. He's then just decided to go and get a little bit funky, a little bit more aggressive out of the main door, and why wouldn't you, right? The information clearly helping him as well. Black Ray's going to try and make something of nothing, as Rovi's going to rotate up Spiral, and Black Ray's going to let him, as Black Ray is now going through lounge, just where Rovi was. And again, we talked about it. The information game on the side of these teams, on their attacks, hasn't been good. Their flank game on the attacks hasn't been good. And I'm actually starting to wonder if that one attack round won by Cruelty is really, going to get them over the line here.
It could, because right now Kai just looked out of it. They had lost their Grim, who you'd like to have for this CEO take, where you can just Grim out all of the positions and then try and get in for that plant. They Still have the Capitao though. Anaton gonna try and see if he can line up these fire arrows, but still it's gonna be very difficult. There is still, of course, a C4 smokes and the echo cams on board for Cruelty, so plenty of denial, 15 seconds to go. But Tumbo is ready, primed and ready. A C4 goes in, it will catch Anaton. And Ivan now, he can swing in through the flames and pick up that kill. And still he's alive. He's still alive after that play. And Black Grey has no hope in hell that he's going to be able to win this round. The jump out's coming in as well. Pyrox, he still let him get away. Cruelty, 4 rounds on the bounce.
5-5, Demo, 5-5. Cruelty have got a little bit of confidence, and we're now starting to wonder, actually, if that choice to start attack was
Cruelty
maybe
might
genius.
they might be the best attacking side in console I've ever seen in my life. That one round, that's all we needed to see. No other team does that.
They got it.
Unbelievable.
And also, how important were the CAG blown rounds going to be? That very first round that CAG blew on the meeting attack. How important is that going to be? Because we're now looking at 5-5. Had CAG made that, what would that have been at that point in time? 6-1?
6-1.
6-1? Yeah, scoreboard pressure completely diff. And yeah, so we are guaranteed all 12 rounds now of this game. It's 5-5. There's a world where we could go overtime.
And one thing I really want to point out is the confidence that Cruelty has just gained throughout this map.
Yes.
This running out of the main door, going for the spawn peaks, different things like that.
Yep.
That's the confidence, because they weren't doing that during their first few rounds.
Yeah, and we were leveling, hey, like, Pyrox is the guy, and if he's not here, who else is?
Yep.
Don't get me wrong, Pyrox had a great game. Toski's been aggressive. We saw Rovi get aggressive in that last round. And Ivan's actually pulling up the slack as well. I mean, to be fair to Matumbo on the defense,
he's playing
he's
that role.
Playing
he's
Echo
playing
Shotgun.
Yeah.
He's enabling these guys. So actually, yeah, the criticisms that I maybe leveled at them, and again, I've not got a lot of experience in this team. I only saw some of what they did yesterday. But again, it seemed to be, and this was the story from the guys who did cast last time as well, if Pyrox doesn't do it, nobody does it for this team. Yeah. And actually, we're not quite seeing that today because the rest of the team on the defense seem to have come alive.
Of course.
And that's the big caveat.
Pressure and CAG.
Yes.
The game is slowly getting... I think the game's gone from it, feels like. They were leading so comfortably, and to lose 4 in a row, it's... what's going on?
And this is their map pick as well. That's so important in Best of 3s. This is their map pick. And they are now facing losing it because they're on the unfavourable side, and it's 5-5.
Anaton, aware of the runouts almost that comes in for Ivan, barely misses out on the kill, and Sharif is straight in, the diffuser's going down, nobody's home, the lights are on but nobody's in the building, Sharif will get the diffuse down, and now it has to be the retake for Cruelty. Pyrox kicks us off with 1 kill, but 4 more to find, as well as getting that diffuser down. Ivan, along with Toski, looking to retake in towards bench. Ivan holding on to the window, see if he can spot out anything he can with a scanner. One player will be flanking them from yellow. In they come, Black Ray as well, still on the rooftop. He's waiting for a call in. Serenako onto Rovi. He's going to be echoed out. Here comes the blitz. 2 of them line up in front of him, but Sharif just goes back into the mirror. Now he finds him, and no, he goes down as well. The retake is a 2v2 now. Serenako will get pushed, but no, he shuts him down. Anaton. Hold down to Matumbo. No hope. Diffuser is gone from him. He gets it down, that's all he gets. But CAG, the rush works. The rush works, Jack.
When CAG get back to CAGing, good things can happen. And the one thing that I want to say here is there was 2 key denial operators. Now, if you look at the plant spot, it's deep inside of exposition room. It's covered from the vertical above, right? Okay? You can't get vertical on that plant spot from above. We've seen lots of teams try to plant there for that reason. However, you can get vertical on that plant spot from below. But where was the solace when the blitz was running in and planting? Getting aggressive, yellow door, onto Anaton, not doing the solace work from below. I don't know also where Matumbo's echo drones were, because that could have been an initial point of denial. It's a big blunder. Like, teams often allow entry into lounge when they're defending that side. Whatever, it's fine. You can even allow entry into the site, but you've got to have redundancy from vertically above and vertically below to deny that particular plant spot. And if your solace is in Narnia fighting Anaton and your echo's somewhere else because they're getting a little bit too aggressive, because they've got a little bit too confident, yeah, you get banned. And CAG have somehow, after, to be honest, looking terrible on their attacks, have pulled a round out.
I would say the mentality from CAG is, guys, look, the way we've been playing has not been working.
Yes.
Let's just full send.
Yes.
If it works, it works. And they walk away with it. So, yeah, all credit to CAG. The rush works to charm it, gets them that 1 attack, so overtime's guaranteed for CAG. But who's to say they can't go and win a second and just win at 7-5? All the issues that we thought KAG were having could just be swept underneath the rug. But it will be the basement. This is a difficult bomb site. Look at the way KAG attacked it last time. It was flank central coming in from Cruelty.
Yeah.
So hopefully KAG can maybe do a better job at holding down those flanks, but no Solus on the board though, so perhaps the drones can stay alive to try and do that job.
Yeah, I think so. But there is Maestro, Echo, Valkyrie. There's a lot of information on the side of the defense.
He's trapped.
Yeah, Blackray's going to go chase him down. He's going to jump down. No, he's not going to jump back in. He's going to try and rotate Yellow. He's going to try and rotate Yellow door and get shut down by Amazon. That was an overheat. I mean, he trapped himself in that position, right?
He took the wrong turn.
What does he do? Does he wait there and die? Does he try and fight his way out of it?
I think you wait there and die. I think you have to try and take something with you at least.
On the balance of things, I think you do, yeah. I think you're prone in the corner, whatever it is. 3 cams
Give
as well.
him the cam.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's your Maestro, your Echo, and your Valkyrie all neutralized.
When you're playing such an information-heavy lineup against what could be a Dokkaebi, as we see now, the defenders are having to destroy
and using
their own
impacts
utility.
as well, using impacts, which they want for the breach.
Exactly. When you're playing such a lineup, Rovi really shouldn't be playing out solo when it's likely they have a Dokkaebi, because Dokkaebi's on the board. That's a big blunder, and they've lost all of their information now on clearly on an information strategy, right? Because you don't bring Valkyrie, Maestro, Echo unless you have that strategy to use it all.
We've just seen a Maestro camera, a Valkyrie camera, and an Echo camera gone within 10 seconds of each other.
Yep.
You know, and this is where the kind of fallback, I would say, for Cruelty, where they can try and rely on all of that information, is just, it's out of there for them. It really is. So this should now be where KAG can just do the basics, open up as much as they can of the flooring, get that main wall open, get that Thermite in. They haven't opened up the hatch though. Addison has 2 Thermite charges. He can use one of them for the hatch if he needs to. But it's all about just getting that plant down, seeing if they can go for that execute.
Yeah, he's playing outside Yellow. I don't know if there's enough time for him to go in and open up the hatch, but actually, they've got a 5v4. They have a lot of the site information as well, and they've got a Deimos just for good measure for a potential floor bang. It's going to be very important for Ivan here to at least find one pick. Swings out, doesn't find it. Oh my days, it's a 5 versus 2. It's going to be important for Pyrox and Toski. Pyrox manages to find another on the Maestro cam, but the plant is going down by that pillar position. Can he get there? No, he can't. Shirin Echo cuts him down, and it's all up to Toski on the flank. Can he find absolutely anything? Does he know? Doesn't know any locations, and Blackray will shut it down. KAG coming home on their own map, but only just. It looked hairy after being 5-1 up all the way to 5-5, and then bringing it out just about to win 7-5.
Oh, KAG, you had us in the first half, I'm not going to lie, but you've been able to take us home. And yeah, there's the 2 rounds at the end. A rush worked, and then, honestly, just that one misplay from the Jaeger gives away that information via the Dokkaebi hack.
Yes.
And that just killed the entire
So
strategy.
important.
You don't think about it, but just that one little thing of a Jaeger roaming, getting caught out early, has just set off a chain reaction.
Yep.
Incredible.
Cruelty had it in the hands as well. That's the thing. 5-5, Cruelty were looking good. They overheated individually 2 decisions. The Solace in round 11, and then the Jaeger in round 12. Yeah. And it's cost them 2 rounds, and it's cost them that map. Because it was right there. It was right there in their hands.
I feel as I'm a little bit... Should we not... It feels as though we're not centered. I don't know, is it just me? I feel as though I'm very... Like, I'm
we've
off
been
the
chilling
table.
over here,
Yeah, I'm off the table.
But we want to keep Manchester Major.
We want to keep... You can see exactly where we are. But no, look, you think about KAG and where they are now.
Yeah.
That's, their map pick. Obviously, now they have to go to Oregon, which is usually, a bit of a neutral ground for really any team in the world.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's a best of 1 map, right? That teams often go to because it is very neutral and you know the flow and there's not too much new on it. So I think KAG will be very happy with that, even if it did get a bit concerning in the game.
Yeah, obviously I think now if you look for Cruelty, it's how do they bounce back? If they lose this map, they're home. That's it, they're done. They have to get on the flight, so there is still a lot on the line, and even if we get to it, Cafe there as well, which is always one of those maps that we just don't really know what we're going to be in store for. But look, Oregon obviously going into it, it's going to be pretty default, pretty standard, but look, we'll see how that goes, but we have our break before that, so we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to the B stream, where we've just seen Cyclops Osaka beat out Team Cruelty 7-5 demo. It was a close game. It was Consulate. It was Kag's pick. They just about got it done. Here's the stats from the match.
Yeah, look, very defender-sided, which was expected, but Kag just getting the better of Cruelty in the final 2 rounds. Plants going down on both of them, which is something we haven't really seen too much, is like a lot of plant-orientated siege. There was 4 plants in this map, so I think that's always nice to see, because I think we kind of tallied up the average. It's like, with all the rounds of siege we had yesterday, there was only like 15% of those was actually the diffuser going down.
Yeah, that's one of the things is when tournaments happen, and across most tournaments, averages kind of work, obviously, as an average. Most tournaments, 25-ish% of rounds, you'll see a plant, so 1 in 4. Yesterday was a bit of a freak of nature. We saw like 120 rounds, 10%, I think 15%, sorry, about 18 plants yesterday, around about there. So it was very few plants. But this game, 4 in 12, so we're back around where we want to be.
We're getting the percentage up.
We're doing it. Kag, Cruelty, they're doing it for the percentages. But yeah, so obviously we've had map 1. That was Kag's map pick. We're now heading into map 2 of Oregon, which is going to be Cruelty's pick. Now, Cyclops, Kag, sorry, they've chose to start on the defense, as you probably would, and Cruelty will start on the attack.
Yeah, look, Oregon, again, I think one of those where you look at and think, yeah, 4-2 defense splits. You know, usually you win the tertiary bomb sites. Basement, in my opinion, depending on bans, should always be defender-sided. You should always win that as defender.
Not even depending on bans.
Always.
What bans can make basement attacker-sided?
And then I look at towards the top floor, and it's like, sometimes there might be a gimmick rush that might win you an attack. But usually it's the tertiary bomb sites that you need to win if you're on that attacking half first, because you need yourself guaranteed too. And again, the same way that Consulate worked, has to work both ways. You know, both teams can struggle on the attacks. Both teams could excel in the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose the one curious thing about about Oregon is you can just keep forcing and forcing and forcing the basement and the top floor bomb site until you win them, which always on the defense should guarantee you a 4-2 split.
Yeah.
I think it's why we see so many overtimes genuinely on Oregon. It's why we see teams always been happy to go there, for example, in a best-of-1 scenario. It actually makes it really curious, as we don't generally see it in best-of-3s. So Cruelty to pick it, I think maybe is a little token to where their map pool's at, maybe.
You think it's not as strong as what it could be? Which I suppose, look, a team coming in from LATAM region where it's still a developing region, very similar to what we talk about, you know, MENA, for example.
Yes.
It's that, you know, obviously EU, NA, and Brazil have had years and years and years to develop. Japan and Korea, a little bit less now, but still a lot of years.
Years, yeah.
You know, it's just the way it is. So for Cruelty, it's just about them finding their feet and finding who they are, finding their play style going into international competitions.
I liked their defenses. I liked their wanting to, you know, seeing Matumbo on the Echo reminded me very much of, in a way, Rogue in 2022. And I know that I'm drawing a throwback here, but the way that they were using Echo to kind of drone the defenders around the map, you know, accepting that it was, you know, mainly Pyrox that needed to get the kills, but Roby was in there and Ivan was in there as well. And yeah, I don't know. I think for Cruelty, I did like some of the stuff that they were doing. They were just trying to find an advantage. But they also may be overheated. You know, those last 2 rounds of Consulate on the defense, we could have been coming in talking about a Cruelty win. Had they have, I think, been a little bit more professional, a little bit more ruthless, and they maybe got drawn into it too much. And that's where Kag's experience, ultimately, I think helps them, because they understood that, and they kind of just pressed on the right buttons and reacted in the right situations to get those rounds over the line. And I think ultimately, when you're looking at the storylines of the 2 teams, that's pretty much where both teams are at.
It's just that it's the experience, you know, and a famous clone once said that experience outranks everything. And I think there's a lot of truth in that.
Who said that?
Famous clone.
Famous clone?
Star Wars reference, mate.
Oh.
Get with the times, come on.
Do you know what I do, Demo? I play Rainbow Six Siege and I watch Rainbow Six.
Oh, we're well aware of that. We're well aware of that.
I definitely have. I've never watched a Star Wars film.
Get them out. I'm taking applications for Newcaster. Get them away from me.
Good. I'm back on the desk as of Sunday.
Here we go. Oregon, defense, no surprise here at all. So I'm a big critic with, if you roam on basement, you're asking to lose the game.
Okay.
What? And already
Why?
I'm seeing, just because I think with the operators that you have available, looking at what Kag have on display, you have Mira, you have Kid, you have Tabaro. Why on earth would you need to roam? You can just sit in sight and win. Like, there's a Ying ban as well.
There's a Ying ban, yeah, okay.
It's, you don't have to do anything in the defense. It's such an incredibly difficult attack to go for.
Yeah.
And to roam, you're just giving opportunities for the attack to get kills where they wouldn't have that if you just sat behind mirror windows and sat in sight. And already the roam game, you've lost your Warden.
Fair enough, I am picking up what you're putting down there, Demo. I will give you that. There's no need to do any of the extra stuff, but extra stuff will happen and BlackRay will find the kill. He's going to get chased down by Pyrox, but he is going to get away. So it will still be a 4v4. I don't know how hard Pyrox wants to chase here. No, he's going to back off it. Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, you know, BlackRay has managed to find that kill back. Sure, Siren Echo's dead, but he's managed to find the kill back onto the bug. And on the basement, it's all about man count. Yep. You know, it is about utility. Of course it's about utility, but it's about man count as well, and executing in a man advantage situation for the attackers is what's important. So that's a huge kill for BlackRay to get it back, and regardless of the roam now, CAG can just get themselves back to site and play it out from there.
Massive C4 just landed right at Ivan's feet, but he's somehow been able to walk away from it. No mirror on the side of CAG, which is very surprising. An extremely strong operator that can lock down the laundry and the freezer side of things, which is where this push is coming in from. The Grim will fire in the bees in towards a small closet. Player right beside him moving in towards freezer. Thankfully, he caught that in the nick of time, or else that could have been disastrous for the freezer player. Tarabi in for the fire, in for the smoke, but no, he gets beaten by Anaton. The diffuser is going to be called, and Chibisu will pick up Pyrox. Anaton on a rampage. Finds Matumbo, and Chibisu with a shotgun locks down that freezer. A great hold to kick things off for CAG.
Is this the formal apology, Demo?
No.
Is this the formal apology for the roam?
No,
because they won it?
No. Not at all.
No, the roam was terrible.
I think that honestly, I think they're very lucky Capitao wasn't brought there, because Capitao without the Warden on the board caused you a lot of issues.
Capitao without the Warden, yeah, I agree. I think they're very also lucky that the Grim didn't use their utility into the
freezer,
and the laundry machine as well. And they're also very fortunate because, like you said, I did pick up on that point about the mirror window. When you bring the mirror window for the closet, you can hold both freezer and laundry with one mirror window, which means as defenders you can dedicate so much resource to the back, to the laundry, to the blue, to the meat and arts drop.
Another thing as well you can do with the mirror windows with Azami being up is you can also then play the W7M mirrors, where you'll place an aggressive mirror window on the right-sided freezer wall, and then you use the Kiba barriers to block up the angles on the laundry. So there's plenty of options, I think, with both of those operators available. Yeah, it's just surprising they didn't bring the mirror.
They won it. Well, what you're saying is they won it, and they managed to win it with, what, 2 deaths? But they could have won it better.
Yeah, more or less.
And let's be fair, we have just watched SSG do 2 maps of pure siege. So we're in
that kind of element, aren't we? Yeah. But anyway, look, Cruelty again, we know what this map is. We know that we're expecting to see them pick up the tertiary bomb sites, but here we are on our...
Oh, he's not got hard breach!
He doesn't have the hard breach! You fool! No. To be fair, the right side's actually soft. He can shotgun a hole if he wants to. It looks like it. Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is.
So it actually hasn't worked out too bad from Matumbo. But look, this is the thing with the top floor, is that you can maybe try and cheese a rush. You have the Blitz, you have the Amaru, you have a Ram. In my opinion, you go straight for a big window.
There's no breach. They've got to.
Yeah.
They've got to pivot and put this into a fast push here. You see him at Matumbo now. He
should be going in towards kids, in my opinion. He should be straight in through the kids' window, but he will pick up the diffuser. I wonder where the Blitz is going to go. Generally, the Blitz jumps in big window and tries the plant.
Could he go up white, potentially? They've got to do something in terms of that kind of cheesy rush. There's no Ying to do it. There's no Grim. I'm a little bit confused. Is the Ram for the sound cue of it?
I don't know. Here comes the Blitz. Going to come up in towards the white. A C4 will get tossed in right at the perfect moment. Anatun has killed his player behind the Blitz. And it's all down to the Blitz, Ivan. Oh dear, Cruelty. The rush, a failure. CAG just holding strong.
That was a series of unfortunate events that started off with an Amaru play where he didn't bring hard reach. That ended up with a Blitz going in white stairs and with no cover. I suppose the cover died from Anaton. Yeah, I don't know. The plan didn't make sense. And as much as Cruelty looked all right on their defense of Consulate, their attacks, weren't good. We're not seeing good attacks, I would say, so far. Now, but what I will say, here is the opportunity to be competitive inside of Oregon. The tertiary side. This is the one. If you're going to get Oregon to, at the very least in overtime, you have to be winning these sides. Because these are the sites that people aren't going to repeat. If you win a laundry, they're just going to repeat it until they win it.
There is only one way that I feel that you ever lose this bomb site from the attacker perspective. I think the actual basis of it is quite easy. You can either go in towards kids, and then you have a hatch to drop in and you can plant.
And you take small tower side, yeah.
Or you go very minimalistic, you take big tower and you plant inside of meeting.
Yes,
right? That's your two options. And the win, I always think that the win condition for the attacker, or for the defense, sorry, is how well you can retake, how well you can perform on your flanks. Both teams struggled massively with that in Consulate.
With flank control, yes.
So I think flank control should be, if you can do that well, you will win these attacks.
It's worth saying as well, obviously we have the benefit of the spectator view here, but it is worth saying that KAG have put significant investment into the top floor, and the gap here in their strategy is this big tower side, because they double reinforced off the meeting wall, and they've reinforced off attic as well, which means should Cruelty want to, they could go for a full big tower take, only take big tower and plant stage.
Pyrox has just slipped past the Watcher on the wall, and now he's up in towards white. Oh, the Banshee! Did they hear it? Now they'll hear him as the shots ring through. There's also a player inside a small tower who could also come around the back and try and flank Pyrox, and he's went back right from where he started all the way back in towards Classroom. It was a nice try, but the Banshee's, Jack, stopping that.
Yeah, but he's shown himself as a threat now. And actually, the CMP is genius because he's going to slip past the Melusi Banshee all the way into sight for Rovi. But they're not finding anything, Demo.
Nobody's given himself up from KAG. See a Dugby call as well. They came in to try and help them, but... Oh, Rovi, no, Rovi! Chibisu, who's the player towards small tower, has found his kill. Matumbo's been down. Pyrox, so inside a flag, is getting more kills as well. Toski has taken up that same position that Rovi was in as well. Look, here comes a flank from the Clash coming in from T2, a big tower. Chibisu, another kill for him. Anaton with the shield, has the diffuser as well.
I'm just astounded, Demo. Pyrox is going to try and find his way in from Trophy. I feel like he's touched every inch of Oregon inside of this round. He's been here, there, and everywhere. Seems to understand that he's in a two-way crossfire. Can he fight his way out of it? No, he can't. Perfect play there from Blackray. And Toski's going to force his way up white. Maybe try and find the pick back. We'll see the shots coming out. Will down Chibisu. But again, Blackray gets the trade, and that's going to be the round for CAG. And I do just want to criticise again Cruelty. Ignored every problem, tried to lurk in. They found no success from it, but just carried on ignoring the problems after that.
No, they got that from Doom. They modelled it after Doom. Let's just try and walk into the site. That's it. And all of them tried it. All of them tried it.
We've not seen Doom yet this major.
No.
They've modelled it after Blaz. There we go.
Okay, fair enough. But
they might have to play Blaz
But what
soon.
came first, the Doom or the Blaz?
Don't know.
Great question, that, isn't it?
Who did come first? Probably Blaz. Blaz was playing Challenger League before Doom was in Pro League, yeah. Yeah, it was Blaz.
Very true. Very, very true.
Blaz was first at this event as well.
Yep.
Look at us turning it about Europeans.
Anyway,
Anyway,
we always do.
We said it was about tertiary sites. Cruelty have failed to win that tertiary site, and it's now 3-0 KAG, and they get to go down to the basement.
KAG trade game today has really impressed me.
Especially Blackray in that round.
They very rarely let, especially in the defense, obviously attack, there are a few issues, but very rarely in the defense they allow the kills to pile up against them. They're always there making sure they can level the man count. I haven't really seen Cruelty being able, to win an attack with 4 players still alive, 3 players still alive. It's always been traded back. I think KAG are just trying to take as many bodies as they can down with them. If they're going down, they're taking someone with them.
Yeah, like I said, in that last round, it was really nice. The interaction between Chibi and Blackray, for Blackray to swing both times on Chibi's contact onto different doorways and different areas and get the refrag. Blackray gets 2 kills for that. Chibisu gets nothing stats-wise, but actually it was the interaction between the two of them that got that round over the line. Sure, it was 4v2, don't get me wrong. But, yeah, if you're trying to pull kills back, it's 1v1s that the attackers were looking for, but they didn't get a single 1v1.
So down to the basement, we're going to be seeing the Tabaro and Cade combination, which is an extremely strong one, but then you do forego operators such as the Mira and the Izami, which again, very, very strong for the Laundry.
So, yeah, you're talking about lineups on the defense. Look at the lineups on the attack.
Zilch EMP.
0 EMPs. Thatcher is on the board. Maverick is on the board. Impact EMPs are on the board. Twitch is on the board. they're using a Brava.
Ah, the Brava can't. That's what is going to do it. The Brava's going to do it for them.
No, it's not. I mean, what's Sharif doing though? Like, why give them a 5v4?
So I mean, I don't know why you try and give away these picks.
K2, bro. You keep meeting hatch closed.
You just sit in sight and you hold an angle, mate. Just that's all you have to do. Look what Black Ray's
Thank
done.
God for Black Ray though.
And Pyrox is off the board. Yo, great pick to find. Top performer, which is very difficult right now for Cruelty to pick a top performer, considering that they are all negative. What a shot! For Sireneko. Down goes Toski. Ivan, see if he can do anything from that laundry double door, but the collapse from Cruelty just is not there. And again, Kag, the trade, we'll give you one, but we'll take two in return. That is the motto for them right now.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, maybe Sharif didn't need to get as aggressive as he needed to there, but great picks back, particularly that one from Shiraneko, as you say. And once again, the double forcing laundry, that's the only thing they can do.
You've got 5
they can't
rims.
reach hatches. Yeah, use them. Yeah. No, Shiraneko finds one, and both are laundry.
Oh, he sees the barrel of the suppressor.
It doesn't matter, he doesn't have to move.
He can't do anything. Diffuser on the other side of the map, away from Ivan.
What goes first? Ivan or the Anderson?
Oh,
turns out it's Ivan.
There we go. Ivan came first, and now we'll see how he can deal in the 1 versus 3, where you're going to have a very static Kag who aren't going to give you anything, who aren't going to move. He will try and isolate the 1v1, but Chibisu just wins it outright. Oh my word, 4-0 for Kag. Keep in mind, if Cruelty lose this map, they are out of the competition. We need to see a response.
We need to see something, Demo, because there is one thing calling it Oregon attack. And to an extent, I am sympathetic that you've got to attack Oregon. But one, it's your map pick. You're supposed to be comfortable at doing that regardless. And two, make it easy for yourselves.
You got 5 kills in 4 rounds.
But make it easy for yourselves.
6 kills in 4 rounds.
Do the basics. Don't do anything exotic. Don't do anything exciting. Bring a bloody Thatcher to open meeting hatch on an Oregon basement attack is like...
Like, you know it's a basement. You see the bans. Cade is open. Tabaro is open. Automatically, that forces a Maverick.
Yeah, just
you
play the
have to play the Maverick.
Whatever, yeah.
It forces your hand into those operators. I honestly think if you know basement, as long as you have Maverick, Grim, Capital, you have very little issues. There's not a lot that can stop those 3 operators.
Yeah.
Hatches will be open. Power positions will be cleared.
Yes. But no, Brava, Lion, Grim without using any utility, by the way. Just you're making your own problems, and I think that's the biggest issue, and it was the same on Consulate. Now, don't get me wrong, when Consulate flipped, Cruelty looked great on the defenses until we overheated. So this was the same accusations we were leveling at them around about this side of Consulate. So will this still be competitive? Maybe, but these attacks have not been good enough. And Kag haven't, to be honest, Kag should have been punished both laundries. And they weren't. You know, Kag haven't had to be good to be 4-0 up right now.
No, they've done very little. They really have, and they got top floor now.
Other than punishing Cruelty, which
all they had to do is just trade off kills. That's all they were really doing.
And that is what they have been good at.
We had the top floor. We have our closet hold as well, going in towards bedroom. This is something that you'll see a lot of the time. So everyone just take a bit of a I would say a tip from this in terms of how Oregon top floor is being played. We have this closet hold where you open up one of the walls onto the double reinforced walls and generator, and it gives you that access into the walk-in closet, and then obviously you can try and hold just the entire bedroom. If you bring a mute, guys, it's really easy for it. You can deny a lot of the drones coming in as well, which is very strong, and also some operators that can be denied by the mute jammers. Rovi finds the opening pick. Sharif, who has been caught out a few times just out of nowhere, where he just seems to be in Narnia a lot of the time.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one, because that position inside a flag, I know you love it, Demo, can be a tricky position to deal with, and he was undroned. And he was just trying to slip himself back in lobby as the timing of Rovi opening up the barricade has happened. So yeah, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one, but yeah, it's been not the best performance. After Consulate was good from him.
They actually foregone the closet rotate. They've just reinforced up immediately. I don't know if that's because the kill forced them to do that. I'm not entirely sure, but I would have liked to have seen them try and hold it just for a little bit longer. And the flank game we mentioned before, Black Ray, as easy as you like, and he's still getting confidence after another one. Oh, barely misses out on the kill. Both of them barely missed out on the kills. Black Ray is on such low HP, but Matumbo finally gets his man. For the first time in a while, Cruelty are on top in the man advantage.
They've got the man advantage, and they're against the Clash. So guns up, this is actually 4v2 right now. And that's going to be important because if they can trade the players that will be playing around the clash, then they will actually manage to find the round. As it is, they're going to breach into pit. Then 2 players are in pit. If there's any aggression off the back of this, that was nice, the Sophia stun, but it didn't quite work out. And it's all up to Chibisu in the 1 versus 3 now. Playing inside of this position by the big window. Will he get finished off? Yes. Toski will finish him off. It was, in the end, a good round, and I really like that Sophia stun to peek the clash out at the same time.
Yeah, just guns up. You get that man advantage. Again, being picked off very early on, I don't think helps Kag in that scenario. Immediately just going 1 man down. But yeah, like I said, I would have liked to have seen Kag try and hold in towards that closet a bit more. It just seems as though they were starting with it, and then they just closed up shop immediately. But look, overall right now, whenever you think about the way Oregon plays out, 2 rounds is what we kind of said is what you need. You need 2 rounds on the attack. Cruelty, if they just, again, get this 1 round, and they get all of the issues they had in the first 4 rounds, we don't care about that. They still got there too.
It is crazy how bad these attacks have been, and we are talking about them still achieving a default split on Oregon. I actually, sidebar, I actually am not a big fan of this map for this reason. Because of how good the best 2 sites are on the defense and how bad the third and fourth site are. I think it makes the flow of the map super weird.
The thing is, when the third bomb site was won, it was the top floor
I
they
know,
lost.
I know.
That's the crazy thing about it as well.
But then they just get to force the good bomb site again until they win it.
Yeah.
So on the balance of things, you expect a 5-1, but if Cruelty find a way, maybe not.
Life finds a way. You don't know. But look at the lineup. No rushes, which is kind of what they attempted the first time they attacked this, and it just ball a mess, more or less.
Yep.
So again, a little bit more of a slow-paced kind of lineup. Sharif just bringing every roamer he can find these days, the Oryx this time, and seeing what he can cook up. An armory run out perhaps, see if he can find somebody on the rappel, or maybe even try and get somebody who could be inside of Garage. Blackray in towards T3 as well.
Big extension,
a lot of players actually away from the building, away from the bomb site, sorry. Trying to see if they can find out any information, any quick peeks they can get of players just out there in the wilderness. He sees the armory, but no, he's just going to swing straight in, so he has no chance to see if he can maybe try and run out on that player on the rappel. Again, Blackray just fishing here for the moment, but nothing seems to be coming to fruition for him. On the other side of the map, that master bedroom is starting to be executed on by Cruelty, as we can see. Closet is open this time, so they will have to try and go through that, but all quiet at the moment, Jack. Not a lot of action, which is a little bit strange considering how this kind of series has been played out.
Yeah, absolutely. I am wondering, as the Closet kind of rotate, Execute might come in. Yeah, Shironeko using the Kiva Barrier to get himself away. Will he reinforce? No. There is actually an angle you can get from Tier 2 all the way to Armory Hall from the window. I was wondering if Blackway might try and abuse that because he's seen the player go inside of Armory, but as it is, he's going to rotate back through the rotate and keep that open. I also wonder if Armory hatches open for Shironeko in the late round. That could be a crucial one if he does decide to fight.
Big power position from Blackray inside of Attic.
No, Shironeko. I meant Sharif.
There you go. Look at this from Blackray, can just sit back using that ACOG on that 9mm. They know he's there, but they can't really move him because they have no tower pressure whatsoever. Pyrox is just waiting for him to put his head in his crosshair, but very passive right now from Blackray. They will try and open up in towards Attic, but he has just rotated out towards the very deep end of the Attic. He's still alive, and Pyrox now has to be worried. Here comes Sharif. Here comes a massive flank right beside him. Sharif, you find him. Pyrox goes down again. The flank protection is just non-existent in this game. Anatim of a C4. Blackray now rotate over. He finds an easy kill. Rovi was on the rappel. Anatin goes down to Toski, who is now trying to flood in towards that bomb site to try and help. But Tumbo, he's trying to get a plant down. He's using the Kiva as a bit of cover, but from below he's taking a lot of damage. But Tumbo caught in the open. Chibisu mows him down, and Blackray gets the final kill. A 5-1 split for Kag.
Yeah, once again, Kag causing them problems. With the Azama Kiva barriers, with the rotates, with Blackray just being a nuisance inside of Attic, and then with that flank from Sharif on the Oryx. Once again unchecked. Gridlock, what's going on? Drones, people dead. Anybody helping? No. Flanks coming off.
Flanks, that's how we sum it up.
Yep.
Someone comes and asks,
what's the summary of this game?
Fresh and demo, can we get a quick interview about the game? Flanks. Or should I say, lack of protection of flanks. We'll really summarize it specifically. It's not just, everyone's flanks, lack of flank protection.
Okay, so we're going to switch over now. Kag, we've seen this before. We've seen Kag have a 5-1 defense split, and it suddenly get very competitive. But once again, and I'm going to say it, Kag are once again in a position, going on to their attack half. If they win their tertiary bomb sites, they will win this map, and they will progress to play against GK for the spot in Phase 2. Because that didn't happen on Consulate. Obviously, they will have to attack Laundry Supply. Looking at their lineup, what do you see already, Demo?
Oh, we see some very strong operators. Very strong operators.
I'll tell you what I'm seeing. I'm seeing EMPs on the Capital.
Yep.
I'm seeing Hard Preach on the Grim. I'm seeing a Blitz. And I'm seeing the Grim and the Capital who, can deny those power positions. It's still not quite maybe what you would want, because I'd probably want the Maverick in there for safety, but it'll do.
I mean, you can only run 2 hatches, which is kind of the issue, and a Roam is actually caught out Black Ray. It's just Toski by himself, just up there with Capcan, no hole, I'll go for a wander around, lads, and see what I can find. And, well, he picks up an important kill. He gets that first kill on the board. It takes down that Ash, who would have been a great operator to see if he can maybe try and stop some of those Kiba barriers that could be placed around inside of Laundry. For example, Toski C4, here comes the Blitz, Anakin, no, support comes in, Ivan to save the day. He rescues Private Toski from the Blitz. Sharif now up against it, but no good by Rovi. So many roamers right now for Cruelty, but at the moment it's actually working, never mind, they drop that. No, there's no way. Sharif.
Why, Demo? Why does Rovi need to go up T1 stairs? It's a 5 versus 3. The round's 1, you don't need to go and give your life. The 2 roamers, whatever. Whatever, those 2 guys coming down Kitchen Hatch. The 3rd player did not need to give his life. He did not need to overheat. A 5 versus 3 into a 2 versus 3. Take a breath.
Everyone, breathing exercises. In.
Why, man? Cruelty. No.
And out.
They had an impact as well. They could have rotated Attic and gone down T1, T2. They had no information about Greenhall, no information about Kitchen.
Why did they both do it? Why have they both done it? Why not? Sure, send one down, but why is the other guy followed him? You bait him. You use him as the bait.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's still such a weird round. It's 2v3 minute to go. Hatches aren't even opened yet. Finally, we see the Laundry hatch open, which is probably the most useless one out of the 3 as well, so it doesn't really do much for them. They still have the Capital, they still have the Grim, they have plenty of utility to still dump in to the bomb site. 2 C4s, though, is what they have to go up against, so there is still potential on the side of Cruelty to maybe try and deny this take, but it will be very difficult. We see a constant ping, yellow pings coming in. They know exactly where that player is on the highway. We can see the Grims actually start pushing towards blue, and there's very little blue pressure coming in, and Sharif has read that extremely well. He's on for the ace. Can he get the ace? Does he know where the last player is? He's going to swing around Sharif. No, misses out on the ace, but an ace from Cyrenaico out of absolutely nowhere will finish it off.
He's actually hit the Cade with the nade there. Wow, what a round. How, if you want a lesson on how to lose a round from the jaws of victory, go and watch Cruelty there. I'll be honest, I don't know if I've ever seen a 5 versus 3 loss on the defense side of Oregon Laundry. I don't know if it's ever happened.
It's so weird, imagine escaping the jaws of victory. That's like... should be escaping the jaws of death, not the jaws of victory.
Yeah, I don't know.
Makes no sense.
I honestly do not know what the hell has happened there.
Cruelty. Do you want to go home? Is that where we're at? Do they just want to sack it in?
They seem to want to. I don't know. But it's literally... it's hard because I think as a coach or as a support staff, you want to have your players playing for each other, right? So it's a 5 versus 2. The roamers are getting hunted down. So I understand why you might want to go up tier 1 stairs and help them. But ultimately, you've got a 5 versus 3. Even if they both die, you can win it 3 versus 3.
Fundamentally, look what bomb site you're in.
Yeah.
We mentioned before.
Play the win conditions of the site.
This is a site that, in my opinion, is probably the best defensive site in the game.
No, it's not even an opinion. Statistically, it is.
It's just... so easy, just sit there and you hold an angle, you know exactly where they're pushing from, and you just say, okay, 3, 2, 1, and you swing. It's so easy. I cannot explain how easy it is to defend the basement as long as you sit in sight behind all the strong operators.
Yes.
But if you're not going to do that, you will get punished. That's why I say, just don't roam. Just do not roam.
Even if you do, let those roamers die once they've got it to a 5v3. Let them waste the time. They can play crossfires, they can play close, they can shoot more drones, they can waste more utility, whatever. It was just it was too much, and they've been punished because of one guy where they had no coverage. And it's sad to see as well because, you know, the Romans actually did a great job. You know, the Army coming up to help the Capcan did an absolutely great job.
Here we go, potentially the final round of the series. 6-1, Kaig sit in the lead. The Blitz is on the board again. Did he get doubled up on? Didn't really have a lot of impact. Anderson on the Blitz the last time. Let's see if maybe he can do a better job this time around. Not really the same roaming presence as what Cruelty were having last time, but 2 players stacked up ready and firing line formation on those freezer stairs. And look at this, 2 of them straight in, just trying to check the corners using the Blitz. Gets the mute jammer. Should be able to spot out the player on the bottom of the stairs. There we go, exposes themselves, so Anaton can feed that information back. And that's good to see the Blitz being used just to face check corners. Make sure you don't get caught out by that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Slow and Steady will win this race. It looks like they're also going to do a lot of work to clear out Freezer using the Blitz, using the Captain and the Grim. As the Grim is bouncing, bouncing canisters off his teammates. And here goes Anaton on the Blitz.
Nobody actually inside of Laundry to stop the Blitz moving down into this position. You would like to have somebody playing in and around the bomb chassis, maybe in towards the washing machine as well, but not going to be the case. 3 players now stacked up inside of Freezer for Kaig. We can start to see the utility dump come in very early. We're seeing the smokes as well in towards Highway, or will then force the Toxic Babes in return. Rovi just has to be careful as well. He is the Azami player. He can swing, of course, onto the Laundry and the Freezer, so 2 different angles he has to worry about, but he will be supported by Ivan on that ward, and a big opening kill. Chibisu takes down Pyrox, and now it is going to be the 5 versus 4. Anaton is just purring to get in here. He's going to be waiting for the call from his side. Say, Blitz, it's your time to shine, and here he comes. 2 of them stacked up. Pistol comes in. Oh, do they line up for him? Yes, they do. Anaton with 2 massive kills on the Blitz. Matumbo with a pistol in hand. Here comes the Blitz again. Matumbo, no hope for Cruelty. It's a cruel way to go out. Kaig move on forward in that lower bracket. Commiserations to our Latin America side, but all credit to the Japanese victors.
Yeah, Team Cruelty will be the first team eliminated from the Manchester Major, and Kaig Osaka will move through to play GK in that lower bracket upper final game to go through to phase 2. And it took us a while, Demo. It took us a while, but finally we saw Anaton on a shield, making a huge play, winning the game for his team. And I think on the balance of it, Kaig deserved it. That Oregon, their defenses were exceptional, and their attacks, well, especially that one in the end there, was bloody brilliant. They've got themselves through. They will play again straight away. They're straight back into another best of 3. No rest for them. They will be playing up against GK.
Yeah, big game, of course, for Cyclops and GK going forward into that series. Winner then goes into phase 2. Loser, home as well. You'll join Cruelty. I don't think they'll be on the same plane, but maybe the same airport.
Yeah, maybe the same airport, yeah. But yeah, it's finally, I think, you know, a little bit overdue, because Kaig have shown good things, I think, across, you know, even yesterday. They ran close.
Yeah, came close to bleed.
Yeah, they came close with bleed. They maybe, you know, there's an argument that they could have got back over the line. Today they did get over the line. It was a clean 2-0. Consulate, their map pick, a little wobble, but on the whole, very, very good. And then Oregon was convincing for Kaig.
I have to say about Cruelty, I think some strong players there who've shown that they can hang with the best of them. Yes. But there was moments there that we picked up on where the inexperience was shining through.
Yes, yeah, that's absolutely it, right? It was inexperience, and there was times where you wanted them to react and they didn't. And there's times where you're thinking you don't need to react. Play the site as it is. Play the win conditions, and an overreaction happened. And I think that is something that comes with international experience, because at an international level, teams will punish you for those moments where you don't get punished domestically. And that happens with all teams. And Cruelty will learn a lot from this experience, but yeah, obviously, unfortunately, fell short.
Yeah, you hope that they were able to get some scrims in against, you know, our EU teams as well, to see if they can maybe learn something from that and take that back, obviously, to their own region. But yeah, Cruelty out of the competition. Kaig still moving forward. GK is up next for them, so we have MENA versus Japan now going up against each other, which I think will be a cracking series as well. As we know over in Stream A, Bleed and FearX, FearX and G2, still going at it at the moment. FearX beat G2 on the first map in Bank, which is just, I can't get over that. And Bleed are still waiting in the wings to find out who they will come up against.
Yeah, I think if you ask them who they'd want, I think it might be VRX, I'll be honest. But yeah, you know, it's again, we're going to send home, as that game is currently going on the A stream, we're going to send home VRX or G2, and then one of bleeding them. It's a crazy day, Demo.
Yeah.
We're sending home teams, we're sending them through. Phase 1 is done after these games, so, you know, you've got to be good.
That's it, but that is all of us done here on me and Jack's side of things. We still have one more game, of course, on the B stream, where I believe it's going to be Fluke and Milos to cover that one, but that's me and you done for the day, buddy. A pleasure being able to cast with you.
Thank you very much, Demo.
Apparently he's my cousin, according to everyone else. But look, I get the big man back soon, so I do as well. You know, haven't been able to cast the big man yet. But look, Jack, absolute pleasure.
Thank you, Demo.
And yeah, we'll go to a break, and like I said, we'll be back with the final games of Stream B.
Super light normal usado por 500 segundos. Mas é o preço, pô. É o preço do usado.
Qual que é a programação de vocês aqui?
Eu dei 2 às 2h45, depois a gente vai fazer um bagulho de drone lá, depois vai treinar. Vai ser de manhã, tá? Tipo, vai ter que acordar 11h30 da manhã.
11h30?
Então eu vou ter que acordar 8 horas, 8h30 por aí, pra tirar uma neca, hein? You know I'm trying.
Was in there. Call Rafa and he showed me. C'est quoi tes jeux en ce moment là? Moi j'ai aucun jeu moi. J'ai tout. Niveau combien on t'a level là? Je viens de passer à HDV 11. Quoi mais t'es un geek.
At the Gas South Arena, about to do rehearsals for walkouts and such. Our first look at the arena. It seems pretty dope. It's also a hockey arena, so advantage me.
Look at my trophy! Look at my trophy! Hey! Look at my trophy. It's mine.
Hello guys, can you all hear me?
I don't know why.
Okay, nice to see you guys again. 8 teams left.
He's like,
I mean, if we qualify, then we also have at least if we lose, then we're not going to 6 Invitational, which is the World Championship. And if we win, then there's a good chance that we go to the World Championship, either by making it to the semi-finals or by lost one losing their match. Like the stakes are as high as they can be, because otherwise it's 3 months of off-season and no World Championship, which would be the first time we're losing out on it. And of course we don't want that.
Let's say hello to Dark Zero! Okay, thank you everybody, that was amazing. See you guys tomorrow.
Oh, thank you.
That's a lot too.
Something I was thinking about though, like,
Yeah, we actually stand so much.
no team has been like through the ringer, kind of like how we have, with how close our fucking matches have been. I mean, like we literally could have been sent fucking packing. That's fine.
To the job not being done.
Water.
To the job not being
Can I
done.
toast you with my water? Here, let me toast you with my water.
Yes, sir.
Rob can't reach. Give me the water, Gabby. Christian. Okay.
There's never been a time in history where one team has won 2 majors, let alone back-to-back, and W7M are looking to try and see if they can't be the first. No timeout remaining.
It's GG.
Trickst closing in.
He hears the no.
Oh! But JV92 will break the hearts of a whole region. The defending major champions win 2-1.
Vamos. GG, don't play Monty again, man. Okay? Don't, never ever again. I have a lot of respect for BDS and like their players in the team. I think they're all really good, especially Shaiko. Like I've always looked up to him. BDS need to come semi-finals this major to make Invitational, which is a tall order.
La chose que j'aime le plus faire au monde, c'est jouer. Vu que on a gagné un major, on a gagné des Gamers 8 aussi. Et c'est ce qui nous reste un peu à accomplir, quoi, de gagner un six et de soulever le marteau. Il faut absolument gagner. De perdre, c'est pas possible.
Carl, take the hat off and do the fucking devil horns. Walking up the stairs like that's gonna be cold as fuck. Go boys. Okay, guys. Have some fun, no pressure. SIs are in the corner. Just fucking do it. 3, 2, 1.
Doki finds him, a trade comes through for BDS.
You guys, you chill and go on side now. Okay, guys, let's see how can we execute, okay?
Now the man who talks must act.
5 seconds remaining.
1v2 for Alamau, but he is cut down. The French find their first.
Et oui, on n'est pas des merdes, on va jusqu'au bout, les gars. Jusqu'au bout.
Everyone says I copy Shaiko. And maybe I do, but in my head, he is the best player.
Coming upstairs. Yeah.
Virtue holds the perfect angle to take down Red Shiro.
Let's go, Bruno.
Up 3-1 on G2.
Oh, Jake, you got Shaiko, didn't you?
Yeah.
Like, that's something we never do in scrims. Like, that's a game play, baby.
Not a single mistake can be afforded. Doki finds a triple kill, looking for the killing blow. Is this the G2 dominance of all?
Fucking go, baby. Bro, you grimmed him. Literally 30 bullet pre-fire, got him in the last bullet as he peeked me. Like, these guys have all against the wall now. Like, they need to win this map or they don't go to SI.
On joue ensemble, on se bat ensemble, les gars, vraiment. Là, on a dit qu'on devait rentrer sur toute la map, on l'a fait combien de fois, ça?
They will play the same way they play in the past. They're gonna spread the map. We're gonna kill them.
A big pick for G2.
Lems looking to hunt
down Alamau, who's already stolen his teammate. Finds the kill.
On est 5v5, ils sont comme nous. On est obligé de gagner, quoi. Il faut gagner et on va gagner.
Shaiko finds his kill on the Benja, but goes down for his trouble. He gets for the self-revive, but he will be punished. Doki on the bomb site. 13 kills for Doki so far, looking for a 14th, he finds it! Pre-day up against the Worlds. Could this be it for BDS? 13 map wins straight! G2 take no prisoners!
Commiserations to the French, they waved the white flag today.
Yeah, they're going to have to sit and wait and see what DZ do later, because, you know, that's potentially SI gone for BDS.
Quarterfinals! I won the quarterfinals! Let's go, baby.
Good job, brother.
You got it, yeah? You got this. Let's go, baby. You got it, GG. GG. You got this, GG. Good, feel good. Team played so good. Like, every single player played lights out. So I love winning as a team, so good. And like, we were so dominant today, it was crazy, so yeah, they didn't stand a chance. GG, semi-finals tomorrow, let's go, baby.
Overtime when we have the reset for everything. SSG will start out on the defense, and oh, so successful they have been.
Oh, Cyber's read though perfectly. Vidiking's gone down. There's no fucking way Space Station aren't going to overtime.
Joga uma coisa PZD, consegue?
Cyber, they're coming for you. 3 more you'll need.
5 seconds to go.
Do you all want SSG to win?
FaZe Clan, how do you come back into a game after losing 7 rounds in a row?
Tem que dar por cima avançado, tá sempre no lado do meio, tá? Se não precisa ser em cada cantinho e tal, pode sempre ter uma marote, cai entra na cozinha, o cara volta pro distrito, ele é mais tarde, ele é mais tarde.
Ter um filho de 2 anos, acho que me deixou mais pensativo nas coisas. Acho que ele deixa eu mais com vontade de querer ganhar, olhar pra ele e saber que ele tá ali me assistindo. Acho que instiga mais eu querer tá dando o meu máximo.
Cyber lurking down below.
He's forced back and he's feeling the pressure as 2 players shut him down. And EMP goes out, but Cyber's found his. Devastation for SSG quietens the crowd as FaZe have a 2-player advantage. Oh, Faults, don't do me like this. Don't make me a promise that you can't keep. J90! This crossfire may well be too much to overcome the first 2 kills. And they bow before your new king. FaZe have a date with the semi-finals.
Dark Zero, probably one of the smartest teams in the world, but they are still trying to play a very slow, late round execute based style of Rainbow Six that you can't get by with anymore.
Post plan now has Lobin down below for so long, has put it all onto Panbazoo
to stop Los from getting match point. He sees one rotate, he gets that kill, but Lobin works his way in.
Does it work?
Let's go, we gotta fucking run it up on defense, boys.
They have to get this round, folks.
The IGL, the team captain, a nade with his name written on it. He moves forward, and Lobin cuts him down!
I felt like we were putting in the effort, you know, doing what needs to be done to be able to show up and win.
We fucking gave up. Yeah. Fucking gave up. Fuck, bro. Congrats. GG. Congrats, man. GG. Congrats, bro. Thank you.
I think you just kind of get better at dealing with it. I think we kind of have to sit down and have a whole talk as a team. But honestly, just to say to the guys, like, it's not the end of the world. We still have SI. There's still parts to be proud of here. And just remembering that.
Nobody wants him more than Troy. He is the most impactful player in the entire game. The amount of work he does, for all of us to succeed, is just...
Thank you, buddy.
Give me it. Ah!
Oh, yeah. No, kiss.
Várias simulações a gente não teve isso, tá?
Então,
eu sou um cara que, gosta de se arrumar bem, pá. Um cara que gosta bastante, de manter uma rotina da hora, então... Eu gosto, sim, de sair, comprar roupa, tênis, essas coisas. Um cara que gosta de... essas coisas é algo que me deixa bem. Se eu acreditar que eu não tô bonito, quem vai acreditar?
It's semi-finals Saturday with a Brazilian-dominated bracket and a certain EU team looking to crash the party.
I think G2 wins.
G2 for sure. I'd say 2-0 G2 and 2-1 FaZe.
W7M are they're the reigning major champions. They're crazy good. Herds, because we have a good rivalry, I'm always watching how he plays.
Bom, essa rivalidade com a G2, eu acho que sinceramente ela não existe.
That rematch of the Six Invitational Grand Final.
This feels like a grand finals in the semi.
Bro, you have already made your first mistake. Personally, it is...
Yeah?
Yeah? Oh, you think attack aside?
Yeah.
No, man.
Or don't you?
Are you nervous? Hertz. Hey. He's just fucking ignoring me. Hello. Are you nervous? No. I'm nervous. You're nervous? Yeah, I'm always nervous.
But the nervous is psychological.
Não estamos treinando, né?
No, it's a good thing. Good luck, guys. Yeah, the guy comes up to me as well saying console's attacker sided. He's shitting himself. He knows he's about to get like 6-0.
Bro. Today, I kill G2.
You know what, Tim? I think this round is probably going to be the biggest round of the map.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'm fascinated to keep an eye on Dorky and see what he does on the Jaeger. Obviously, that's being brought along to try and keep hold of elbow.
One hell of a shot and gets his kill. Virtue gets a couple back on the other side. Doki, he does strike up.
Doki's moving in here.
Nice! Let's go!
Ainda tem o Jaeger, mano. Caralho, achei que tinha deitado o Jaeger, cara.
Great team play coming out of G2.
He's trying to bait G2 into taking this gunfight.
Coach headsets coming on down. I see the microphones by the side of their face. It means that we are stepping into a tack timeout. Unsurprisingly, W7M pulled this one out.
Let's go, guys. Don't be fucking scared of 4v1. Pick the fucker. So bad.
To start things out, they want to establish map control. Got to deal with Benja.
Tá boa.
Herds
There we go.
is going to take down Benjas. G2 under a little bit of pressure now.
And they're starting. Herd flicks onto Virtue.
It's Alamau left against 2 here. Shotgun in hand. The knife comes right now, Tim, they don't really look like equals. Herds is in his head.
To Benja and Uno. Benja on the ward, and he's seeing through the smoke. He's just checking the bottom of the laundry. He knows that there's somebody around there. The timing isn't with him. It's all up to Uno. He finds one. He can't find any more. And W7M get round 5 and bring it back to 2-3.
A nossa derrota no Major, claro que teve muito mérito deles, mas foi um jogo que a gente estava realmente bem abaixo. Eu acredito que se tivesse outra oportunidade, com certeza a gente ganharia. E eu acho que vai ser assim daqui pra frente.
G2 certainly finding their feet on Oregon better than they did on console.
And it wouldn't also surprise me if W7M claw it back.
Herds may have just deleted this attack already for G2.
Herds is unstoppable right now. W7M on their feet and starting to feel confident.
Guys, we find that each other in gate. Jake plays Twitch for the Phantom Trap.
Wake up. Get out your head. Play.
The last round of this first semi-final, W7M with a chance to secure that spot.
See Benjamin being nervous that they might again get flanked out here.
Alamau is ready to go here. The utility starts to rain in and the drop will begin. But it's full epochs. He finds the first, KZ the second. They started at a steady pace here in Atlanta, but it has only picked up as they have gone and lined the balls that is their mascot. W7M have charged their way into the grand final.
I'm not gonna sit there and be sad of something that I can't change anymore, you know? Like, everybody loses, man. Like, you lose more than you win. To be honest, it's actually really strange. Like, usually when I lose, first thing I want to do is play. But this time, no. Like, I actually want to break.
Well played, bro.
I think our player Herds, like, he just destroyed us.
We have let you down, guys. We heard the support on when we were playing. So loud, the crowd, like, was so good. So I want to say thank you.
Like, individually, he just run the whole marathon around us. Like, sometimes one individual player is all it takes, push a whole team over. And that's what happened today. Like, he played so good, and props to him, you know? Like, fucking sucks, but yeah. I'm annoyed that there's a team better than us right now. We now need to become the better team again, and we're gonna have to do that at Invitational. I don't care that we lost today. Like we're gonna come back and be better. And they're gonna be on home ground, so they're gonna have a buff. We're G2. We're gonna win. We're coming for W7M. We're coming for you. Again.
Drone PP.
And Los, from the bottom of Brazil, might just send home one of the favorites.
Mantenha comigo. Janela, PT,
KDS spots his doom, staring him in the face. Handy gone, it's all on KDS!
Quando a partida terminou, eu fiquei bem triste. Eu acho que triste pelos meninos, porque quero que eles ganhem também um título internacional. Quero ajudar eles nisso e eu acho que fiquei mais triste por eles, assim, que eles estão tentando bastante, do que por mim mesmo.
So many emotions here. FaZe leaving absolutely everything in the server.
Range. Falei pra ele ficar calmo, que tem os seus momentos. E cada um tem a sua hora.
Obrigado aí pra todo mundo que torceu aí pra FaZe aí. Infelizmente não deu certo, mas no Six Invitational vamos vir forte.
Commiserations, KDS, and commiserations to FaZe fans. You guys will be back, that's for sure.
Nunca imaginei isso na minha vida, ser reconhecido mundialmente. Eu falei muitas vezes para mim mesmo que eu ia conseguir chegar onde eu tô hoje em dia e acredito que eu consigo me manter por muito tempo ainda aqui.
Como você acha que isso pode influenciar o Bernardo?
Acredito que quando ele vê isso, eu acho que ele vai ver que, independente de qualquer coisa, se tá dando errado, se tá dando certo, eu acho que você tem que sempre agradecer por ter vivido esse momento. Então acho que você prezar mais pelo coletivo, assim, e prezar pela vivência que esteja boa, né?
Sacrifice after sacrifice, we have an underdog in the finals.
Welcome to the grand finals of the Rainbow Six Atlanta Major. Now is the time to start seriously considering the word dynasty again.
It's an all-Brazilian battle between two teams with such different stories as well. W7M, the greatest Brazilian team to ever play this game, hunting for their back-to-back major titles.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Again. Parabéns.
How you doing? I'm fine.
That's what's up.
Today I go win one more major.
W7M making history just last night to become the first team to ever qualify for the grand final of every single big event in a Siege calendar.
Preparado? Mais hoje?
Preparado, né?
No team has ever won two majors throughout the history of Rainbow Six, so W7M have the opportunity to do that today.
Pra mim, tira a Twitch que eles vão ter que, tipo, gastar recurso e tal, então não tem porque a gente, eu acho, não banir isso.
Mano, bizarro.
Los, their run through it so far, they've yet to drop a map here through playoffs, through Swiss. They were extremely strong as well. I believe it's 7 maps in a row from Los that they have won.
Não, ataque. Vocês esperavam, né?
Now is the time to see if the unstoppable force claims another victim.
Esses caras não dão.
Caralho, vocês são cringe, mano.
We're going to consulate. Who takes map 1, guys?
W7M are the better team on this map. I'm gonna go with them.
Guarda energia pro jogo, cara. Para de ser metal.
Não preciso de energia.
Los are gonna win map 1, Jacob, yes.
Eu poderia descer agora e já pegar meu troféu. Mas vou ter que jogar antes.
It's been a weekend of Brazilian brilliance. Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose!
Já tem 2 anos que a gente tá aí como favoritos em todos os campeonatos que a gente joga. Essa expectativa alta é algo que eu aprendi a lidar. Se você quer chegar, você tem que passar por todo mundo.
It's W7M!
In Atlanta, there's no doubt where the crowd's favor lies.
O jogo vai ter altos e baixos. Coloquem isso na cabeça de vocês. Então, mano, fica tranquilo, faz o jogo. Tudo que a gente vai dar pra eles hoje é o nosso melhor. E com isso a gente vai sair com a...
Guys, o nível de comunicação hoje tem que ser muito bom. Concentração, beleza? Vambora.
Vamos não! Vamos! Bora!
Eu falei isso muito antes aqui pros meus times, meus companheiros. Hoje a gente ia ganhar e não ia ter nada que acontecesse que ia parar isso, porque a gente tava confiante.
W7M only losing one. The attackers prevail to start off console.
A gente tem uma metodologia de trabalho muito boa. Cada um é o melhor na sua função.
Maya can't stand up to the might of the Bulls. JV, does he want to hear you?
Canos.
Unaware of this push going on.
He could flank on over, nade, taken out by more than one player. Cameraman to save this round.
Consulate stolen by W7M. Off to a very good start.
They spot him, super shorty in hand.
Herds 3 kills in a row. It's just so easy.
And this has got to be one of the most one-sided grand finals we have seen in a long time.
30 seconds off the clock, and Los are just getting sent home. Loban with 1 kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough.
That map is over before it even started. W7M 7-2 to go up 2-0.
And Herds is having one of the best tournaments we have ever seen from the man.
Yeah, he's hungry for that back-to-back major trophy, baby, making history for his team. And they are only 1 map away from that now.
Ô, e a bala que eu dei no clutch? Tu viu?
Dá um chocolatinho pra
Tu não viu que eu mandei pra pegar lá mais?
Só uma pra tu?
Come na hora que eu quero.
A gente começa atacando. Então fica atento no início, fica paradinho de boa, tá ligado? Não fica querendo peitar os caras, tu principalmente.
Que isso?
Tu sempre é o leãozinho no treino, quero ver aqui.
Não, no treino. Legal. Hoje eu fiquei paradinho, o cara comeu.
Vem cá, nós estamos aqui. Mano, é o seguinte, louco, você joga muito bem, você sabe que você joga muito bem, o seu jogo não tá encaixando muito bem. Hoje contra eles hoje. Eu jogo para você. Quero que vocês chamem a gente, você e o Maio, principalmente vocês dois, chamem a gente pra dar o suporte que vocês precisam. Muda a tática se for necessário. Tipo assim, a gente vai mudar a tática se for necessário. Eu quero vocês chamando a gente, velho. Pra chamar, eu tô falando pra chamar mesmo. Tá ligado? Sobre isso. E ó, confia em mim nesse banco, pelo amor de Deus. A gente tá perdendo isso aqui na bala, velho. A gente não vai perder essa porra na bala, confia em mim, mano. Vamos fazer isso. Bora.
Are Los in trouble on this one? They lose their own map pick, they lose W7M's pick. What does Los have to do to stop this onslaught?
Bora.
The first thing that Los have to do is get Herds off the board. He's having a life game today. It is his time to shine.
This is a 50-50 map. Neither side has an inherent advantage. And if you can't win 3 rounds on a 50-50 map
that you chose, there's going to be some troubling signs.
Now they do get the first pick onto KZ, that's huge. Maya sustaining some damage. Herds in a
tough spot. The best start to a round so far from Los.
It continues to improve. There's a nade tossed out. It works, they triple up on it.
JV92 though still very much alive.
Another player from Los, laying in wait, not too far off from Tellers.
Bora, guys, é isso, adaptação, mano, vambora.
Los are still very much in this game. Herds, the star fragger for W7M with the diffuser available. But here comes Cameraman. Pacing is essentially, has he got the time? No! Not enough! Los must now retake as Herds has the chance to lock in the round, but not if Cameraman has anything to say about it.
Herds looking far more mortal in this map.
It could not get more even here on map number 3.
Information now as to the next position as the yellow ping will guide him forward. Los takes the lead.
Guys, nós perdemos esse round de falta de comunicação desse grupo que quer fazer, tá ligado?
W7M are showing an eagerness to tie it up. Cameraman be the hero now. Holding that TCSG.
Oh, slaughtering JV92.
Passar pro corredor tem cal, seu direito. Vamos.
There's smoke, depriving him of the line of sight.
Comeu.
Cameraman looking with that experience. Philippe Hawks and Cameraman in a 1v1 to push them to map point. Cameraman gets it done.
Pelo amor de Deus, mano. Calma, mas pelo amor de Deus, calma, Erdina.
Los on map point.
going to be the most dominant final we have seen since the Paris Major. Well, I don't think so anymore. They need to find an opening, but Dots is about to give them one! It may be the end of W7M on bank, but not if JV's got anything to say about it. A 1v2 looks so winnable for the Hibana. JV, another player spotted! No way! 4 kills! Dash, hold your breath! The round is surely over! JV can't deny that this map belongs to Los!
It's been so long since we've seen an echo clutch in a round, but it happened here, and Los are looking alive, and they have just proved to us now that this will be a series.
Mano, eu vendo nossos ataques, nós lentos pra caralho, demorando pra fazer tudo, mano. Perdendo no tempo os bagulhos, perdendo no eco.
Porque a gente tava só jogando, tá ligado? Sem fazer o que a gente faz, tipo, jogar em sincronia, indo, tipo, todo mundo junto, tá ligado? Parece que a gente só tava indo, tomando kill.
Cara, só que, tipo, foi desatenção. Mano,
é isso que eu tô puto, tipo, uma falta de atenção mínima, tá ligado?
É só isso, mano. Fora isso, mano, reseta essa porra aqui, é mais um mapa, igual eu falei pra vocês, tem que colocar um pouquinho na cabeça, tipo, de novo, foi a mesma parada da GK, tá ligado? Acha que o bagulho tá ganho, só tá ganho se a gente faz o nosso trabalho bem feito no server e a gente não fez, mano. Pronto.
A gente faz. Sabe o que eles pegam muito? Pique. Eu não sei se vai rolar para o jogo de ontem, mas pique eles pegam muito.
Canela, esses steps finais rolam umas paletadas.
A nossa cabeça, como que a gente vai lidar com nossos erros, mano? Ninguém é perfeito, tá ligado? Era pra gente estar preparado pra perder, tá ligado? Dá mais emoção também, que tipo, porra, tava um oba-oba, um bagulho muito fácil. Então, mano, a gente quer ser campeão do mundo, a gente vai ter que saber vencer a dificuldade.
Acho que não é agora. Tem medo de cagar, não come, hein, cara? Tem medo de cagar, não come. Vamos, porra! Vamos! Bora! Não acabou ainda não, porra! Só que essa bombada acabou, caralho.
Yesterday, Los took down FaZe on Cafe 7-2. If that doesn't give you hope for Los, I have no idea what will.
Birds didn't have a great game in the previous map. You have to wonder if that's part of the culprit.
Maya is in the perfect position. Los kickoff Cafe with a dominant round.
Deixaram acordar, não deveria!
Eu acho que o diferencial da W7M tá aqui na cabeça. O nosso mindset é diferente.
Maya has been the saving grace for Los. KZ looks to beat him, but Maya finds another quick headshot, now peeking again. What is happening? Finally shut down by JV. Loban trapped. Felipox on the other side with the pistol.
Chega pra cada jogo com um mindset atualizado.
Time running out! Loban can make this work, but now you need to get to the bomb site. Loban with just a second on the clock. Exposed, now a new timer begins. Oh, the Goyle canister will stop Nade's advance, dealing so much damage as now he plays around. Quad kill for Logan!
This major belongs to Loban. The crowd fires up.
W7M will have the pressure on their shoulders to try and stave off a map 5.
Meu time é o melhor time do mundo e a gente faz acontecer.
From Los, time and time again. W7M in a 4 versus 2. Maya against the worlds, against the raging bulls.
Second flat.
E tipo, uma sensação única. É uma sensação que não tem preço. Falei isso muito antes aqui por meus times, meus companheiros. Hoje a gente ia ganhar e não ia ter nada que acontecesse que ia parar isso. E foi o que foi. Foi um baile da W7M.
A question posed in Montreal. A promise made in Copenhagen. History made in Atlanta.
Eu acho que essa dinastia ela já existe, a gente tá muito bem aí há muito tempo e eu acho que esses 2 títulos aí são pra coroar. I am world champion, two vezes, bro. Mas a gente quer a marreta, a gente quer mais. Eu não vou aceitar ver outro time levantando a marreta lá no meu país. Pode ter certeza que a gente vai trabalhar o dobro para erguer essa marreta no Brasil.
Hello and welcome back to the B stream. B for bloody hell. Have you seen what's just happened on the A stream? I won't spoil it, but I'm sure a very quick peruse will tell you everything. I am Fluke, and this is Milosh. What we do have is another elimination game ahead of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very much looking forward to knocking out yet another team from the major.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Look, we can't have everybody winning a trophy at the end of it, right?
Well, what we can have is a bracket. So let's actually cut the surprises, have a look in. Oh my. Gideon. So SSG and Liquid were both qualified earlier on in the day. They're sitting to watch, and what they've watched so far is G2 and Cruelty are the first 2 teams eliminated from the Manchester Major. One of those I think was kind of expected, and one of those you wouldn't have put in anyone's predictions, I think.
I would. I would in mine.
Wow.
Look, there's 2 teams that have hated in some ways.
You hate them.
Over this stage.
Strong
it's been
words.
G2. Hate is a strong word, but I really, really love Siege. But G2 and Liquid have had disappointing runs in the stage. Liquid recovered, looking great, wonderful. They make it through. G2, you know what? Barely lost yesterday to Team Liquid. Like, you know what? They can bring it back. Not going to be that big of an issue. Next day, they're playing FearX. All right, all looking good. And then you get a map 1, getting smashed. Go to map 2, great. It's looking nice, Consulate. You come back. Is it a fluke or not? Don't worry about it. Fluke is right here. But we go to map 3, Skyscraper, and FearX is just running circles around G2 up until the very end to finish it. I believe it was 7-4 or 7-5 to close out that game, which means G2 are out. Bleed will be playing FearX later for a spot in Phase 2. But now our focus on the B stream will be GK and Cyclops Athlete Gaming Osaka.
One of these 2 teams will be making it towards the playoffs. One of these 2 teams will not be. It will be the end of their journey. Everything to play for here, and I'm going to be honest, it's kind of a hard one to predict. You have GK, they've come up from MENA, they've come up in the new system, they've been able to have a couple of appearances. They haven't always been great, let's be honest, but they haven't played full strength, and it's their first sort of anticipation of playing on a major stage. Against them, Cyclops Osaka, once upon a time, the darlings of not just their region of Japan, but as the Asia-Pacific region as a whole. They had huge runs, and then they fell a bit out of favor. Now, they're trying to reclaim some of that glory, and to get through it, they've got to get through one of those teams that's trying to build their own glory.
Absolutely. And, CAG, there was a time, as you say, that they were at the top, right? I remember correctly, if I remember correctly, 3 years ago, when we were sat in Paris for the Invitational that was moved during the old times. And we're like, yo, CAG are going to do this. It's going to be looking great. And, the start of it was not too shabby. We've only just gotten back to kind of playing in some sort of venue. So there was hope. And it kept getting bigger and bigger and better as time moved on. Unfortunately, the term CAG'd it was invented at that point because it could mean 2 things.
You get CAG'd.
You get CAG'd, or CAG have CAG'd it, which means either they did it great
they got CAG'd.
or awful. Absolutely. And that's what happened. But that's the big question now. Have they learned from the previous game versus Liquid, or will there be more to show still?
We have our first 4 bans here. Labs, Bank, Border, Clubhouse, all removed now. They sort of played a mix across these two. We've seen GK obviously put a bit of performance in on Club and not quite get themselves going. Cyclops, they're not even going to try and double down. They don't want to try and bring it back. And a similar sort of story, I think, is worth saying about Labs on the back end. But Consulate and Chalet. Chalet being the pick from Cyclops. Currently, I've got GK as 4-0 on it. A very high preference map and something they're happy to go into. And then Consulate, it's a little bit of a back and forth between the pair of them. But although it's nothing we've really got Cyclops too much data on, they aren't the ones that ban it. They have a game here. We're going to get a taste of it.
Absolutely. Now, our decider, should we need it, will be Cafe Dostoyevsky, where Cyclops starting off on defense. Of course, they had the final ban taking out Oregon from rotation. And there we are. Our 3 maps are set in stone: Consulate, Chalet, and Cafe. Once more for everybody watching. Cyclops will start on defense on the first map, and that'll be GK on defense on the second, and third will be Cyclops back on defense. Now, we did see GK playing Consulate only earlier today.
We did?
Much like both of the maps that they ended up playing against Team Liquid, they looked very unidimensional when it comes to what sort of attacks they can offer, right? They could defend decently, but that's kind of... it's expected at this point, right? Attack. Every round is worth its weight in gold.
We saw the same from CAG. As I said, they don't really ban it. They have a game there. Yep. They were brought on it earlier on today. It was a 7-5 against Cruelty, who were now eliminated. I'm not going to say it was the sort of strongest game. I'm not going to say it was the best game. There needs to be a bit more. And this is that point of curiosity of saying, although it's a high preference and although they've technically gone 1-0 on it, there is something in that 7-5 performance that has been read here a bit by GK, and they think that they can try and put the pressure onto it and bring it to its end. So, doubling down on a map across both, across the day, I overall have a little bit of a lean towards GK with these maps.
I actually agree, especially for looking at the past performance just earlier today from both of the squads, but especially GK. A castle ban, now that is spicy here. For our first map in Consulate, Ying taken out by CAG. Not surprising. I think GK are going to be quite happy with that ban. It's not really going to impact their game. I was surprised because I think GK would have actually banned Ying themselves because of the amount of kind of oppression that she was fielded with or against them by Team Liquid earlier on in the day. But a Monty ban coming out on top of it. What are CAG known for? They've been known for shield play for ages now, Monty being a highlight operator for them. Of course, Blitz is always a great replacement in this situation. There's a lot of flexibility possible for both of the teams, and the big question is, which CAG are we going to get today in this very specific game? Because this is back against the wall, right? You win this, you make it through. You don't, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to play it again through the stage at the end of the year, and we'll see if you can make it to the next major in Montreal.
It starts, as it often does on this map, all the way on the top floor here, and we'll find potentially a bit of a drive, as you said. The removal of the shield. Yes, Anaton is a fantastic shield player, but Monty is a fantastic shield, especially for this map. Ying, again, Ying and his army, I think, are the most common banned attacker and defender separately. Currently statistically running into this. I'll have to double check those numbers a bit because obviously we cannot see every single game. However, coming into this player, they just still have that driving force where the people are now questioning, hey, what's going to happen with Ying? Are they going to get themselves removed? The hold here across the top was attempted to be smashed by GK a few times by an admin take. In fact, every time they tried to get themselves round on that side, and it wasn't ever really successful. Again, if it's lessons learned, that's a really good first taste because attack was where GK sort of fell a bit apart.
This is what GK was kind of expecting that would happen when they're playing against Liquid, is that they would just get an easy pick onto the reinforcement on balcony, and they can play around through that. Now, of course, the mirror window is there. It's a bit of an annoyance, but you're opening things up so that the Grim can use their launchers later on in the round if you're planning to go for a projector take, which is kind of the time-consuming piece, but that was not the biggest problem that GK faced. It was mostly them not being able to take control of Soda and this big desk. And so far, it's looking much better than we've had before because, believe it or not, CAG are not even in this position. There is one shield that's going to get taken down now with a nade from Blaz, and a second also into the cubby hallway here to make it all nice and clean. So far, checklist activated very quickly. Nobody pushing XK. He's going to have this entire balcony to his own to breach.
A bomb has been located.
No early bodies being offered, no early aggression being led into. That was one of the lessons learned, again, as a reflection towards the earlier game against Liquid here from the side of GK, of making sure that when they go for the snap, there is a lot of consistency in the trade. Think about all the times we're putting the pressure here onto the vending corridor, the long cut across, and Nesk is just happy to pull one. Get us to step back in, pull the next. Blaz finds Blackroom. The opening kill goes into the favor of the Finker that's holding onto the back end. I'm not sure if they entirely know about the player that's just swung round, but they're still locking down the vertical. Inside the plant, Anaton shoots everywhere, but on the player themselves. Shurip's there to double up and offer some support. Blast is just getting out of there because he doesn't want to lose it. Chibisu almost does, and does, get down and caught out by Trix. There's Anaton caught. There's the plant being confirmed, and I mean, GK absolutely exploded a hold over here. Great C4, but really, it's a band-aid on a worse wound. 2 to 3, though, suddenly. A little bit of excitement. They're going for the plant once again. They've picked the kit back up. Key's watching it. There's still some vertical, and they've forgotten about Shuri, but 2 versus 1! And I complimented the approach, but the landing has been abysmal here from the side of GK. The last fight down the stairs itself. Seriously knows he's got a 1 versus 1, but he's only got 10 seconds. So he's still going to try and drive this. The fight on the side itself goes for the hold on the plant. Tries to bait a window against the mirror, and it's just a pull-back duo.
I cannot believe that things spiraled out of control like this. After all of it, yeah, there we go. CAG are like, okay, yeah, we got the round. Just cool it down. Keep that energy for the entirety of this map, and you're going to be looking nice and pretty through it. GK had control of the round, and then they lost the linchpin. Blaz, great on the entry, on the Finka. There was a lot of work that was being done on the opposite end just because the Grim was able to just open up the balcony without any contention or problems, despite the mirror window being in that spot. Honestly, all of the setup for it, great by GK, and then CAC just kind of moved around it. They found some openings, and they actually were able to go down those stairs and used admin to their advantage and pulled GK's attention to too many different spots at the same time. Because there's so many rooms in here, Emmy, they close in on you very quickly if you're not attentive. Here, CAG will be going to the middle floor and will be playing down in piano. At least not going all the way down. This does require a lot of verticality, which is exactly why you're seeing CAG setting up in a console. Mirror windows aplenty with a clash as well. Fenrir on the site and a dock just in case with a shotgun. I'm loving the kind of big flexibility in numbers and types of operators we're getting.
I mean, it's always been a region that's happy to explore the possibilities of this game. They're happy to sort of see how wide and how much wiggle room they can really get. The French shotgun, once upon a time, was heralded as the worst gun in the game. Not as bad at this point, but also not really the preference when you can have an ACOG in that position as well. So you've got to be playing something very specific here, Chibisu, and that is the heavy hold. As you sort of alluded to, when you're keeping the lockdown, all of it can be caught vertically. The problem right now is Anaton. It's a very beefy operator, but it is one that can get encircled, and it is one that is slow and noisy. It's not really going to have the biggest impact on somebody trying to plant on the floor below you. He's just going to see if he can lead that intel and hold the fight here as long as possible. A big encircling around admin that will slowly close down. It's a big letter C. He's trying to find the singular point to allow Key the space to move in on the back.
And there you go. All the Bs have been expended here by the Grim just to kind of push, and that is XK, by the way, just pushing people out of range of the mirror window, but nothing to follow up on it. XK's now moved on. He'll be heard in the spot, and even more Bs to push his opponents back. Attitude, they know exactly where he is. He's going to have to fall back behind the reinforcement, but Blaz is looking for a kill. He is on the hunt.
Well, what we're on the hunt for is just finding new viewers and friends, and that's all coming from the A stream as Shuri gets rid of Trix. We are looking at an elimination game and a salvation game. The winner of this series, not this map specifically, will find themselves into the next stage. The loser is gone. There's a bit of damage back done by Blaz, swinging around onto the shelf. He's able to get himself a bigger impact on this map so far than he was against Liquid, and you're sort of questioning the decisions by Chibisu there. The C4 does get two! Black Ray, once again, able to start getting them into a position here where we've seen a 2 versus 5 clutch. That was the previous round, Milos. KAG pulled it back then, and here, from a single C4, they've suddenly got themselves to the 2 versus 2, and one of them is Anaton on a shield.
And you have to drop into windows in this case, either through a hatch and down a window to get into the site itself. You're going to be faced with just a shield right in front of you. You got a mirror right behind, and of course, the Vector just shreds through players up close and personal. There's XK in pretty much the unlimited range here. At least they're gonna get some intel with the bees. Black Ray somehow alive with barely any HP. Anitoon is slowing down the entrance of the Grim, swapping off the secondary and just continuing on the frustration of facing the shield. But where is Neskin? Help it here, please, for the love of God. But KAG has gotten the round, slow things down, and they cannot even believe it themselves, Emmy.
It's 2-2. 2 rounds in a row. GK, lessons learned from, as I said, Liquid, their game earlier. Now, both these teams, for context, if you've missed them, played this map earlier today. It was lost by GK 5-7 against Liquid. It was won by KAG 7-5 against Cruelty. And you sort of, when you get the double down, when you get yourself back into it, especially as it is GK's decision to bring us here, your eyes are on them, more than they're on KAG at first.
Yeah.
And those attacks was where things fell apart for them against Liquid. Different teams, different mentalities, but 2 rounds the same way of getting that body advantage and having it ripped away from you. Not as tragic as the first round, but still a consistency that you don't like to have.
No, honestly, it is incredible. Black Ray was in the right place at the right time, and that is just part of Siege, right? We call it Siege timing for a reason. Right place, right time. Great Nitro Cell had the proper reaction. You could throw the Nitro where it was needed. You take out 2 players, and suddenly that 4v2 disappears in an instant. And with a shield against you, especially when it's a clash, it is not an easy one. XK doubled up upon Shurip to close out and get 1 kill. And Chibisu trying. KAG know what's up.
Someone else
to destabilize GK.
KAG are cagging. That's the worry right now. I've seen this team throw themselves out of more Siege maps than any other across the many years we've been able to cast them, and if they start getting confident, it's that conversation we have about experience and about ambition and about getting themselves set. Although, technically and statistically, GK have had the better recent runs. This is the first time they're hitting this event with this proper roster. This is the first time that they've been able to sort of get their ground together. And for some of them, like Blaz, it's the first time playing a major ever.
Yeah.
KAG have experience. Although there's a spread of teams, recently they've been across different boards. Blaz is almost caught out just by the Fenrir, and Shuri, who has been a bit of a power player, is unfortunately pinched pretty cleanly. But now they're in the middle of KAG's hold. You've still got Sireneko above. He's going to see if he can try and win out his fight before he knows he'll get surrounded.
A good kill there to take down the Fenrir. That's something that's going to frustrate you as the round gets deeper and deeper, though. Sireneko is still at the top floor. You heard the calls from the Dokebi, so Trixton and the team should know what's going on here. And Chibisu is hiding in the bathroom. Is there somebody that's going to walk into him? Somebody's going to hear and do something about him? No! Chibisu gets 1 kill on Blaz. He looks for the second. Close to getting it. SMG in hand goes in, but the drop, the Dolphin dive with the DMR gets it. The other from Sireneko. 3-1, and 1 is left alive. Trix on his own. There's the SMG kill.
He got 2. Sireneko got 2. He was in a box, and they had all the utility in the world, Milos, and they still could not remove that man. Called, cornered, and unfortunately sent packing. A 2 versus 1. Now, we've seen man-body advantages be thrown asunder and put to his side before. Still very possible. A lot of time and a great gun in the hands of a great gunner here. But how can he try and isolate these 2 players? How can he try and force this into 2 engagements? That isn't the best way of doing it.
Through the fire and flames is what GK is going to have to do to take down KAG. This is what we were talking about. You do not know what Cyclops you're going to get. No matter the game, no matter the round, no matter the map, no matter the day even, it seems like there is a secret sauce. And when it hits, CAG just look like the best team in the world. And when it does not, it's awful, which is why we're talking about CAG'd and the like. In this case, GK looked more disjointed than we've seen them through this entire game. And frankly, if they lose this next round, I think they should have already called timeout at this point, because it's clear that there's issues.
This is the half that has plagued them all day. Now, we do get to obviously sort of prephase this with a couple of conversations. One of them is the fact that GK are here because of a game that they lost much earlier on in the day against Liquid that confirmed them about 2.5, 3 hours ago at this point. It's this topic of conversation that, you know, we'll always sort of ask Fox about and ask Lax of whether you prefer to roll yourself straight in, whether you prefer to get warmed up. And people don't like to cool off. They want to keep going.
Absolutely.
CAG has come in hot. They've come in off the back of their, you know, 2-map victory against Cruelty. They're straight into a similar series with the same starting map. It's almost like they have the freshest possible dry run for it, and you can see it in the energy that they're delivering here. Now, it is a game of 2 halves. There's no two ways about it, but really, it should not be 3-0 up for CAG right now.
Absolutely. There's no two ways around it. These rounds were won by basically CAG's skin of their teeth, but honestly, they were just in the right place at the right time. You can't really analyze it much more than that. Yes, you can get into the nitty-gritty of every single moment of where somebody was, but they just hit it when it matters. Now, what's surprising is that Maestro has been picked up here, and with the full auto shotgun, you know, Maestro you don't really get to see much of nowadays, but these Evil Eyes are being targeted, right? You're bringing in the Brava. This is very good from GK. They spotted what the setup was on the other side. They bring it, you hack the first Maestro camera, and then you destroy it. And once more, GK take the lead, and this time with 2 kills to open up the round. Still, there's 2 Nitro cells left and a couple impacts for CAG.
I mean, it's still not done. There's obviously questions for why CAG decided to go to this site more than anything else at this point, but hey, let's see if they can try and bring it together. They are not taking any chances. The roll of multiple impacts. The catch doesn't quite get anything led through. The claw is caught and the emergency exit is open. This was one of those sites where we saw them approach earlier on and they looked like they had a bit of an upper hand, but then, oh no, the wheels have fallen off the train. We've lost the kit, we've lost the approach. They still had the pulse underneath. I'm hoping that is a lesson that has been learned here. Sireneko, he's having a flirt with danger, and he's not quite able to get it. It was a risk you had to sort of take in that situation. If he could have turned it into a 3 versus 4, it's a very different story. Fortunately now, it is truly just the 1 versus 5, and at this point, there's no way of it being dropped. GK find their first round on what is the biggest offside of this map, but they need to try and get this second one.
Yeah, and that was the biggest issue earlier for GK, is that ability of doing really anything on the attack, right? Here, you got a bit more coordination, and you got 2 kills at the right time. Obviously, we couldn't quite tell if those were facilitated by any sort of drones that were giving that intel, or if it was just proper timing. Not really sure in this case. Regardless, GK get the entrance, and they get another kill on top of it, and then capitalize as they kept on rolling through the map. And as you said, I mean, it is the offest of sites on Consulate. However, a round win is still a round win. If we look back at GK playing Liquid on this site, things played out quite differently than what we got here so far in this game. But is there any adaptation, any change? Nothing really from the CAG side. They're bringing Warden into this just because they have gone to a different site. They need to hold on the top floor and play around in Piano. So it's understandable that they need something to deal with flashes, despite being, of course, being banned. But they're going to have to go through the Grim. Is there a shield in play? No, there is not. CAG are going to swap that slight bit out.
After the series that we had earlier as well from the side of GK, the only player that came out, I believe, on the positive side was Neskin. And yeah, it's great to have your sort of superstar pickup that's delivering the new era of what your team is hitting in some of your big games, but on the other side of that, it gives you a bit of a positive spin when you look at how they're performing a little bit. Now, when they're able to get Plaz, starting to get themselves in, Tricked as well, getting themselves some connection with the kills and with the firefights, it's leading into a little bit more of a positive Strip on the opposite side. Again, so far, a lot of the rounds that CAG have been able to take have been these sort of clutch outs, have been these sort of builds. They haven't built themselves what is a continued and sort of cemented gun game at this point. A minute ticked on by, and at this point, it's consulate. It's a slow approach, especially towards the top floor.
Cyrenaico is watching and waiting. He's looking for a kill that is absolutely unexpected. Talk about lurking. Oh, a lot of damage done to XK. But the Grim survives to shout another day, I guess, here. But will he be able to exit this position? Blaz is hunting, but of course you have to cross through the site pretty much to deal with it. And GK have kind of abandoned that take to the top floor, which I'm not sure if it's the right decision because we're halfway into the round. There isn't much pressure to be set on the site.
You have to take the top.
Yeah.
If you're attacking towards piano and you do not have top control, this will happen. You will be executed as soon as you start to make your way through. You can try a mad dash, but there's only really 2 places on the entirety that aren't immediately watched. And yeah, you can hope that they're not paying attention, but truly, in a 5 versus 5, you cannot rest your sort of, chips on that idea that that is our push, that is our hope. Neskin finds the first. Sharif is gone. Bit of pressure done towards the back, and there's almost a fight that really should have been Anaton's, but Blaz did great to both survive and somehow get a couple of shots off on towards the back end. However, it's still time. It's still forcing GK out of the position to play it. Neskin, he's desperately trying to get a step in, but nothing is being taken or handed.
There's no control whatsoever on that top floor, and still undecided. There's 40 seconds left. We're taking from the other side. You're just delaying the inevitable here, GK. And Cyrenaico is just going to survive as long as possible. Yes, a drone is out. Yes, he can stay in this spot for just a moment more. He's got no nitro. He loses the gunfight to Seriously, but you've yet to get into sight with 20 seconds left.
Well, the kid's going to try and make it, and this breach will happen just in time. But again, Blackray, he's still locked inside. There's Neskin being down from the vertical. Now they've lost that control. Chibisu's able to get Neskin on the back end, with Anaton finding Blaz, finally finishing the fight they started a minute ago. And here, what do? You're trying to throw your sight into a firmly watched pot at this point, but it's never going to boil. You've got to try and make it. And an easy pickup from the back of a mirror window. Too little, too late. Not their round to take. 4-1. Cyclops find themselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely demolished. No two ways around it. CAG are just running circles around GK, and again, I do not want to sound like a broken record, but it is clear what the issue here as we see the GK timeout coming out to discuss things. Their coach Hellraiser is in the back trying to help them out here, get them back into tip-top shape. And just because there's not been much movement, like, okay, guys, come on. We're taking middle floor. We're trying to push into piano. Let's go up to the top floor and take control of console. If we do not have console, then it doesn't matter what we do when we get onto site, because they're just going to kill us from above anyways. So it seems like you're trying to look at from kind of the opposite end of things. You're not really looking down onto the map with a clear battle plan. You're just kind of making it up as you go. At least how I'm seeing it in the attack. And I know I'm being harsh on meta. These are the boys from my own region, right? But it has to be said that this is a major issue that is quite visible. They're going to have one more round to kind of work around with it. But you need that second round from the attacking side, right? You can't just rely on constant defense round after the other in the second half.
Yeah, exactly. They know how they need to set themselves up as well. They know how they can try and lock in. You have to throw your mind back towards them able to get 4 of their defenses against the approach of Liquid earlier. Liquid, they massively struggled in that opening half. GK can play a decent defense, but as you said, you need to have a little bit more. You have to have more of a prepared idea of what you're going to do on the other side of it, and how you're going to get yourself delivered into the fight. And will this timeout be the one that acts as a difference?
That is the big question that we have to figure out in this matchup. And it's on GK to bring the solution. No two ways around it. On defense, all you got to do is sit back, and what does Shurip do? He brings the Caveira just in case. You want to get into your opponent's heads? Well, CAG have already been doing that because they've been looking out of every single window, every single door at the start of a round for a kill, including the front door itself with the desk behind it. And this time, if the Cav is able to down someone or, God forbid, an interrogation, that'll definitely put put GK on the back foot. Though it seems like our site here in basement is a bit safer against these sorts of opportunities. However, much like every other site on Consulate, you need a vertical control, which means piano has to be part of your battle plan, but also console. It's an extra layer that Shurip can use to lurk and sit on the edges of this map just to capitalize on a kill if it were to come close to him. That's pretty much it. But we'll see. Drones are in a potential call to come in to maybe get some intel on Shuri, but so far it's looking like GK have no clue where he's hiding.
I mean, Shurip has been a nightmare player for a lot of teams. Multiple times he's been able to sort of get himself into these little clutch situations, and as the sort of pickup, it was the conversations of what Shurip and Cyrenaico, this sort of new idea of Cyclops and modern Cyclops, going to be able to deliver in towards this push, and multiple rounds is the answer. Can it be a fight in towards the live stage? Still, a lot of time ticking away. They have uncontested vertical, I say. The first kill comes out, but that was flat as a fire against the emergency exit. Shurip, is this going to come together? There's the down! Oh, I get to do it! Interrogation! No! Team killed! Oh, you tease! Neskin kills the teammate, stops the interrogate, and to be fair, fair enough. But at that point, I'm just sort of mad I didn't get to do the full thread.
So close, yet so far. You know what? That is what you get. You don't want your teammate to get interrogated. And I guess in that situation, Neskin was trying to get the kill on the Cav as they were coming in. But hey, it has the added benefit. Blaz is watching and waiting. Should be able to get the kill. There it is. Shuri taken away, but still advantage of manpower for CAG. And the rest of the team is just stuck sitting in the back here. CAG do not have to engage whatsoever with GK. They might not have any nitro cells, but there's still extra utility that they can use. There it is from Black Ray. Here's the final gas canister. Push in, it's gonna come. Chibisu firing off a couple rounds down range, not finding anyone as GK have already made it down into the site. The Yokai drone is set up. It'll fire off once. It should be spotted here, but there's no reaction to it. 2 seconds left on the clock. GK do something! No! Can't deny off the intel. There was nothing that GK could do in that spot. You walk out and try to support your planter. Well, it doesn't matter. You're going to get shot from the other end of the hallway. And if you don't, well, you're going to lose the round, which is exactly what happened. Low on time, low on manpower. GK, not a good half. 5-1 for CAG. My God, the Japanese team is rolling away with it.
They did exactly as well as they did on their half earlier against Liquid.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, they lost that game. This is where they can try and make a difference because they were able, as I said before, to cement themselves for defensive rounds. They can start getting a bit of distance here, but as soon as CAG win that first, the atmosphere changes, the recipe changes, the taste and the thickness of danger in the air changes. And you find yourself staring down the barrel of losing your map pick and heading into Chalet. Now, this is a good map for GK, but it's a map that bleeds and that loves aggression.
Absolutely.
And that is confidence-driven.
Yeah, I mean, if you're already seeing that sort of aggression and flexibility from CAG on Consulate, I dread Chalet in this case. But GK are on defense. They're bringing the Clash to try to sync things up. They also have a Legion, expecting maybe a shield on the other side. And if not, I think you can always flex and kind of bring a Legion. This is not coming from someone who is biased or technically could be called a Legion one-trick, but that's just how it is. We've got Blaz again on the Goyo, and I loved seeing Blaz on the Goyo, honestly, not just with the setups, but his control of the vector, the way he's getting kills. But what do you get here? A nitro cell that goes off as a dud, and at least the balcony opened up for the top floor console attack for Cyclops.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
I'm curious to see when the first engagement might get itself together, because before, when we were here and they were successful in their defense, it was the first half of the first game of their day, and GK were more than happy. Missed moment there, Anaton. And the missed moment when he went back. More than happy to try and get themselves into engagements quite early and aggressively. It seems the same, but Shuri, round on the corner, forcing the push of this player further and further away. They're sort sort of utilizing the grenades to get themselves a bit of space here. The fight on admin is still dangerously towards the Black Gray. Like, the territory is not being given up for free, but it is being given up. Shuri finally finds the kill. The Clash being forced further and further back, instantly in towards the site itself. They actually drop the shield and swing with the gun. Great little idea, but it's inside the site, 3 versus 2. Cyrenaico gets control of the back end. They're going to see if they can secure the plant, held off by bees and other bits. Chibisu's out the window, but it's a little too late, and it's a post plant. You're up against the Clash. This can be great support for Blaz. They can just get themselves over the block on the window, and that's why Cyrenaico is looking for this fight. But the fight is actually a run out and almost punished and caught, and Blaz does get Anaton. Seriously, he's on the kit. He's going to hold on to it a little bit too late. Baits the audio, baits the push. No, not like this, not like this. He's out the window. Blaz,
he's got time.
He's got to hold on. He's going up on the rappel. He's trying to waste it. There's the motion. There's the spray, and Cyrenaico stands up and screams. I said the atmosphere changes when the first round is won. That was the first round.
Can I go? At this point, I'm out of words. We are witnessing CAG with reactions, with a game plan, with a strategy, with an execution. Every single bit of it is lining up perfectly, and even when GK have a response ready for it, something happens. Something or someone or whatever it may be is holding their hand above CAG today and in this very specific game. Because what do you say to that? How do you respond to that? GK on the other side looking very quiet. They were looking to go to defense and maybe find some sort of opening there, but it looks like console is just not the way to play when you're GK and CAG are just running away with it. I wouldn't be surprised if it ended right then and there. It's 7-1, but GK have to get that energy back up. They have used their timeout earlier, so they cannot pull it up once more. You only get one per game for those who were not sure. I'm not sure if Blaz here is going to be doing anything special, anything cheeky, as they call it. This has been the case for quite a while. Here, lining up a Nitro Cell up. Might find somebody through. No, there's nobody on the skylight yet, my friend. A blind Nitro Cell does not net to anyone. Maybe could have waited a slight bit more, but so far, GK look like they're trying to react to something that doesn't exist. Bit nervous.
You would be. They are almost away on their own map. Now, we've seen teams win map 7-0 and still lose the series and still go home. Earlier today, we have seen that. It's so far from over, but Black Gray trying to find this early engagement against Blaz, and Blaz, he's able to just hold himself a bit firm here on the top floor, lock out the fight and pull himself away. Most importantly, he doesn't want to suddenly find himself the victim of a second Japanese player putting the pressure on here, and it forces them to have to sit and wait. They should be able to get the call in the reveal at some point, but it slows the team. It slows the approach down pretty heavily here as they just sort of try and thread themselves and get some control over the stair sets.
So, Cyrenaico, what can he find here at the top of yellow? A drone being thrown on in just to gather some sort of intel. Of course, Black Gray has been lost, so we'll probably see them watching any of those flank drones in this case. XK has been flashed, but they're just standing in place as the Lion and the Dokkaebi actually hit at the same time with the call on the E1D. Anaton is able to rotate all the way around here to support Cyrenaico into the push, but Chibisu is the only person on the vertical in this case, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he is. Trying to find an opening. He can, of course, go for the headhunter mode and use that revolver to find a kill off of it. Of course, getting the pings, AK in hand, but nothing is being given. No quarter whatsoever. GK are holding on to the back of the site and do not want to get out of it.
There's the pulse, there's the pull, but nobody's been caught by the end of it. The fishing hasn't netted a result, and with 30 seconds, we'll start to see exactly just how important some of these positions to be played are, because at this point, they're just watching through holes and angles and trying to find a single bite onto a fight. Where is the push going to be forced from? Where's the kit going to get itself sent into?
Still surprising that it went all the way around for it, but a smoke is going to slow things down for just a moment. Another flash round on the side. Can Kag actually put into it? No, Drix takes down Shuri, and Neskin is looking for another here, tapping around. You got 6 seconds to play around with. Be careful!
No!
It's on a Florida kill for Kag, who are about to run away with it.
I cannot believe this has fallen away from them. I was sat down, ready and taking notes, but the only notes taken are probably, let's not do Consulate again. A 3 versus 1 with a Deimos tracking you, saying loudly, he's down here, kill the Deimos, fine. 30 seconds, a sliver of health for them to hold on to the hope of their own map at this point. They have themselves tucked, they have themselves sent, and we have a 7-1 demolishing by Cyclops on GK's map.
I am once more at a loss for words. Kag absolutely well-deserved this entire map. Like, this was impressive, the way that everything was timed, was played, was set up. I cannot say anything that would make Kag look bad or shaky in any way, shape, or form. Every time they were down, they always got back up, no matter what GK did, no matter what advantage GK did, it did not matter. Attack, defense, they just had control of it. Kag, impressive performance. And honestly, this is the Kag that we expect to see when they're on it. Look at that energy. Look at how they're jumping around. They're having fun, and they've done it since round number 1. It's infectious.
Sure. But there are just rounds there that shouldn't have gone away. And that's the sort of moral of the story here. We said it after 2-3 rounds. The opening of the game, remember how it was. It was 2 2vx clutches that sort of came through technically. And you're finding yourselves on the end of that, a 7-1. As I said, Chalet, our next map, is a confidence map. Nothing fills you more with confidence than when you're against the odds and you still smash it. A huge game from Kag. But you look at the stats and, okay, yeah, a bit of a struggle from some of the players. There's nothing too far away. There's nothing too 7-1 about GK's statistics.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a smash in the way that you imagine, where like 7-1 and there's barely any kills on the other side. No, it was back and forth within the same round, and yet, however, whenever GK tried to put that first foot down, right, and try to hold on to something, they would just end up losing it because Kag are reacting to them in the moment. It is back and forth in that way, where it's like a Tom and Jerry game. Right, there's one thing that goes in for GK, one thing that goes right, they might get an entry kill or something off of it, but they cannot follow up. They cannot get that position that they require, be it Soda, being the hallway, desk, whatever it may be, and somehow, out of nowhere, Kag are in the right spot to capitalize. And yes, you call it a fluke after 1 or 2 rounds, but you cannot call it that when it's 7 rounds. Yes, mistakes from GK, but with 7-1, that's just Kag outplaying you every time you think and you're slightly confident of taking the round. Kag are immediately back into it.
Where are we? Back into a break before we're back with map 2. Welcome back. We find ourselves hurtling maybe towards the third team being sent away, sadly, from Manchester. GK have just lost their map Consulate. They're going to see if they can try and steal Kag's back on Chalet.
It's me with the bag stealing it away. I don't know. I'm not that great at it. I'll tell you what.
You were good.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. However, you know who was not good on map 1? Is GK. We're going to have to look into that and really learn from those lessons real quick, because honestly, Chalet is looking daunting if Kag play the way that they did on Consulate. They were jumping out of doors, going out of windows, but not that often. It was mostly good control and recovery. Yes, GK get an entry here or there. They stopped doing those later on, by the way. But then immediately Kag is waiting for them. They're either behind them, they're either above them. GK were not taking any vertical control whatsoever, and that bites you. You cannot go just to one singular angle.
It was rough. There's no sort of two ways about it there. We saw the mistakes that they were making earlier. Obviously, as we said, there was a bit of downtime. Kag, they've been able to sort of play off the back of the old series, get themselves into this one. They've kept that ferocity of fighting for your life that's a bit necessary, let's be honest. And here they are, still fighting for their life. They're trying to put the pressure on it, and just the quicker this series could be, the less time GK have to warm up to get themselves in a position to fight back. And Chalet is a map where if you don't hit it hot, if you don't hit it warm, you're just going to get frozen out.
Absolutely. You really have to get into it, hit the ground running, as they say. There's no, we're just not really feeling this round, or there's no complacency on Chalet. It will bite you real fast. And there's a big question here, whether Kag can close it out on their map pick Chalet, or will it be a map 3 going into Cafe Dostoyevsky? That'll all be on GK right now. The onus is on them. It seems like GK are starting off on the defense. Now, defense on this map is different than others, right? There's meta game, meta this, meta that. That's not what we're gonna dive into, at least on the outside before we get into the match. But Kag have the opportunity to lock down long angles. They have DMRs that they can play. Dokebe, they got Lion, they can also employ. He can
be employed?
He can definitely be employed. You also have a Ram that is a great operator to bring in here if you're attacking top down. You got so many good options. That's not even exploring the shields that you have. So I'm wondering, could GK ban all of the operators? All of them. Just so
I don't know if that would work.
Look, I'm not part of league operations, but I'll tell you, maybe we should explore that one day. Though, GK will be the first to ban an op, and here it'll be for the attack. They take away the Blitz. All right. It's either the Blitz or the Monty. You know what? Shield abuse, something Kag are quite good at. So what is Kag's response? Will it be a Grim ban? Again, great operator to take away from here. It'll be more on the Dokebe side. We're going to get a Ying ban from Kag themselves.
Yeah, it just makes sense. I think if Ying's on the board, regardless of the teams, there's only very specific teams that go, I am entirely happy with Ying being on the board. And when you're doing that on Chalet, it is just turned up to 11.
Yeah. No surprise on the Azami.
Yeah, again, Azami, as I said it before, those two in the middle, they're your statistically highest and most likely to be just thrown out. And then it's usually a shield and the follow-through. Valk on Chalet, information is oppressive in this game, and so is she. Those cameras can be tucked into pretty much every single nook and cranny on this map. All those beams, those plant pots are just devastating for control. And, well, just get rid of her, get her removed. Master bedroom and office. We will start ourselves on the top floor here, and we will see how quickly the Kag machine wears up, and if GK have a way to stop it.
Yeah, that is the question. How do you top on bedroom? Well, you bring a Monty in this case. Seems like the solution for Cyclops Athlete Gaming. Now, GK has the opportunity to set up properly. There's flashes on the other end that you're going to have to deal with, but no Ying. Warden is pretty much always a good pick. You bring in a shield to allow Blaz to play around this top floor, and is actually going to set up the shield more towards the window in the hallway, and actually right close to Piano. You have a lot of opportunity here to kind of spread things out, just because outside of a couple windows, there's not a lot to fear when you're rotating between between this library area and all the way back to bedroom.
A full swap in terms of how they're doing the approach has come through. Instead of the Monty, instead of any of that, they're bringing the Glads. Going to see if they can try and drive themselves in. Nomad, Lover, love to see her utilised on a map like this especially. You can really limit the approach. The opponent outdoors is just setting themselves up. That external barbed wire, they're pretty safe to do it. They get themselves the FNAP mine for anyone that tries to swing around the corner as well. You put the oppression on towards the balcony and just make sure that nobody can get themselves a quick and easy entrance. There's a quick and easy exit. Chibisu, not entirely sure if he knew exactly where that player was, but XK, well, now they know where he was.
You expect always somebody here in this solarium area, so it's really kind of, I guess, on XK in this spot. Why is Amira in that spot, right, is the question. But Blaz will escape and then immediately get taken out by the Glaza Shurip, but seriously was able to take down Black Ray just before this happened. Shurip inching closer and closer, trying to find somebody through a piano or even in the hallway, but everybody's kind of running away.
Oh, the plant!
Chibis is going for it, and Trix is just not having any of it. And guess who's on the rappel where it's not the Glaz? The Glaz is quite far away and actually now 6 feet under Emmy.
Yeah, just caught out there. They went to try and get the pocket plant there. The window player didn't really move to try and get the trade out. Anadon was hoping for a gift, but now, with a minute 40, they at least have a lot of time. They're hoping a mistake is made. Here's maybe the first, and they're able to capitalize on it. 2 versus 2 is a very different situation, but the rotate round on the back has been called. Is he going to be able to get this fight out? Sireneko aims a little bit too low at first, and seriously gets the cement. Anaton has sat here since the start of the round, hoping for one mistake to come through. And that is for Fenrir to go on a little adventure and find himself on the wrong side of the gun, but they are fully aware. There's the statement. We're watching, we know, we're not going to give it to you. You have a minute here, Anaton, to try and piece together a retake. Now, we said it last time. Don't!
What?
Why?
No.
Seriously, no! We said it before, and I don't want to have to say it again. Stop handing these advantages, these fights, these rounds. I'm not going to say they're locked in, but it's 50 seconds. You have full sight control, and the player is underneath without the kit, really trying to piece things together.
What is it Trix to even do in this spot, right? Now you hear that there's a bullet fired on the other side. You try to engage a long-range fight with the ARX? Are you crazy, my man?
Anaton's trying to get himself close towards the kit. They've gone for the rotate round on the back end. Now he's pulled himself as far away as possible. He's hoping to put some of this advantage. The longer time ticks. There's not a lot of bullets in that gun, but it's the spray of Trix. He was pinpoint with it last time the kit was being planted. He's baiting the audio. Very clever. Throws himself further out because he doesn't want the swing to come in close. He still has to be within range of the fight, but not that close to it, and almost! So much closer than it should have been, but it's yours. Stop doing this.
Stop peeking. Honestly, Trix there at the end could have lost the round. Be careful. You won it. You won the first one. But goddamn, could you have not made it any closer than that? Down to a 1v1 to 50 seconds left. It's a lot of time for recovery for CAG in that 1v1. And at that point, you don't really have to care much about the diffuser. Have a lot of time to maneuver around. Now, biggest issue for CAG is that the player on the rappel outside the main window in that spot, Black Ray, was not really doing much in terms of blocking the defenders from rotating from bathroom and then out into piano, and that's where they were able to, that's where GK locked things down and did not get the Glaz really to show up much. Got 1 kill out of it. Much.
Well, the Glaz got caught on the back end of piano. It was Anaton that was on the double window that wasn't quite aiming to respond. He hoped they didn't know he was there. Anaton, I'm a level with you. If the double window is open, people are going to assume someone is there.
Yeah.
That's just how that position is played, especially when they're going for the plant where they were. To try that without a player in the position is, well, just handing the round over. There's a full approach that should get read, at least some of it, by Blaz. He's hoping he can get gifted a fight elsewhere. It's not being offered towards him. The hold all the way to the top on a basement, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You have to do stuff to bring their attention over, and the damage onto the wall isn't going to quite come through. But the exothermic, there's the pop, there's the Kaid. Not quite able to get the catch, but he does pick up the claw and get it back and probably rotate towards either the hatch on connector or red.
Wondering here if there'll be a reaction to get into just the fireplace and do something about it, but no, XK will get a kill on a Saronico and then immediately doubles back up to check if somebody's walked in. This would be a perfect spot for CAG to have a ram or something to destroy the floorboards, but BlackRay is the designated player for this game plan. Blaz, in the meantime, is just looking for a kill through the garage entryway and then just falls back and is checking for those back stairs. Somebody from CAG is looking to enter into them, but the Buck is just too far away to do much here.
First time CAG have been on the back foot for a very, very long time in terms of the round count and in terms of just how the round has started formulating. They've usually, I'm not going to say always been on the top of the KD game or on top of the entry game, but it's very often either late or they have a reaction quite early. Chibisu, they're just peeking him all the way from the back of the site, and there's a second. Absolutely surgical out the back end there with the SMG. 2 cheeky picks and kills, and well, it's because no pressure's coming from elsewhere.
Oh.
BlackRay just sends himself down the stairs, gets seriously a bit of a gift, but at this point, what can you do with it?
There's no need for soft destruction when you got a few bullets to send down range, and BlackRay narrowly avoids Nitro Cell there, staying alive, good control, but GK still with man advantage on site with 50 seconds left.
They're trying to get themselves any pressure here on the back. They just want to see if they can smoke and tuck and hope the cover from above and from the back end of the snowmobile stairs is enough, but this player that can swing and put the pressure, he's the danger man, and the Buck might get caught out by them. Trix, who was obviously the man of the previous round, sitting, waiting, because that 30 seconds, as it did in the previous round, the closer it gets, the more dangerous we get. We've actually got a bit of the double stack, the pressure that just tucked in on the inside. He can't entirely watch it. There's 1 and 2. Shuri got a grenade kill in blue at the same time. The cover over the top, and once again, CAG have popped the top of the bottle off and celebrated all over the site, and it's just an execute on the back. And that is such a great example of taking the space and making it work for you.
I'm out of words. I'm actually stunned at this point with how effective they have been on their attack. The fact that the Buck was quite far away, right, up on the library, then within 10 seconds finishes the job, goes all the way back down to fireplace, gets the job done through it, actually walks into garage through the stairs, gets a kill, walks back up, puts pressure on the defenders down below.
On seriously reinforcing as well.
Yeah.
Reinforcing in the middle of the site, and he's like, oh yeah, there's a kill.
That's sort of...
That's siege
that
timing.
bravery, but still, it requires a lot of bravery.
Oh, yeah.
For CAG to just walk in and trust in themselves, and that's what we talked about in Map 1 and CAG overall. We've been talking about CAG for years, Emmy, and the record has been always the same. If CAG are feeling it, they will get aggressive. They will push in spaces where it doesn't really make sense for someone to do it, but timing is everything, and they've been nailing every single moment. Every single moment is really what they're running away with here, but we're still at a 1-1, right? Let's cool it down for a moment.
Yeah.
Get back into round number 3 as the defense has shifted on to a more common defense.
It's just the they can't keep getting away with this.
Absolutely.
Meme slammed down on the table. That's what needs to be done at this point, really. And you know, you've got a very standard hold, a more default approach here. As you said, they've brought things back down towards the bar, then not going to double down on Garage. They don't think it can work, even though it started so well for them. They are going to keep the rotates round. They're going to sort of play like, yeah, we won that round. We can go back there. If worst case, we have to win this site anyway.
Yeah.
We might still be able to make our plan A here work. And if you're unfamiliar, it's wresting control of the vertical. Now, Anaton can try and drive this up. Often you'll just have BlackRay tuck a bit of breach onto that wall there. It makes the prep position not unplayable, but unless you're countering it from above, which it doesn't look like they're ready to, this should go round. Blaz drops. He's able to get the execute onto one. How quick are they to react? They pull themselves back. They're swinging into the fight, and he wins it out, but there's a second, and he can't quite get the connection of 3 versus 4. Great pinch, great bit of pressure, and not a CAG player to cover the back end. Shuri maybe didn't need to send himself into that, but I don't think he realized just how much attention was being paid.
It's beautiful timing, every single moment there from GK falling into place. They realized the breach was going on. The perfect reaction from Blast to drop down the hatch and play around it. But it's now a round and round we go as Chibisu has gone all the way around into this wine cellar. And is checking garage. Is there somebody still there? Kag don't really know what to do in a 4v2 spot. They'll try to find a pick or two before finding a full dedication onto site with a minute left.
Trixt happy to play that position for now, and they're going to go for the pinch on him, but obviously with the wall open, it's actually more dangerous than it was. The secondary gets the down onto one, they pre-fire for the next. There's a player coming down blue, and they're aware of it. It was pinged, it was called, they have the yellow. If they can get the fight on this, well, they're not going to, but they do a little bit of damage. Reload. To Neskin, 40 seconds. Now with this being open, they have to vacate the spot and not play it anywhere like they would like to. But because the attention was drawn to here, none of the other busy work has really been done. If they can get X key, if they can remove this single player and get some of the Bs to reveal the position, which is the pop, then they might be able to get the pinch. There's the cross though, and he was well aware of the game. They find their second round.
Good play again, GK rotating round and round, and the drop from Blaz might have been that linchpin in the round to finally come in, get a kill,
2018, I think it was.
What was it?
OGA Pit.
2018?
Minor.
There were still
18, 19.
online?
There was
yeah,
two.
19. Yeah, there you go.
There was no.
There was like end of
it was
18
online.
and into 19.
They did an online season.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
And
Two
then the
seasons.
second one.
2 seasons.
Second one had it in a LAN though. Second one had the LAN in Split, Croatia.
No, that was a qualification on its own to get to it because that was
Yeah,
the
but it was
OGA
still a
Split
LAN.
minor.
It was still a LAN.
Yes, but it wasn't part of the actual because they had 2 seasons online.
We find ourselves here
fighting one another.
I am being mansplained to by Milos.
I'm sorry. I was there.
You weren't in Croatia.
I did a whole video about it. 2.5 hours.
Wow. Was it good?
Wow. Wow. I see.
I just got a message.
Yeah.
And I think this is revenge from earlier.
From whom?
From one of the referees, the admins, that says, frankly, I'm enjoying the Asian X podcast.
What?
They're not enjoying ours?
Honestly,
can I go over and have a go at the Ace and X podcast? Do I have permission?
I am the problem here.
I want to go fight them. With
That
my
would be,
fists.
That'd be a hell of a podcast.
I
if you ask
am
me.
wearing a necklace that has a little tiny sword on it.
Do not stab anybody
I'm gonna
with a
message
plastic
them
sword.
back. Hey, meanie, what about ours? I did a radio voice.
Who said that?
I'm not gonna dox them.
Yeah, we are in a tech issue for those that haven't really figured it out.
Yeah.
But yes, so everything here has been impacted. That includes Stream 1
The
and
match is
B.
fine.
However, yes, the game is fine. And that includes both games on both A and B streams.
Can you just like fill for like 30 seconds?
Sure.
I'm gonna go fight them.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. Well, as Emmy goes over to fighting, I don't know if you'll even be able to see this, but I'll be hearing a lot of screams. Now, you might think that Emmy is not much of a fighter, but if you don't know her well, she has many ways of doing things her way. Now, flucking shoes or other kinds of stuff are options in this case, but who knows what Emmy will go up to as we have wrangled. Security is here. 20 people are restraining Emmy to not have her
I killed
fight.
them! I fought them in the face. No, they're not. They beat me up. Ollie's like 20 feet tall.
That's true.
I entirely bit off more than I could chew.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh, the humanity. I'm Ollie from Manchester, I think.
No.
He
If
wears...
he is from Manchester.
I like casting with Ollie because he's very tall and I'm allowed to wear heels.
Oh, so you're saying you don't like to cast with me? Is that
Because
what
I
you're saying?
can't wear heels unless you also wear heels.
I would love to. I would look great in heels. Are you kidding me?
There are videos
Of me in heels. No, of Parker in heels.
of a couple of members of talent
I just put it out
wearing
there.
heels in Sao Paulo. The like thigh-high boots that I wore. There are videos of them walking around that I recorded to send to their loved ones on Valentine's Day.
And yet you still refused to give me a shot.
I didn't refuse to give you a shot.
Yes, you did. I did ask. And you even had the 2B outfit for Yana later. And I
The
just have to
2B
put it-
outfit,
I'm sorry,
yes.
I'm sorry, chat. I have to put it out there. You could have seen me in a 2B outfit, like the actual Yana set with
Yeah.
2B from Nier Automata. But you didn't get that because Emmy did not allow me to wear the dress.
Do you want to know why?
For many reasons,
Yeah,
I'm sure.
because I couldn't fit into that dress. It was ludicrous.
What are you trying to say?
You're muscled. I'm not. I'm frail and weak and pathetic.
Remember when you try to outlift one another in Brazil?
Yeah, I couldn't lift the weight that you physically were just lifting. And I'm like, I suck. I don't have muscle. It's gone. It disappeared. Fell.
Well, just a reminder for everybody, we are still in the middle of tech issues that are impacting both streams A and B. However, the games are going well and strong. I'm just keeping that in mind for everybody. We're just kind of talking about it. We can't really see the chat, so I wish we could
I have
engage.
no idea if people can still hear us at this point.
I don't know. We're just... To be honest, we do talk without even realizing that there are people in there. Just spend a minute with us in the green room and you'll see how it is.
Oh, I got the response. I said he's a meanie. Didn't realize you were casting as well. I only have a stream in my ears. That's just sort of problematic.
I mean, do we go into a break or do we just keep chatting about something?
I don't even know if people can hear us. Do we have...
Yeah,
Apparently we're
we are
still live. All right.
That's cool.
I'm fine.
Hi, Mom.
I feel like let's keep going for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we can maybe, I don't know if we have results. The producer of A Stream, Tommy, who you might have seen us some content, has just come up to us and shrugged. So I'm told that we are still live.
Yeah.
And he is, so I don't know what to believe, but I'm losing it. Hello, and welcome to the Rainbow Six Siege radio show. You find us here, hurtling towards the end. We were told to have fun, so we're going to have what is called a whale of a time.
Indeed. And if I were a bit more refined, you would hear me with an English accent.
Can you do an English accent?
No, absolutely not. Do you want everybody to hate me? We're in the UK. I can't do that.
Okay, I have been given a message. We can hear you, silly. So
we are silly geese.
Silly geese.
Indeed. Well,
well, hopefully, I don't know if the game. I can. Wow.
Thanks, chat.
Thanks, chat. I don't know if the
let me
game.
open chat.
I don't know if the game is still going. Yeah,
Wait,
chat. If you
wait,
have, the match has been paused. Chat. If you have any questions for the
Now's the
Bravo
time.
stream, Milosh, Mr. Losh himself, is going to answer. If you have questions for Ace and Ollie, who are currently sitting on their laurels, I will shout them over the wall. And I don't know if they'll answer, but I will at least shout them for you. Hello, and welcome to the Rainbow Six Siege radio broadcast. The game is currently paused. We paused. We pause, we schmoove, we find ourselves getting closer and closer. Now, obviously...
Closer and closer to a tech pause, which is exactly what we need to do at this point.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's been a pleasure listening to your good voice
give up.
and my annoying one. We're going to take a quick break, and hopefully when we're back, everything will be resolved. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, my children. All will be well. See
Thank
you
you, everyone. I love you. Thank you very much, everyone, for bearing with us. Unfortunately, there was obviously a tech issue that affected the entire venue. That's why both streams were hit. These things happen. They are outside of our control. But we are back. Thank you so much for bearing with us. We can confirm that the game itself was not affected. The players playing on LAN could keep playing. They played through one round, and it went into the side of CAG to bring us 2 apiece on Chalet.
Yeah, and there is a timeout running currently for GK, which is what we can see on our screens. Of course, during all of this with tech issues, players are not able to communicate about strategy. So that's one thing that we have to keep in mind. It's not like there was an extended timeout or anything. But hey, like Emmy said, thank you so much for holding on with us. We love you so much for kind of experiencing it with us at the same time. But 5 minutes, whatever. We'll put it beside. We go directly into game. GK still with 20 seconds left on their timeout, chatting about and seeing what they could do. Unfortunately, we're not really clear on what happened in the round prior before we got to the 2-2 level, but it seems like it was one round full on kills, then one objective round, and another one on kills for the defense of GK, and then CAG once more with their I guess, an objective-based victory, at least if we're looking at the scoreboard. Though I digress, it is a new day and a new moment on our server with GK still on the defense. Reminder, Chalet is our second map in this series, and so far it is CAG that leads 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously, as you said, you pulled to the idea that there was a plant. There was something that GK wanted to talk about, because 2 attacks going against them. We talked about momentum being built. Well, that was a breakup. Now, during that, because it was technically a tech problem, the players would not have been able to talk to each other, which is why GK tried to follow it round. But it's still a moment to breathe. Get yourself back in, try and reset, and importantly, get a little bit cold for the side of CAG potentially here instead of the GK approach. Now, has it been a lesson learnt? What was the breakup? We're just going to have to sort of piece it together, unfortunately, until we get in towards more of a sort of visceral look. Not even the unfortunate stat counting of Ubisoft's site can tell us what site it was. We can just sort of reverse engineer it a bit later.
That's why we're calling it a new round, a new moment here for both of our teams. Still, GK on the defense, looking for at least a 3-3 at the half. I think they'll be quite happy with it, but it's not unusual to get a 4-2 for the attack on Chalet. However, things change in the metagame and our operator bans. You never know what you get. Though, what we know we could get regularly from a CAG is, well, shield play. And Anatune this time is bringing over the Monty, Emmy.
Yeah, bringing the Monty over, making sure that they have to leave. They brought some of the fight in. Blaz a second and a step away from a fight, but it's picked up from underneath him. There's a bit of damage done towards Shurip, and the sound of a catch on the back end, but it's Trix looking to try and get the angle. They're lying in wait, baiting for the pressure, but it hasn't otherwise been put towards them. Seriously, on the slow approach to a shield that is probably the most terrifying thing. We hear it de-shield. We know Anatton's on the chase. The E1D is I'm coming to find.
Was a bit further back on the library. GK are running out of options as CAG tighten the noose.
Oh, Chibisu swings his way around to XK. They're looking for some of the approach here on the fight. There's Neskin to at least slow something. A 2 versus 2 and a 2 versus 1. Neskin! What an animal he turns into on the back end there. Suddenly, of nothing, Neskin gets it all.
What? We've been waiting for this the entire game, and suddenly out of nowhere, Neskin is the one to bring it back and turn it into a 3-3 at the half. Can you believe it, Emmy?
I cannot.
No, we cannot either. Live here from Manchester.
I wasn't doing that. There's a photographer.
Yeah, our wonderful colleague photographer Adela, who is really jamming out to the music.
Jamming out to the tunes. No, I have a tiny sword necklace. And I was threatening them.
Bomb located by attackers.
I hope you don't get to use that at any point in time. We got protection here.
Yeah.
If anything. But at the 3-3 half, that is not too shabby, I have to say here. For GK, they swap over to the attacking side, and that is the big question that we're trying to answer.
3 apiece. You know, actually, I felt a little bit bad earlier in the day.
How come?
So you saw the thing at the start of the day, I don't know where I was looking for you, right? We did a rehearsal.
True.
things are
No,
rehearsed.
it didn't. It just happened.
Yeah, okay, it just happened.
Yeah.
When I was doing the rehearsal, some of the admins were having a lovely conversation at the end of a very long corridor, and I turned around and I shouted at full volume, which I'm not going to do, quiet on set. As a joke, as a goof, as a gaffe. Felt so guilty. We stopped the rehearsal, I went over and apologized.
That's how we've had no cast all day. That explains it.
The fun we have.
The what?
The fun we have, and the fun
That's
we've had here. 30 seconds deep. No one being caught yet, but this map is, as I said, catching roamers, catching flankers. Stop playing up for the camera, Milos.
Playing up for you. You're playing it up, and here GK are playing it up for everybody watching at home, and no two ways around it. Dokebi, Lion, this is pretty much an equalizer what we had, but whoa, there's Sure up on the other end, taking down Blaz, who's been quite silent throughout this map.
He was a huge factor for them on the previous map. He was a huge factor for them on Consulate, and here, unable to really get his teeth sunk into anything at this point. Shureep, though, he's able to reap, as I said before, the rewards of these positions, the rewards of playing against the sort of build-up of space. Seriously, he's trying to dig in on, let's be honest, a two-person job here. If he finds a fight with Sireneko, there's a swing round that'll hit him on the other side. There's nothing to force him out of this position as well. Sure, you've got bees, but what else are you going to throw at him here? What's the threat? The frag grenades, they're gone. Buck can't get himself underneath. Sireneko, if he's got a little bit of chutzpah, he will stay here.
What you'd love to have is a Capitao in this sort of position, which is definitely an incredibly common operator to run to clear out library, not just with the bolts, but at least the fire bolts, but also to isolate any players in the back with the smoke bolts. Trix is going to be able to walk on up here, but look around, there you go. Anitoon has already gotten one kill on a Neskin, and it's only a refrag here to make it a 3v4. GK unable to follow up on it as XK goes down, and it's both the Dokebi and the Twitch left alive solo, where now Cat can just maneuver around the map freely.
I mean, they still have him on the far side as well. He's still just holding a 1 versus 1 on a window, waiting for the rest of his team to clear towards him. It's a hammer and anvil take, but in a very awkward position. And, I mean, there's nothing that's forcing him out. He swings out because he wants to at that point. A 4 versus 2, and it is the first defensive half. And, you know, he opted for that fight. 30 seconds left. They finally get on the vertical, but both of them are a bullet away from death.
It's all DMRs here for the last two players of GK. It's going to get even tougher here as the fuser's been picked up. There's 20 seconds left, and they need to get onto site. CAG have already turned their rifles around to try to hold down any drops. And what do you have? You have the staircase, you have a hatch in library, and that's about it. It's heard here on the drop. Chibisu turns around to see if somebody's walking down the back stairs, but it's a 2K to clean it up from Black Ray. Walking up the Clyde and good control.
I mean,
Clean, no two ways around it, and that's a defense round. Again, we go back to the crux of the matter. GK have had frustrating attacks, and yes, the first round, but it has slipped away more often than not.
I mean, look at the choice of first site as well, right? You're looking at what was, you know, the tertiary for their opponents of playing themselves to a bar. You're looking at what is now a chance to go down to the basement where they have a little bit more solid. It took a while to clear a singular spot.
Yeah.
That is kind of a famous clear, right? Whether you're running in Roteros, throwing in Capitao bolts, or the classic of bouncing the grenade off of the top beam into the corner to just force the motion of the player to catch them.
Absolutely.
It's a two-person job that's been around since Chalet has been around in its form. And they couldn't get that sort of together. They hoped the push would come up the stairs. It almost worked,
yeah,
but let's be honest, it didn't.
No, I think the Twitch was just not the right choice. It's, in terms of pure operator choice, right? You don't often get to say this, but in this case, the Twitch probably was not the best choice, right? If you bring a Brava, you can deal with utility. You bring a Capitao, you can deal with hard points. Let's have more of that, please and thank you. That was not the case in Library, and it took too long to clear players out of those hard point positions. You got more of them that are downstairs in the bar too, so hey, double up on the utility would have helped a lot. But that is in the past now, as the defense has shifted on to the basement, the garage, called Snowmobile. And XK's trying to clear. You spot the clash on the other end of that drone hole, and there's not really much you can do about it here, of course. But there's Bandit, there's Chibisu, and he waits to try.
We'll see if they can try and pinch a player, pull him out. Obviously, it will be a steady clear across the top two, but it doesn't seem like they want to adventure themselves too far. The verticality should be pretty easy to handle. They've got everything to get the breach open as well, alongside the Ace and the Thatcher and the Thermite. They're fully sending an idea of everything will get opened.
Yeah.
But the players are being opened in the face with your gun is that tricky point, and you almost lose your star player, and you do. Cyrenaica, he gets the catch onto one. There's that game of making sure they can't escape in full swing, but as you said, you know, that's the only sort of dead positive player at this point, up until the trade came through.
Still surprising that the soft breach here that's being relied on is the Zofia, and of course the hard breach charges brought by the Ace and the Thatcher. Not that there's anything wrong with it, it's just there are more tools currently than what I would consider an outdated lineup from GK. You got a Ram that could be brought in that could clear out that entire floor for you before you have to push on to Wine Cellar, but clearly it is not the attention that GK are putting to. They want to push directly into Wine, which means you need those ops, you need to breach the wall, and Chibisu is going to get one and seriously cannot fight back.
The roll onto the breach, but a Clash can just replace this at some point. The C4 ripped and ready to rock and roll. Goodbye! X-Key knocked out. Chibisu can still play this pillar position. They've got some pressure coming around, but as I said, Anaton is such a problem factor. Shureep's gone on an adventure. The two players are both down there. 50 seconds. Shureep might try and retake the control of the hatch itself at some point. That's what he's aiming towards. In fact, no, he's gone further because Chibisu's too busy killing everybody. That's another round in Cyclops' favor. That's another round further away. Most importantly, a deadlock at the half is very quickly gone to a 5-3.
Why have so much time and bring two operators with pure soft breach as their gadget, pretty much, and not use that at all? You have power positions that you can spot and see that CAG are utilizing. The entirety of the Wine Cellar is built around it that way, right? You got pillars, you got actually like wine barrels to play around with, and you have shields that are put specifically to deal with it, and yet the reaction from GK is, let's just not worry about it. You can't just ignore it in that case. And, you know, bringing the Ram, bringing just anything, just using the utility that you have in your back pocket with the amount of time that was left would have been great. Imagine a few breaches here and there to put some pressure, and then one player on that top floor to catch any rotations, which is exactly what you had with Shureep jumping all around and getting kills off of it. Again, disjointed a bit here on the GK side as CAG just keep things rolling. This is what momentum is, right? It's difficult to quantify, difficult to put into words and into numbers. It's just a vibe. And right now, the vibes on CAG, if I'm able to check them, oh boy, they are high and flying, Emmy.
5-3. CAG, and they are 2 rounds away from getting themselves towards the live stages. Unfortunately, because of how the system works, MENA are only 2 rounds away from not making it this time round. They've obviously had a great year last year. They really sort of showed up as one of those new regions and rosters that got themselves through, and GK had experience in the live stage in Atlanta, and unfortunately this time they've just not been able to find that same magic as of yet. It's not quite done. It's not a million miles away. And this on the tertiary site is where you start the rebuild.
You have to take advantage of every single moment that is presented to you by CAG in a situation like this. And GK, in the meantime, are pushing in through Garage itself and on the backside of the Wine Cellar. Peeking in slowly, but this is here seriously. Nobody really supporting him. No drones, no nothing. He's spotted. They know and they get it. Black Ray trying to escape, but then wallbanged immediately to the head. Don't show this clip to thank you, by the way, but here we are. Blast has gone up and on the rappel. And the Zofia is putting some hurt down, at least trying to stun or maybe find somebody from the defense that's catching off in the window here in the library hallway. Cyrenaica is in this spot indeed, but doesn't really need to do much. He fires a couple of rounds, and that should be a pointer for somebody playing on the balcony. I believe the Brava in this case. There isn't even a Brava. I'm just imagining things at this point. But there's nobody out there to try to deal with them. And of course, can always bring the Frost around to support.
Holding on hope now of what they can build behind it. A Solace, I mean, it's a powerful removal. There's obviously the delicious sort of double stack of the soft here. But to be fair, they're just generally using it as an excuse to fight themselves outside. Blaz has making sure there's not an engagement about to come from his right shoulder as the drive is on the Solarium windows.
There's not much that he can do in this spot, right? You have
Nothing
to
else is
clear,
being forced.
You have to clear the Maestro from into the bathtub, and it's usually a great thing seeing Maestro in a bathtub, but not here. Shurip gets a kill on Trix. Where did that even come from?
The double door. Ran out main door and fireplace and gets 2! There's the 3rd! Oh no, Blaz is down. Zafir, you can't pick yourself up anymore. Neskin waiting for something to happen at this point. But the only thing happening is Cyclops getting bored of waiting, throwing themselves on the deep run out the double door, then getting the second follow through. When this team came together at the start of this, people wondered how much Shurip and Sireneko would alter, would adapt, would change Cyclops' famous playstyle. And apparently,
they made it better.
Apparently roads work both ways. Apparently lessons can be learnt both ways, and Shurip can also run out of buildings to kill people.
Absolutely.
He was detected a long time to get that kill.
But it doesn't matter. It seems like there was just disjointed comms on the GK side. And there was just no reaction to what CAG were bringing on the board for the round itself. Again, Shurip in that spot. Genuinely beautiful to witness. This sort of control, not just gunplay, but positional play specifically for CAG. GK on their last hope here. Should GK lose this round, it is all done for GK and MENA as a whole at the Manchester Major, and that will be crying at the end of our play. Yeah,
it's not done yet.
That's true.
It's always worth mentioning. 3 rounds isn't a million miles away. If they were 3-0 up, you would be like, they can still rebuild an even half. Now, they did that on the previous half. There is still chance. However, you cannot deny there is an insane amount of pressure on the team right now. And there's an insane amount of confidence on their opponents. Shurip 12-3. And he has been exceptional over these opening 2 play days of this tournament.
You might be asking, how do we deal with them? Well, first you have to shoot properly, but 2, you need to bring some sort of operators to clear them out, right? Deimos is a great operator for it, which is exactly why Trixt is bringing him in this case. To be fair, I don't think that CAG are specifically kind of roaming in a weird way that would require extra, roamer clear, but still, a Deimos in this case is a good reaction. However, you need multiple players from GK to work together. Drone in, use the Deimos, have somebody try to go for the pinch. If you don't do that, you won't get that entry, and then you cannot push onto the site itself. And in this case, Anatun, imagine your Mira is roaming downstairs in garage just in case.
I like this idea because they've read where the plant's going on. Now, this is a 2-factor take. You'll get yourself open onto box, they'll dip down, get the wall of fireplace done, and try and plant behind dining. Where does that hatch lead? Around that area. What does Amira have? A C4. If he's not cleared out from that position and they're able to play this as patiently as they want with a limited amount of cool time, well, there's still the pressure that has to be cleared above. Now, Key is watching for it, but he's also the man with the kit. He's also the man that needs to pop the breach at the same time. If he gets caught before they can do this wall, and importantly, the wall underneath, they're only playing with pocket tin openers in the pocket of Blaz.
Absolutely, and at least one of them is going to be used up here to open up the wall, but how do you follow up beyond it? Remember, the site is downstairs here in the kitchen. This is the old school take that we used to see many years ago, of course, before Chalet turned into its current iteration. And Blaz has realized there's somebody downstairs. I need to clear that. The Mira's around the corner, but it's Sireneko that has already gotten a kill and a second for Anatun.
There's the second Anatun, and they're only a couple away here. Cyclops are securing themselves that position and moving forward and sending GK home. Neskin, the Brazilian pickup and the once upon a time major champion, is unfortunately just sort of sat waiting and wishing there could be a bit more pressure. Trixt, who's been brilliant for the team in this map, but has been shut out of the last couple of rounds, is going to see if he can try and find a pinch on his own, but that is entirely what he is. Look at the positioning, how spread out and far away they are. If this goes away from them, all they'll do is have lost ground and lost memories. There's 1, there's 2, there is almost the 3rd, but he's outside the building, and CAG don't even like that fact. They're spraying towards X-Key, the last hope here of Mena at the Manchester Major. But with 10 seconds and a second body to his name, at this point he's just looking at ghosts. And these are ones that have come back to life to say, Cyclops, they're moving forward to our next stage.
Absolutely incredible showing from Cyclops Active Gaming. Remember, this is a team that pretty much everybody discounted given how things played out in the Japan League over this past stage. Kinotrope was a team that everybody kind of talked about through it. CAG still made it through at the end of the day, and what a performance they have had now against their opponents from MENA. It's GK eliminated from the tournament, not going as deep as maybe some would have hoped to see from the MENA representatives. I will say, big rebuild from GK did not work out for now, but maybe this is experience that they can use into the next time that they'll be playing in case they can make it through the stage. But hey, CAG have done it. They've made it to stage 2. That's all that matters. They'll be playing with the likes of BDS, FaZe, and Beast Ghost and the like.
Now, I'm not able to obviously give you the specifics of entirely what's going on the other stream, but I will say with a little bit of confidence, this is the third team eliminated and the third team confirmed as well. The divide, it's almost done here in our phase 1. We have to give, obviously, commiserations to MENA going home, but congratulations to Japan, a region that for a long time we've wanted to see a bit of a resurgence because we've known how brilliant they were back before the regions got broken up. And now, getting a little bit of a classic taste of Cyclops back. How far will they go?
FearX are back. CAG is back. What's going on? This is
FearX
great.
might not be fully back.
Okay, look.
That's happening over there.
They beat G2 is all I'm going to say. I'll give them that. You know, that was a happy moment in many ways for FearX and the performance that they've shown. But on the other side, GK unfortunately eliminated. CAG just outplayed them in every way, shape, or form. It breaks my heart as someone from the MENA region. But you know what? Hey, the better team prevailed today, and I don't think there could be any qualms about it.
Well, it's been a pleasure to cast through this, and we're going to actually have a quick look at the A streams. Thank you, everyone, for joining through, and we'll hand it over to them boys from Manchester, or close to, Ollie and Ace.
Just 3 minutes to decide who is going to take Oregon and who's going to one between what has been so far two very evenly matched teams and a very entertaining game of Siege.
I think this is only map 1.
It's a belter, isn't it?
We've still got another map guaranteed, and we've potentially got one after that.
Give me 45 total.
Oh, just lock us in for the night. Locking in the arena, that'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? Just shut the doors, mate. Leave us till the morning. We'll be fine. We'll still be about Siege. Into perspective, though, obviously, with this being has ran so dreadfully close, and with still final possible opportunity, does lead are up for this fight. Yes, it's an Oregon. Yes, we're expecting teams to be good on FearX. It's almost unfortunate that it is one of their better, but it isn't that a lot of teams out there will have a not been too much plays from both sides. I think some of the
covered their
we've seen freeze.
To the right. More onside, but they can burn this down at the minute. The time fight.
Come down slow. Desperately trying. defensively, and he can just himself away immediately.
The advantage as the player